May I request everyone to please settle down. We will begin in a few moments. Thank you.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. The joint public hearing of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, the Committee on Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, and the Committee on Finance is resumed. For the committees, allow us to state that, number one, invitations anew have been made to individuals requested to be present today. The MILF Mohager Iqbal for the PNP and also the PNP controller, who I understand is present here today. For the retired PNP ARMM Chief Superintendent Noel de los Reyes. Senior Superintendent Mendez was informed of the hearing, but per the request of the PNP and some members of the committee should be invited to an executive session, citing that the officers handling key sensitive intelligence and information pertinent to national security and strategies. The committees will discuss this issue in a separate meeting. On the documents requested to be subpoenaed, I understand that the PNP and the concerned agencies will bring those documents hopefully submitted by today. Number one, the copy of the warrant of arrest for Marwan as requested by Senator Soto from the Board of Inquiry Chair Magalong. Number two, the intelligence packet as requested by Senator Honasan from the PNP, which the chair will have to examine first to determine whether this packet can be divulged to the public or should be part of our official documents. In addition, the approval sheet of the Operation Exodus, the PNP SAF after operations report, and the communication net annex as requested by Senator Marcos, also from the PNP SAF to submit. The operation plan as requested by this representation, the PNP or Director Napeña should also submit this. We have for today additional invited guests, Chairperson Loretta Rosales of the Commission on Human Rights. As we resume the interpellations, may we remind the members that 5 minutes per question is allotted per senator, and you will have a chance to ask more questions in the next round. And before we start with our interpellations again, may we request Secretary De Lima if she can, I think she has a presentation on the legal framework for the Mamasapano incident. I think that we will be guided greatly by this because we are also constrained by several legal provisions. So we will ask for her presentation. The sequence of questioning will be Senator Drilon, to be followed by Senators Binay, who I think will give her time to Senator Honasan, if ever, Senator Recto, Aquino, Pimentel, Cayetano, Osmeña. And the questions submitted, I already mentioned. Senator Binay Marcos. Marcos. And the questions submitted by Senator Revilla. For those who weren't present here today, magsitayo po tayo para gawin ang ating panunumpa. I think Honorable Rosales, yung mga wala po kahapon at yung mga hindi po sigurado sa kung ano yung sinumpaan ninyo kahapon, tumayo lang po muli.
May I request those resource persons who were not present yesterday and those who were not able to take their oath yesterday to please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this investigation in aid of legislation on the Mamasapano incident?
I do.
For the record, Madam Chair, the resource persons affirm their oath.
Salamat po. I would like to acknowledge the presence again of Senator Rojas, thank you for taking the time, sir. I know that you're Secretary Rojas, I'm sorry. Thank you for taking the time, sir. I know that you're busy also with the state visit of the Indonesian delegation. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Secretary Gazmin, Secretary Ging Deles, Secretary Laila de Lima, uh, and all the other members from the local government who may be present here today, the members of the PNP and the AFP. Also, Honorable Rosales, Chair of the CHR. Yesterday, we discussed the chain of command issues, the questions as the involvement of the MILF. I would like to ask the representative of the MILF if perhaps we will have today the presence of Mr. Iqbal, and then the glaring communication inefficiencies of the equipment and coordination procedures, and of course the participation of Mr. Napeñas and also Mr. Purisima. So to begin, I would like to ask the MILF panel, the MILF representative who will be here today. Is it still you, sir?
Magandang umaga po, Madam Chair, Your Honors. Meron pong letter galing po sa kay Chairman Iqbal, address po sa kagalang-galang na Senator Grace po to the Senate, pursuant to the instruction of the Central Committee. At yung letter po ay sinabmit na po yata o binigay na po yata ni Attorney Raisa Jajuri. Nagsasabi po na and explaining na hindi po siya makakapunta pero mayroon siyang commitment that he will appear at kung mamarapatin po ng kagalang-galang po, Your Honor, with your pleasure, kung babasahin po ba namin yung sulat o ano po ang inyong disposition po, Your Honor. Thank you po.
Please po, pakibasa po yung kanyang liham. May kopya po ko pero dapat po malaman ng mga kasama natin. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you po, Madam Chair, Your Honors. 09 February 2015, Senator Grace po, Chairperson, Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Senate of the Philippines. Dear Senator po, we thank you for your committee's kind invitation for us to attend the joint public hearings of the Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and Peace, Unification and Reconciliation on Resolution 133, 134, and 1135, all relating to the incident which happened at Mamasapano, Maguindanao on January 25, 2015. Please be assured that the More Islamic Liberation Front is fully committed as the Senate is in the search for truth and justice. Please bear with us as we engage with the institution of the Philippine Senate, especially for the first time. The MILF is a revolutionary organization. While we may have signed a peace agreement with the Philippine government after 18 years of intermittent war and negotiations, that peace agreement has yet to be implemented. Until the peace agreement is fully implemented, we will remain to be a revolutionary organization. Accordingly, the Central Committee of the MILF has accepted your committee's invitation and has designated me to appear in its behalf. However, the decision has stressed that the appearance will take place after the MILF Investigation Commission comes out with its findings, which will be the basis of my statements to the relevant committees of the Senate. Further, the MILF also requests that my appearance should be in an executive session. I take this opportunity to inform Your Honor that the MILF has decided to return the firearms and any retrievable personal effects of the fallen SAF PNP in deference to the peace process and recognition of the MILF that it never wanted that unfortunate incident on January 25 in Mamasapano, Maguindanao to happen. This was the first time since 2011 that fighting erupted between the government and MILF forces. Perhaps in a couple of days, the MILF will be able to finish the internal process of accounting of the materials to pave the way for the return. The chair of the MILF's Committee on Cessation of Hostility, CCCH, Mr. Rasida Jasan, will again represent the MILF in his capacity. He would be accompanied by Attorney Raisa, the jury, a member of the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, and Mr. Boots Panugal, who is also a member of the CCCH. Again, I would like to apologize for my inability to attend your committee's hearing tomorrow for reasons aforecited. Thank you very much. Signed, Mohag Iqbal, Chairman, Bangsamoro Transition
Madam
Commission.
Chairman, this is may I just interrupt? But am I correct in hearing, and is my interpretation correct that in the view of Chairman Iqbal, until the Bangsamoro government is formed, that we are still at war with with the MILF, or the MILF continues to be a revolutionary organization? So they are still fomenting revolution until the peace agreements are completed. Is that the interpretation? Is that a correct interpretation, Madam Chairman? Would you? Would you?
See, actually, we appreciate your presence, and we thank you for being here today. We respect that you have your own fact-finding committee. What we are asking is not a complete report. We are asking for your initial assessment. Everybody here is giving also their initial assessments. So my question is, I'm not even sure if you're authorized to answer the question of Senator Marcos, because this will really have to be answered by your leadership. And that is the reason why we are asking to be present here today. I understand he sent representatives, but may we ask when perhaps your own investigation will be done, when he might be expected to be here? That's the first question. The second question, yes, you have your statement here that you will return the arms or other equipment from our fallen soldiers, fallen police officers. On the other hand, there are other nagging questions at us. For example, who were actually involved in the firefight? And were you actually informed by the peace panel if you should engage or disengage from the firefight? These are questions that can only be answered by your top leadership. So we would really appreciate their presence. But if you have any partial answers as to the question, and this is highly sensitive, this particular question of Senator Marcos, but if you have any particular statement about it or if you've heard anything about it, please reply.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, I am not in a position to respond. I think the letter of Chairman Iqbal is enough for me to say that he will represent the MILF for the hearing in Senate. And but we are very committed in the peace process with whatever the panels. I think the communications, the parameters, and the ways the panels would work on this are open between the government and the MILF, and it's up to the Honorable Senate what would be the pleasure, and thank you again.
Madam Chair, I would just like to read the part of the letter that we have just heard. The MILF is a revolutionary organization. While we may have signed a peace agreement with the Philippine government after 18 years of intermittent war and negotiations, that peace agreement has yet to be implemented. Until the peace agreement is fully implemented, we will remain to be a revolutionary organization. I highlight this passage simply because that is in direct contradiction to what was told us during the hearings on BBL. On the hearings on BBL, Madam Chairman, we are told that we are in a condition between MILF and the Philippine government where there is a cessation of military action or revolutionary action by your definition.
Sir,
So this contradicts that. In fact, even in our very first hearing, we were already told that the process of decommissioning had begun. But this does not seem to be consistent with that, Madam Chair. So I would just like to clarify so that we know on what basis the situation is too severe. But can we now assume that we are still at war with the MILF?
Senator Marco, underground. This is a very sensitive issue, and I feel that the representative is not authorized or high enough in their committee to be able to answer your questions properly. And so, with this particular as authorized to interpret at face value. One of the things that he mentioned here is he would like an executive session with us. We will entertain that possibility. On the other hand, as I've mentioned time and again, in an executive session, if we feel that it will not jeopardize national security and it is just to protect certain individuals, we will make this information public. This has to be, and I think that up because the invitation still stands at this time. If not, somebody who is authorized.
I just wanted to point it out, Madam Chair. I do not mean to hold up the proceedings, but I just wanted to point out that this passage that I read back from the letter of Chairman Iqbal is rather alarming. And again, I repeat, the reason why I find it particularly alarming is the diction. Both sides for the BBL, it is this is an alarming development that we have returned to war with the MILF. That is a worrisome, and I hope that the chairman will find time to come and explain precisely what this language means. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, on this very sensitive issue, can we request the to comment, because we cannot leave this matter unattended to on the record, and all views are being heard. Yes, can we have Attorney Ferrer?
Good morning, Your Honors. On that issue of whether, in fact, the MILF remains a revolutionary organization or not, we really have to see it in the context. We are not at war with them, precisely. We have a ceasefire. But that ceasefire was broken on January 25, and that is the matter that is being investigated now. The circumstances, the breakdown of the ceasefire on January 25 around the events related to the law enforcement operations conducted by the Special Action Forces. We do have a roadmap that will lead to that full transformation of an armed group, armed organization that is fully participating in and cultural processes of the country. And that is why part of our roadmap includes a decommissioning process whereby in a gradual and phased manner, the arms will be turned in to an independent decommissioning body, ex-combatants, along
Sir, we applaud and we support the goal time, you can't blame the public and some of the resource people who feel that the peace talks is actually preventing also some of our operations to take place, to be able to defend and process. The attendance of Mr. Iqbal in this
We heard the letter, and the letter said that they will be coming as soon as they are able to present their full report. I think we have to see it in the light of how the MILF operates. No single individual is able to undertake action without the full consent of the Central Committee of the MILF. And in this regard, the MILF Central Committee instructed him to come to this body when the full report is ready for presentation to the public.
but you agree, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am,
That it
I
is
agree.
yes,
It's very
that-
important that the MILF be here and the top leadership be here to be able to answer all the questions of the Senate.
Yes, it will demonstrate good faith, and in the meantime, Mr. Iqbal must honor the Senate with its presence. Actions speak louder than words also. Of course, it's all words being discussed here, but his mere presence will show good faith also in our discussions in the peace process. So we shall continue unless now we will ask for Secretary De Lima's, we shall now proceed with our discussions. Secretary De Lima, if you can please present the legal framework which may serve as a guide also for us.
Madam Chair, last night is legal framework for the discussions at yesterday's and then possibly today's proceedings. And these are just really my initial thoughts. Facts are yet to be completely established and where accountability is yet to be conclusively determined. Now, on the as a primary investigation, still have a long way to go. Criminally responsible in the incident are brought to justice. There, one way or the other. In the meantime, what I can offer now is a legal framework from which to approach the various issues that have cropped up in the course of discussions on the incident, including those already raised at yesterday's hearing. The foremost legal question, and I think this becomes really very in light of the letter of Mr. Iqbal, the foremost question that has arisen in this incident constitutional and legal standpoint, criminal liability on the part of the MILF in this case might not be different from ordinary situations where a crime was committed and that perpetrators who are identified are criminally liable unless they're able to successfully invoke either exempting or justifying circumstances. Administrative liability of those on the government side, however, is different. The peace process has generated a set of agreements, as everyone knows, on the cessation of hostilities between the government and the MILF. These agreements have been integrated in the operational guidelines of the AFP and PNP for law enforcement. Any violation of these guidelines should necessarily entail administrative liability. We have to contend with the fact that government security forces have bound themselves to observing certain rules of conduct in military and law enforcement operations under the regime of the peace negotiations and are therefore subject to disciplinary measures in the event of willful violation of these rules of conduct. And in any legal framework, the Constitution reigns supreme, as aptly articulated yesterday by Senator Gringo. Now, this is followed, of course, by the laws passed by the legislature and their interpretations as passed upon by the Supreme Court. Now, the question is, where does the peace negotiation and resulting peace agreements figure in this legal regime? Now, my take on the matter, Your Honors, again, these are just really my preliminary thoughts, is that the GPH-MILF agreements bind the parties to their terms as parties to a contract. And as a contract, it is therefore the law between the parties, but not the law of the country. Non-compliance with the terms of the agreement is a matter between the GPH and the MILF as negotiating parties. So in case of violations in the peace agreement, I see no legal sanctions on the part of the government, only political repercussions on the trust and goodwill between the two parties. On the other hand, in case of violations by the MILF, the GPH, the government, may choose to apply the peace mechanisms on cessation of hostilities as agreed upon between the parties, or proceed to apply the law, in this case the criminal law, on political crimes such as rebellion or ordinary crimes such as murder and direct assault. It can also choose to apply both, modifying its application of the law on criminal liability with any political settlement it can arrive at with the MILF in the future. In short, given this framework, the government, I submit, has two tracks in approaching the issue on criminal liability. It can approach it as the enforcer of the duly promulgated laws of the state, or as a party to a contract or agreement with the MILF. Or it can approach this issue from the perspective of both, that is, as the law enforcer and as a peace partner. The two, I submit, are not mutually exclusive. Applied separately, there would of course be political repercussions, especially if the approach is from a purely law enforcement or criminal liability standpoint, for the mere reason that the other party relies on the government to honor its commitments to the peace agreement. There is nothing in the GPH-MILF peace agreement instrument stating that in case any offense is committed by an MILF member in relation to rebellion or any other political crime, more so a common crime, during the regime of cessation of hostilities, the GPH is committed to suspend or forgo regular criminal proceedings against the MILF member and instead refer the same to the proper body created by the parties. Because as I mentioned yesterday, our laws do not stop to operate under a peace process or under a peace regime. Now, the closest commitment that can be relied to, I was going over the various documents, is the implementing operational guidelines of the GRP-MILF agreement on the general cessation of hostilities that was adopted in November 14, 1997. This agreement provides, I quote, "It shall be the responsibility of the GRP and MILF to take immediate and necessary actions to stop any violation and punish respective forces who violate this implementing guidelines and ground rules," end of quote, and that, quote, "The GRP and MILF will take appropriate actions on their respective forces who violate this implementing guidelines and ground rules," end of quote. Now, does this mean that the state commits to forgo criminal prosecution and leave the matter to the MILF, who shall take appropriate action against its erring members? For purposes of confidence-building measures, this might be a commitment that the GPH would want to keep. But in legal terms, no law prevents the GPH from exercising its power to arrest and prosecute criminal offenders regardless of an existing peace agreement that has no clear provision on the suspension of criminal action against political or common crimes committed by members of its peace partner during the peace process or negotiations. It can still proceed, of course, with arrest and prosecution, but the same will heavily impact on confidence-building measures, if not put an end to the peace negotiations or agreement altogether, but God forbid. Even assuming there is such an agreement on immunities, the same is only the law between the parties entered into for confidence-building measures. It is not the law of the state passed by Congress that has a mandatory and punitive effect in case of violation. Nothing in the laws of the Philippines would still prevent the state from not complying with this agreement on immunity to rebel negotiators, but of course at the risk of the other party withdrawing from the negotiations based on loss of sincerity, credibility, and trustworthiness of the GPH in pursuing negotiations. Because among the papers I saw, Your Honors, is that whatever security guarantee there is to the MILF in the peace negotiations involves only safe passage and immunity from searches. That's the also that the MILF did not notify the GPH panel of the presence in MILF area of criminal elements listed in the AFP-PNP order of battle. And I'm assuming that there is such a list because it's in the instruments that the GPH will submit to the MILF an order of battle or list of targets. Now, the same, if there is no such notification, the same shall be elevated to the GPH MILF peace panels for disposition as an act of non-compliance with the terms of the peace agreement on cessation of hostilities. However, approached from a purely criminal liability perspective, knowingly harboring a criminal, assisting a criminal, obstructing law enforcement operations for his arrest, and otherwise aiding in the escape of the targets are criminal offenses, which may be prosecuted by the government in the performance of its role as the enforcer of the laws of the state. And approached from a purely government law enforcement perspective, the criminal liability of the MILF members involved may be discussed in the following manner, only again as a matter of academic discussion because we don't have yet the full facts. Since MILF members who commit criminal offenses during the regime of cessation of hostilities are not immune from investigation, arrest, and prosecution under the agreements, the only way they can be exempted from criminal liability for the political crime of rebellion and ordinary crimes of homicide, murder, direct assault, etc., is under the provisions of the revised penal code on who are exempted from criminal liability. The exempting circumstance possibly relevant, I know which exempting and justifying circumstances are possibly relevant to the incident, in this incident, but because of the still incomplete and hazy facts, I would rather not express which are or what are the applicable exempting and justifying circumstances, lest I'll be accused of preempting the investigation or even lawyering for any side or anyone. I have a discussion on those, but I cannot share this at the moment. Now, on the other hand, and by the way, whatever defenses they would have to be presented or would have to be proven during trial if and when it reaches that stage. But it does not exempt, in the meantime, the liable MILF members from investigation, arrest, and prosecution. On the other hand, if approached from the perspective of the government as a peace partner in a peace agreement or as the state actor in a non-international armed conflict, as manifested earlier by Professor Ferrer, or as the state actor in a non-international armed conflict, the criminal liability of the MILF can be limited to that of a non-state actor. This would mean, again, just for academic purposes, limiting criminal prosecution of the MILF to possible violations of humanitarian law as adopted from the Geneva Convention on War Crimes as integrated in Republic Act 9851, which is the Philippine IHL law. This implies recognition of the status of the MILF as a non-state actor involved in a non-international armed conflict. And from this perspective, I should say that criminal liability can be approached in this manner. We have, what we had was a law enforcement operation, a legitimate law enforcement operation because it was for the implementation of outstanding warrants of arrest. But while initially a law enforcement operation, it gone awry, escalating into an armed conflict between government security forces and a non-state actor enforcing a recognized defensive or protective position, and therefore may not be liable for ordinary criminal conduct, but only for criminal war conduct as a non-state actor under RA 9851. I'm careful enough to really phrase it as just may not be liable, because again, I do not want to make any categorical legal statement at the moment. This does not mean, however, that the agreement on cessation of hostilities has already been terminated and that the forces have now reverted to a state of armed conflict once again. Neither side have made any pronouncement or declaration that there is now resumption of hostilities. That is the only way. We can assume there is such if there is a formal declaration by either side. At the moment, there is none. So, as I said, this does not mean that the agreement on cessation of hostilities has already been terminated and that the forces have now reverted to a state of armed conflict once again. Far from this. It's far from this. The situation presents a factual, classic example of a violation of the terms and conditions of a peace agreement, which only calls for the operation of the mechanisms put in place in case of violations, but definitely not the ipso facto termination of the peace terms and reversion to a state of armed hostilities. And finally, any general amnesty that may be proclaimed in the future as part of the conclusion of the transitional agreements of the peace process or negotiations will have the effect of extinguishing all criminal liability in relation to covered crimes, generally political crimes or crimes related to rebellion, but not to common crimes. As to the criminal liability of the BIFF and other private armed groups which participated in the attack against the PNP and PNP SAF, the same is unqualified. With the government. Said groups are therefore liable to the fullest extent of the law for the range of possible crimes that they have committed during the Mamasapano incident without any possible application of exempting or justifying circumstances that are otherwise still or may be available to the MILF. This is for the simple reason that the BIFF and the PAGs themselves are per se illegal associations already engaged in criminal activities as defined under Article 147 of the Revised Penal Code, even before the encounter with the PNP, and therefore cannot, under any contemplated situation, invoke any exempting or justifying circumstance. Now, very briefly now, as conclusion, as a final portion of my position, we now go to the possible liability of government officials involved in the incident. As stated, nothing in our laws declares the act of government of non-compliance with peace agreements as criminal or illegal per se, so long as it is the adopted policy of the state as official government action. However, if willful non-compliance with the peace terms or termination of the peace agreement is not state or government policy, and what we have is a violation of the peace terms by individual public officials, said public officials may be administratively and even criminally liable. The various GPH-MILF agreements on the cessation of hostilities provide for the procedure on how arrests may be made by the AFP-PNP in MILF-defined areas or communities. These agreements on the cessation of hostilities provide that police and military actions throughout Mindanao shall continue, including the arrests of criminals. And of course, we now know that there are provisions on prior coordination and prior and notice about presence of targets in MILF areas, etc. In implementing these agreements, the AFP-PNP drew up operational guidelines, assuming that the GPH-MILF procedure was not followed by individual PNP non-compliance with the joint AFP-PNP revised operational guidelines for the ADJAG. The administrative charges could either be gross insubordination or misconduct in the performance of official duties. Full compliance and bid for this operation AFP to fully active resources in order to rescue or come to the aid of PNP. We have heard yesterday General Katapang. The AFP was still mindful of the terms with the MLF. It chose to follow the operational guidelines and decided not to compound a mistake with another one. The administrative liability execution of the law enforcement operation was not authorized by law to be part of the official decision-making apparatus of the government. The PNP, as if it was a military organization, would base this on the principle of the chain of command. However, approached from a purely civilian agency standpoint, not subject to military law, military justice, or military courts, the administrative and criminal liability of the PNP officials concerned should more properly be addressed using ordinary civil service rules for civilian agencies and the regular criminal justice system intended for civilians. As such, administrative liability may include grave misconduct. Criminal liability may include usurpation of authority, as penalized under Article 177. May I just say this for some people? The concept of chain of command is a military construct. Clearly, it applies to the AFP as a military organization of the state, but does it likewise apply to a purely civilian, albeit armed agency of the state, such as the PNP? According to the 1987 Constitution, I quote, "The state shall establish and maintain one police force, which shall be national in scope and civilian in character, to be administered and controlled by a national police commission. The authority of local executives over the police units in their jurisdiction shall be provided by law." That's Section 6, Article 16 of the Constitution. The PNP is not a military organization subject to the chain of command concept, strictly speaking. It is a purely civilian agency under a civilian NAPOLCOM with the president exercising administrative control and supervision over the DILG secretary and the NAPOLCOM as the chief executive and not as the commander-in-chief. As such, liabilities of PNP officials are determined using civil service rules and regulations applicable and common to all civilian agencies as enforced by the NAPOLCOM of the PNP and not military law or court martials as enforced under the military justice system, the latter being applicable only to the members of the AFP. May I submit those thoughts, Madam Chair, for the committee's appreciation? Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Secretary De Lima. Senator Drilon will now ask his questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I hope that my preliminary remarks on the comments of Secretary De Lima is not part of my 5 minutes.
Senate President, you get the privilege, sir. Go ahead,
Now,
please.
first, let me thank, in behalf of the committee and on behalf of the Senate, for that academic analysis of the legal framework on the application of our penal laws in the areas of conflict, as explained by Secretary De Lima. But I would emphasize that this is an academic analysis because there are a lot of factual issues here that we're trying to unravel through these hearings. But we'll consider the views of the Secretary when we craft the report. I am sure that there are a lot of precedents in international law which we can cite in this particular issue. And other than that, there are experiences in other states which have gone through similar processes and where the classic conflict between application of laws and the political issue of the peace process has been resolved to the satisfaction of every player. But obviously we do not have time, and this is not the forum by which we can discuss all of these issues. But Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, there is just one issue that I would like to put on record that I am not in agreement. And this is the assertion of the Secretary of Justice that the non-compliance with the terms of the peace agreement, including coordination in case of law enforcement exercises, coordination with the MILF, would expose our law enforcers to individual administrative or even criminal liability. I think that view would would have a chilling effect on our law enforcers because under that theory, they can be criminally charged if they do not coordinate with the MILF. I don't think that we can agree with that. In this case, the SAF went to this area in order to enforce a warrant. They were enforcing the law. I cannot agree that our SAF will be subjected to criminal liability because they did not coordinate with the MILF, which is the coordination of which is part of the peace process. I cannot accept that proposition. But having said that, Madam Chair, may I now proceed to ask to
Madam
avail-
Chair, just a quick.
Well, this is not time for the debate.
quick response.
You have expressed your views, Madam Secretary, as a member of the Senate. I have expressed my views. Let it remain on record, and at the report we will be disposing of this. Otherwise, we will be debating here, Madam Chair. May I now address my questions to the MILF representative? Yes. You mentioned that the MILF will now return the firearms. Is that correct? Can you just state that again?
Yes, sir.
Now, how many firearms are there that to be returned?
We still don't have po the exact number of firearms, but in few days we would know exactly the number po, Your Honor. Thank you.
And would this be a inventory of the firearms seized in that encounter?
We still could not say yes to that question, sir. We are still, the leadership is still on the process of accounting whatever we have in the MILF. Hindi po namin alam kung ilan ho talaga. Ilan ho. Thank you.
What about the other equipment like night goggles, night vision goggles?
Yes, it's in the statement po what all, Your Honor po, excuse me, all retrievable personal effects that we have, we will, opo.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What about the other than the firearms? What are the equipments?
Your Honor po, I really don't have the inventory as of now, but what's stated here clearly by Chairman Iqbal is all retrievable Personal effects, we will.
All retrievable effects, personal effects,
Opo.
firearms, equipment, etc. Yes, Secretary Rojas wants to be
Thank you.
Secretary Ross was raising his hand a while ago. Yes, Secretary, you recognize, sir?
Just some information. There is a inventory, or there is a list of the equipment with serial numbers of the kits that were issued to every one of the SAF operators who were present in this. That to the committee.
So we can check, as against this list, we can check the equipments and firearms to be returned by the MILF. Okay?
What about the personal property, Secretary Ross, of our SAF?
We, it is not a complete listing, but
But you have a partial inventory at least
yes,
of the same.
of the personal, particularly cell phones. What other personal effects they brought with them would be difficult to ascertain. But certainly the government issued equipment, there is a complete such list.
Thank you, Secretary Ross.
Anyway, we can do nothing at this point but rely on the commitment that all retrievable equipment, personal belongings of our 44 SAF personnel who died in this encounter would be returned to the government. Is that a correct assumption of the?
Yes, Your Honor. Those that's with the MILF po.
I'm sorry?
Yes, Your Honor. All those that with the MILF po, we will.
And a reasonable expectation would be when? I'm not asking you to commit to a specific date, but, like next week or, next 10 days, when can this be done?
Yes, Your Honor. In the letter, it says in a couple of days, but at the level of the mechanism, so we will also work it out with the CCCH, ADJAG, and the peace panel. We'll do our actions also on the matter.
I'm sorry, but your answers are very evasive. That is why we would have wanted a more responsible MILF official to be here who can commit the MILF. But, the way you have, I'm sorry to say that the way you have answered it, it has been very evasive, and I can understand that because you are not authorized to say anything here. But it's a little bit frustrating for us to receive those kinds of answers. But in any case, we just have to live with that, and unless you have anything else to say, we can proceed with the other questions. Is there anything else from the MILF that, what about the surrender of Usman? Can there be a commitment on that point?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, I cannot answer that question po, but we will raise this with the leadership of the MLF.
The president has appealed to the to your group to help government, or at least to surrender Usman as part of the confidence building process. We in Congress already finds difficulty in passing the BBL because of this incident. While we are committed to peace, we must go back and build confidences. And among those that would be critical to rebuild the confidences between the government and the MILF is the matter of the surrender of Usman, the matter of the return of the equipment, the personal effects and equipment of the SAF, which were taken during the encounter. So I hope that you can deliver to the MILF hierarchy the need to rebuild trust between the two parties, and we cannot do this alone. You must cooperate, and you can surrender Usman to the authorities. He is the cause of all of these problems. Now, we also hear a lot of rumors that the firearms are now being sold in Mindanao. How valid is this? Have you heard this? That the firearms captured are now in the market. Would the MILF know anything about this?
We are the MILF is doing its internal accounting on this matter po at we have no we also heard of that, but we cannot confirm, we cannot say anything about this.
You have heard this rumor. Have you investigated this as a partner in peace?
Yes, sir. We are looking into that, and we will act accordingly po. Sir. Your Honor, thank you.
You are looking. What have you looked? What have you found so far? Is there basis for these stories that firearms are being sold?
Your Honor, that's still a subject of the Special Investigation Commission po of the MILF. Your Honor po.
All right. Madam, I will reserve my right to ask other questions. At this point, I'll give the chance to my other colleagues to raise questions on our resource persons.
Thank you, Senate President Rolon. Next in line is Senator Binay, who yielded her time to Senator Hernasan. Senator Hernasan, sir, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank Senator Binay for her trust and graciousness, but I've decided to take my turn in the next round. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hernasan. Next in line is Senator Marcos. Thereafter, for the information of our colleagues, Senator Recto, Senator Aquino, Senator Pimentel, and then Senator Cayetano. Senator Marcos, you're recognized, sir. Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to direct my first questions to General Napeñas. Again, as I explained yesterday, I would like to focus my inquiries on the command and control on both sides of the peace panel, and and the coordination or lack thereof during the Mamasapano incident. So, General Napeñas, in the PNP interim report that was given us by Director Magalong yesterday, there are enumerated 10 different operations, PNP operations against Marwan. And from your testimony yesterday, you, in some way or another, you were involved in all of these operations in different positions in the hierarchy of the PNP. Am I correct, Mr. General?
Yes, Your Honor.
In those operations, were there coordinations with the MILF? Was there information sent to the MILF that you, the PNP SAF, were going to conduct these operations against Marwan?
The coordination with the MILF was done time on target, as just like what we did with the AJAG, through the AJAG, of course, Your Honor. Because of the provision of the joint communique signed by the MILF and the GPH in Kuala Lumpur in 2002, stating therein that except for operations against high priority targets, a list of which shall be provided by the GPH panel to the MILF panel, the AJAG shall inform the GPH and the MILF CCH at least 24 hours for the conduct of APPNP operations in order to allow sufficient time for the evacuation of civilians and to avoid armed confrontation between the GPH and the MILF. There is an exception on this part, Your Honor, that this is a high-value targets being pursued by the Special Action Force at this time.
So this was the interpretation that you applied as well in the latest Oplan Exodus of January 2015.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there has never been a problem because meron dito sa listahan ng operation, meron naman yung Operation Pitas, yung Operation Smart Bomb, yung Operation Oplan Cyclops, lahat ito ay na-execute. So hindi naman nagka-problema kagaya ng nangyari sa Mamasapano.
There was no problem.
Last January.
Yes, Your Honor.
There was no problem then.
There was no problem during those
So
operations, Your Honor.
so it was your understanding that the MILF was cognizant of this exemption that is laid out in Section 6 of the Joint Communique implementing guidelines of the Joint Communique of 6 May 2002. So
Yes.
this is what you were invoking.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so in the view of the PNP staff, there was no need to make that coordination. Not even before, kahit na time on target.
In the operations plan that we did for the Oplan Exodus in Mamasapano, it's time on target to inform the AFP AJAG for that matter, Your Honor.
Oh, sige. Again, from the testimony that you gave yesterday, you said that the the uh, the go ahead for Oplan Exodus of January, you took on your own initiative. I'm trying to. Is it within your command within your powers as the director of SAF to go or green light a mission, or do you have to get clearance from higher ups, from the chief PNP, for example, or even higher?
Your Honor, I'd like to cite the situation that the two occasions that I joined Police Director General Purisima for the mission update with the President. During those two occasions, I was never given any guidance that the mission is a no-go. In the same manner that maybe there are some people who would like to hear if there was really a direct order or a direct approval of the President for the mission to go. But there was none. That was really the truth. But then, yung pong dalawang okasyon na nagpunta ako doon, it could be interpreted on my part that there was an implied or a tacit approval for the mission is a go, for the operation is a go. Considering na wala pong sinabi sa akin, yung una, yung pangalawa, walang nakarating sa akin na guidance or anuman na order na hindi na ituloy yung operation, Your Honor.
Ang tinutukoy mo, General Napeñas, yung dalawang pagkakataon na binigyan mo ng briefing si Pangulong Aquino at saka si General Purisima, both of which occurred, I think, on Palace grounds, on the Palace grounds.
Yun po ang aking tinutukoy, Your Honor.
So you are saying that at no point during those meetings were you told, General, medyo ipaubaya muna natin yan. Let us plan better, or hindi maganda yung plano ninyo, or anything like that. Let us stop planning, or let us defer this operation. Walang ganong sinabi.
Wala po, Your Honor.
So you interpreted the silence on the matter as consent on the part of your commanders.
Yun po, Your Honor. Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
let us get back now to the role that was played by General Purisima in this.
Can I just have one question
Yes,
on
yes,
that?
of course.
Before
I
we
yield the
just-
floor to the Senator.
In other words, General Napeñas, at no point did the President tell you to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. There was no direct order from the President telling me to proceed or directly telling me that the mission is approved on that matter.
Thank you very much.
So,
if-
just to again further clarify that, so how long is the briefing? Gaano katagal? How detailed was the briefing that you gave?
The
Ilang-
mission update at the firing range took only a few minutes, Your Honor. However, at the Bahay Pangarap, it took more or less 15 to 20 minutes. Your Honor, if I may add, if there was a direct order from the President that the mission is a go, that would have been a very good opportunity for me and a situation where I could break the chain of command, considering that the order would have come from the President, Your Honor.
So essentially, there was no guidance one way or the other from either General Purisima or the President to defer, to delay, or to continue and to implement the O-Plan.
There was none on that
There was none.
issue,
There was
Your
no
Honor.
guidance one way or the other. Thank you. Napag-usapan na rin yung breaking of the chain of command. Nung sinabi sa'yo ni General Purisima, ako na ang bahala sa dalawa. Wag mo munang sabihin sa dalawa, ako na ang bahala kay General Katapang. Is that correct? That was what he told you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. kung alam mo na suspendido si General Purisima, ba't mo sinundan yung kanyang payo? Kaya sinasabi niya ngayong payo, but you obeyed it as if it was an order. Why? Why did you do that?
Your Honor, hindi ko po sinunod yung order ni General Purisima or yung advice niya. However, I go back yung sa sinabi ko kanina, Your Honor, that with the two occasions na nagre-render ako ng mission update, I took that one as there was an implied or tacit approval that the mission is a go. And in those two occasions, wala pong sinabi sa akin na hold, i-defer, or anuman na pagpigil na maituloy yung mission, Your Honor.
Okay, let me now direct some questions to General Purisima. General Purisima, why did you say this? Why did you give this advice, as you like to characterize it, to General Napeñas na wag mo munang sabihin sa dalawa, ako nang bahala kay General Katapang?
Yes, Your Honor. The reason why I have said that is stated already yesterday, that it is in the design of their plan to inform everybody time on target, Your Honor.
Pero yung plano galing sa kanya, bakit kailangan mo ipaalala sa kanya yung sinabi niyang sa iyo na parte ng plano?
Yes, Your Honor, because the...
O ganito na lang, this came, you told him this after you met privately with the President. Ito bang pinag-usapan ninyo?
No, Your Honor.
Anong pinag-usapan ninyo?
It's something personal, Your Honor.
Okay, so this was not the subject of the discussion. This was not cleared with the President.
No, Your Honor.
This advice was not cleared with the President.
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Okay, and
Senator Marcos, really quickly, you still have your question time left. But in relation to this, sabi mo, ikaw nang bahala kay General Katapang. Ano pong sinabi ninyo kay General Katapang? Anong ginawa niyong bahala na? Pwede, nandito naman siya, pwedeng matanong si General Katapang. Nag-usap na ba kayo?
Your Honor, ang sabi ko, yung ako nang bahala kay General Katapang is the information to General Katapang, which I did on January 25 at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 in the morning. I texted General Katapang and I tried to call him that the operations was ongoing already in Mamasapano.
General Purisima, so yung coordination, bali yung sinabi mo, akong bahala kay General Katapang, parang sinabi mo sa SAF Commander na ako na ang makikipag-usap at iinformahan ko ang AFP dahil akong magsasabi kay General Katapang.
That is for as far as General
Okay,
Katapang is concerned.
pero
Your
hindi mo
Honor.
sinabi kay General Katapang na may Operation Exodus hanggat time on target na, hanggat nagputo ka na, 5:00 nagpuputo ka na eh.
No, Your Honor, I did not say to General Katapang that the Exodus
When did you tell
operation,
General Katapang that there was such an operation?
January 25, Your Honor.
January 25 was when they jumped off.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you told time on target din ang si General Katapang.
Yes, Your Honor.
So the coordination with the AFP was supposed to have been done by you, and you only did it when the SAF members were already under fire. Am I correct?
Your Honor, prior to that meeting, there was I facilitated also a meeting with the AFP officials in December 19, Your Honor, and they were introduced to each other, and they were the ones coordinating to each other on what they will do. I did not participate on their coordination already, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. But okay, now I would like to know the reason behind. I'm being told that I have to rush. I would like to know the reason why did you feel there was a need to cut out General Espina from the chain of command?
Your Honor, the operation said that it should be time on target for everybody, so I just followed the principle of the time on target.
But this is the commander. This is the acting chief of PNP. This is not only a usurpation of authority. This is also breaking the chain of command, because they're very clear. The chain of command is here, and you, as a suspended member of as chief PNP, were issuing orders to keep the acting chief PNP in the dark on a very critical mission. Why did you feel that that was necessary?
Your Honor, I did not give any orders. I gave advice to police.
Nevertheless, that advice, which we will use for the sake of consistency, that advice was nevertheless followed as an order, because the fact of the matter is General Espina was kept out of the loop. Also, the Secretary of the DILG was kept out of the loop. Why did you feel the need to give that advice?
For operational security purposes, Your
So
Honor.
you do not trust the Secretary of the DILG with this information? You do not trust your own second in command, Director General Espina, the acting JPNP, with this information?
Hindi po ganun, Your Honor. Ang nakalasaad po sa plano ng PNP SAF ay time on target.
Okay, marami kang pinag-usapan na you were involved in certain you were in a party to the briefing that was conducted on January 19. January 19, your suspension was December 4. Am I correct, General Purisima?
That was December 19, Your Honor.
I beg your pardon, December 19. But you were part of the meeting or the briefing that General Napeñas gave in the palace, January 9.
Yes, Your Honor.
How did you know of this meeting?
The Director of Special Action Force, Your Honor, would like to place a mission update on the President regarding the operation, Your Honor.
So the General Napeñas informed you that he was going to the palace to give a mission briefing.
Yes, Your Honor.
And who told you to attend?
I was guiding them, Your Honor, to enter the
So you
palace.
attended of your own initiative, basta sumipot ka na lang. Nalaman mo na magkakaroon ng mission briefing at sumipot ka dahil sa palagay mo kailangan kang nandun ka.
No, Your Honor, I accompanied them to the palace, Your Honor.
Okay. I haven't gotten to the MILF yet. I would just want to ask the MILF some of the sequence of events very quickly, Madam Chairman. I understand. I realize that I may have, but there
So we
has
can
been
have you
a
in the
very
next
large time lag. Maybe I could direct this question to Mr. Ladjasan, who is the chair of ADJAG. And when was the first communication? I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, in fairness to our other colleagues, may we request Senator Marcos to reserve the next round or his next questions on the next round,
Well,
because the others are also waiting.
I feel it is unfair at this point because I've only discussed the chain of command and the PNP and the AFP. The MILF.
Senator Marcos, I can understand that you're
Yeah.
very passionate about it. So are most of us. And I know that we have to get. I wish that we had unlimited time, but also with due respect to our
Madam
other
Chair,
senators. Sir.
I am trying to write a version of the BBL that will work so that this kind of occurrence does not happen again.
And also we are
And
trying
that
to
is-
make them follow the
Very well.
rules, so we should
Well,
set an example also.
May I then, in that case, in deference to our schedule, may I then make the list of questions, give it to the chair, and hope for a written answer from our partners in peace, the MILF and the ADJAG of the MILF. So would that be acceptable, Madam
Of course,
Chair?
that will be most acceptable and appreciated. So let us show them also the example now. Senator Recto, your turn, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Una sa lahat, tatlo ang paksa ng aking mga katanungan. Ang isa sa MILF, at ako'y natutuwa na doon sa sulat na nasabit sa atin kanina dito, na isasuolin ninyo yung personal effects at yung mga barel. Gusto ko lang dagdagan ay sana i-surrender na rin ninyo si Usman. No? Ang unang katanungan ko sa MILF ay ito. Handa na ba kayong sabihin din sa komite dito sa Senado kung sino yung mga commander na responsable dito sa encounter sa Mamasapano sa ating mga SAF fallen 44?
Your Honor, doon ho sa pangalawang punto po, hindi pa po namin masasabi dahil ongoing po yung investigation po ng leadership. And in due time naman po when Chairman Iqbal would appear, he will answer all of these questions po.
Pangalawang katanungan, bakit ninyo kinupkup si Marwan at Usman? At gaano katagal na ninyong kinukup-kup at pinoprotektahan si Marwan at Usman?
Hindi po totoo yung sinasabi niyo po, Your Honor, with due respect, na kinukup-kup po namin ang at saka si Basit Osman. Wala po yung katotohanan po, Your Honor.
Wala kayong kaalam-alam na si Marwan at Usman ay nandun sa lugar ninyo?
Ang totoo po ay hindi naman po sila stationary at saka always naman na ginagawa namin sa level ng CCCH at saka ADYAG yung cooperations and
So
lahat
hindi
po
nyo
ng
alam na
engagement.
nandun sila, si Marwan at Usman? Yun ang sinasabi
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa government forces naman, anong ginagawa ni Marwan at Usman dun sa lugar ng MILF at BIFF? At sino ang tinetraining naman nila doon? Pwede ba kayang sagutin ni General Katapang? O di kaya kahit ng officer in charge ng PNP? Dahil sa lahat ng presentasyon ninyo sa Senado, maliwanag maging sa PNP at sa AFP, nandun si Marwan at Usman within the vicinity of the MILF at BIFF. Sa lahat ng presentation na binigay ninyo dito. In fact, hindi tinatanggi at sinasabi pa ng FBI, kung di ako nagkakamali, napatay na nga si Marwan doon sa lugar na yon.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, yung sila Marwan po at saka Usman, they were hunted down in one place and they were accommodated in that area na BIFF. And in exchange, they are being they are given training.
Sino ang binibigyan ng training ni Marwan at Usman? MILF or BIFF o pareho?
BIFF, Your Honor.
So, they are not training the MILF.
No, Your Honor.
Naniniwala din kayo sa sinasabi ng MILF na hindi nila alam na si Marwan at Usman ay nandun within the vicinity?
We are receiving information but we are not sure.
Pero may informasyon kayo na alam nila?
Paminsan-minsan, Your Honor, we receive information.
Okay. Ganon din ba sa PNP? May duda pa ba kayo na ang MILF ay kinukup-kup si Marwan at Usman?
Your Honors, we have reports that he has been in the place since 2002. And granting, for the sake of argument, he is within the BIFF.
Can you make it louder? Yes.
Yes, sir. Granting that he is within the BIFF area, you'll see, sir, the area that was operated on by the Special Action Force is just a few kilometers away.
Okay. So, walang duda sa inyo na kinukup-kup ng both MILF at BIFF si Marwan at Usman. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. Walang duda rin ba sa inyo na ang tinetraining nila ay parehong grupo ng BIFF at MILF?
Highly possible, sir.
Highly possible. At walang duda sa inyo na MILF at BIF din ang pumatay sa mga kapatid natin sa SAF.
Yes, sir.
Thank
They
you
were
for
the
that.
ones. Yes, sir.
Ang ibang katanungan ko ay to the government forces again, ano? Una-una siguro kay na Peñas, no? Kailan ginawa yung desisyon at sino gumawa ng desisyon not to coordinate with the MILF? Dahil meron tayong supposed to be na kasunduan eh. Opo.
That was included in the mission planning, Your Honor.
Okay.
From among the members of the mission planning group, composed of myself, the Deputy Director, Special Action Force, the Battalion Commander of the 3rd Battalion, the Battalion Commander of the Rapid Deployment Battalion, our
So-
intelligence officers,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So you mentioned both the PNP and the AFP have decided it with the MILF.
The AFP is not included, Your Honor. It's only the PNP.
So only the PNP.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you made that decision yourself being the head of the SAF.
It is a decision that was recommended to the Chief PNP who eventually approved the operation starting in April
Yes.
25, 2014. As I earlier mentioned, Your Honor, this is a continuing operations against Marwan and against Usman.
Naunawaan ko po.
Yes, sir.
I'm not making a judgment. Gusto ko lang malaman. Okay. Pangalawa, who and when was the decision made not to coordinate with the AFP?
It was during the approval of the operation plan, Your Honor, based on our recommendation as included in the operation plan.
So PNP lang din yan.
Opo, Your Honor.
At it started way back nung maybe until the November, di ba?
November, Your
Parang
Honor.
ganon, ha?
The
Okay.
November.
Okay. Ang tanong ko naman sa AFP, dahil nung ako'y nakabisita sa burol ng mga pamilyang namatayan sa SAF, ang reklamo nila sa akin ay bakit parang hindi tumulong ang AFP. At base sa presentasyon naman ninyo, mahigit 10 tawag siguro ang nandito na tumawag si Napeñas umaga, tumawag si General Espina, tumawag si Purisima, at para bagang base sa presentation ninyo, 5:30 na ng hapon nung nakapasok yung AFP o nagpaputok man lang kayo ng white phosphorus. Opo.
Your Honors, Major General Pangilinan, Commander of 16th Infantry Division. Wala pong katotohanan ang sinasabi na hindi kami tumulong. In fact,
Hindi, tumulong kayo.
we
Ang
reinforced,
sabi
Your
nila ay
Honor.
parang napakabagal.
Sa tingin ko po hindi mabagal dahil nung ma-receive ko po ang malaman yung kanilang operations at 6 in the morning, immediately I inquired with all my ground commanders on what was going on the ground. So, I do not have a picture of what was going on because there was no coordination or prior coordination to us regarding the conduct of the operations of the PNP SAF. So,
General, at 6 a.m., did you have already the grid coordinates?
none, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor? At 6 a.m.?
None.
At 6:18 a.m., to be more precise, did you have the grid coordinates?
At 6:18, Your Honor, I was text or I received a forwarded message address if
Please read the text of
the exact text
dated
message.
our time, the 6:18 a.m. of January 25.
Galing kay Napeñas.
Galing kay Napeñas. Can you read that on the record? Because the text would contain the grid coordinates.
At nasa pahayagan na sinasabi, walang ibinigay na grid coordinates. But
Ito
base
po
sa
ang-
presentasyon, it would appear that there were coordinates given, yes.
Your Honor, ito po ang eksaktong forwarded message that I received at 6:18. And I quote,
Forwarded from Purisima.
I do not know if it is for General Purisima because I would like to
Read
exactly,
it.
yes, sir. Quote, for CPNP.
And that is Purisima?
I do not know, Your Honor.
Who sent that? La Peña sent that, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Based on your presentation, the AFP presentation, here on page 13, Napeña sent this text.
Yes, sir.
So can you read the text?
For CPNP from DSAF. Thus, na-engage SAF troops doon malapit ilog 2 kilometers east of Barangay Tucanalipaw, Gold Charlie, 67983, 65714, bandang gitna, going to target, sir, unquote. Which I replied, copy.
So the grid coordinates were clearly known to you as of 6:10 a.m., 6:18 a.m.
Your Honor, yes, I know based on the grid coordinate given me the location of the SAF troops based on the text. But immediately, Your Honor, actually this is a continuing action. The ground commanders also were coordinating with the smallest unit we have based on the pieces of informations that are coming in. They already starting to plan out on how to reinforce the SAF troops.
So, ulitin ko lang ha. Number one, I am not blaming the AFP. And I thank you for your service to the nation. Ano? Para sa akin, ang unang may kasalanan dito ay bakit kinukupkup ng MILF, BIFF, si Marwan at Usman. Kung hindi nangyari yan, walang namatay. Ha? Pangalawa, nagkaroon ng operasyon na. Nasabihan kayo alas 6 ng umaga. Humihingi ng tulong yung ating mga kapulisan. Na yung staff sa pagkaintindi ko ay para sundalong pulis yan. No? At hindi naman bago itong TOT na to. Sa pagkaalam ko, kasi sa tingin natin ngayon dito, itong TOT, ngayon lang nangyayari. Eh, base sa pagkaalam ko, madalas pala mangyari yan.
Your Honor, actually po, ngayon lang nangyari yung sinasabi nilang TOT. Yan po. Wala po kaming tinatawag na TOT sa coordination sa amin within the armed forces. Ang TOT po ay ginagamit ng Air Force. At mas mahigit po, higit po siguro ang Air Force personnel kung ano, paano nila i-explain ang TOT.
Okay. So gusto ko lang sabihin na, Madam Chair, na dahil kulang ang oras natin, kung maagang nakagalaw kayo, nung umagang yon ay palagay ko, hindi ganun karami ang namatay. Yun ang gusto kong ilagay dito sa record ng ating sa Senado. No? Ngayon, ang tanong ko naman kay General Katapang at kay PDDG Espina, nalaman ninyo alas 5 rin ng umaga. Noong linggo, magkasama kayong dalawa, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, sa Zamboanga ng 9 ng umaga. Kasama. Yes, DDG Espina. Were you together?
No, sir. No, sir.
No, you were not together.
I was in Manila.
You were in Manila.
Yes, sir.
Pero nag-uusap ba kayo nung umagang yon?
No, sir. I was talking...
Ni minsan,
No, sir.
PDDG Espina, you
No, sir.
never spoke to General Katapang.
No, sir. I was talking to General Rusty Guerrero that morning. West Mincom Commander.
So, rumekta ka.
Yes, sir.
Okay. General Katapang, sabi dito ni PDG Purisima na sinabihan kayo ng umaga. Is that correct? 5, 6 in the morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ano naman ang ginawa mo?
Nandun na po kami sa Zamboanga noon.
So you were in Zamboanga. Okay.
And then we were already coordinating directly with General Guerrero in as much as we were in Zamboanga for that visit of the President regarding the Zamboanga bombing. And
So you were on top of the situation as well.
first, you must know the exact location of your friendly forces.
Well, there is an agreed coordinate, so that's a location.
But, Your Honor, we are not sure if we fired that white phosphorus
Can-
or
Yes.
live ammunition.
So you're saying, in hindsight, there's nothing you could have done better.
Given this information, we started to plan, Your Honor. Because, very
Yung mga
important.
forces ng AFP doon sa areang yon, ano yung radius? How many kilometers? Sa
They were-
pagkaintindi ko, malalapit lang kayong lahat eh.
Yes, Your Honor, but in as much as we
What
were
is the
not
radius? What is the radius?
5 kilometers, Your
5
Honor.
kilometers lang ang layo. In fact, sa report niyo, naririnig yung putukan.
Yes, Your Honor, but
Wala kayong air asset doon?
we do not. Your
No
Honor.
air assets. Okay. I know my time is ending. Now, one last question. Ano ang role naman ng United States o ng FBI sa intelligence, sa planning, sa operation, sa extraction? Bakit ko tinatanong yan? Meron reward money. Meron nababanggit na mga drone. Meron chopper na dumating. Yung finger ni Marwan, yung index finger, dinala sa Gerald Santos, binigay sa FBI, ni hindi pa nakuha ng litrato ng PNP. Ayon sa salaysay kahapon.
Your Honor,
So
this,
anong, totoo ba may kinalaman dito ang US government or FBI, whatever it is? Pwede ba rin niya ipaliwanag sa amin from the intelligence to the extraction or maybe up to the yung finger, yung index finger na binigay?
Your Honor, we are very sorry to tell you that this is a PNP
Wala kayong alam doon.
operation. We do not
Okay.
know anything about
Yes.
it.
PDDG Espina, could you just explain it to committee? Yes.
I have no personal knowledge on this, sir. I think, if I may respectfully refer it to Leona Peña, sir. They were the ones who conducted the
Okay.
operation.
Yes, please. Yes, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Nung mga bandang hapon, tanghali, na nag-uumaga na yung, Your Honor, yung nag-umpisa yung encounter, then we were receiving reports na may mga casualties yung umaga na yon. I took the initiative na humingi ng tulong doon sa US forces based doon sa Zamboanga to provide us medical evacuation using their helicopter. Because we were then expecting in the afternoon, maggagabi na maiwi-withdraw yung mga sugatan na nandoon sa area. This is in connection with the ongoing continued exercises that we have with the US forces in the fight against terrorism. And they have their own protocol to provide medical evacuation sa mga na-involved na kapulisan natin in the operations against terrorism, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, just on General Peñas, did the FBI know beforehand about these operations?
Your Honor, I have no knowledge if the FBI know about this operation earlier.
Or any U.S. Armed Forces personnel, did they know about this operation beforehand?
It was already during the time that we are receiving information and report that there was casualties that I requested our contact with the U.S. Armed Forces that if they could provide us medical evacuation.
So
Your Honor.
your non-disclosure to the U.S. personnel is part of your operational security aspect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, General Purisima, did that operational security include the non-disclosure of this operation to the Secretary of the DILG, the Secretary of National Defense, and to General Espina?
Your Honor,
Answer
the-
yes or no, please.
Your
Did the matter of operational security issue did that prevent you from also informing the SILG, DND, and General Espina?
Your Honor, that time I was already suspended, and I know that I
No,
was
no.
giving advice to the Director
Yes,
Staff.
you gave the advice, do not inform Rojas and Espina. The question is that part of operational security?
That is part of operational security, Your Honor.
So you did not trust the operational security responsibility of these two gentlemen who are your superiors?
That is stated already, sir, in the plan of the Special Action Force that everybody will be informed time on target, Your Honor.
Was it in the operational plan? Did the operational plan include not informing Rojas, Gasmin, and Espina? Is there anything in the operational plan which says that?
I do not know, Your Honor, but in the...
What do you mean you do not know? Come on.
Your Honor, the plan was presented. It was already discussed with us with the Director Staff, and everything for
discussed with
operational.
you.
Yes, the operational security will be time on target.
Right. And because of that operational security, you made a judgment that Rojas and Espina should not be informed.
That is not a judgment, Your Honor.
What is that? Is that in your plan?
That is no, Your Honor.
Oh.
That is only an advice to Director Staff.
I give up.
Senate President.
Yeah,
I have,
Madam Chair.
just 1 second, Senator Bam. Hearing all of these things, and clearly even in media, you have admitted, Secretary Rojas, that you did not get previous information regarding this. You are still the head of the PNP as a DILG chief. Knowing what you know now, sir, ano po ang pwede ninyong maipayo na dapat mga reforma sa PNP? O kayo po, kung pwede po ninyong ipamahagi sa amin ngayon, ano po ang pwede ninyong sabihin sa Pangulong mga rekomendasyon? Kasi po ganito lang kasimple yon. Si General Purisima ay natanggal bilang Chief PNP, pero nananatili pa po sa PNP bilang pulis. Hindi naman po siya pinaalis dyan. Si Chief Superintendent na Peñas, hindi rin po sumunod sa chain of command kung natanggal na po bilang SAF head. Pero siya pa rin po ay nananatili sa pulis. Hindi naman ako naniniwala sa aking pananaw, no, personal na pananaw na dapat akuin niya lahat ito. Pero sa tingin ko po, dapat may rekomendasyon ang DILG dahil kayo po ang namumuno. Ano pong rekomendasyon ninyo para dito sa dalawang ito?
Maraming salamat po. Malinaw sa akin, Madam Chair, na sa aking pakikipag-ugnayan sa aking counterpart, Secretary Bolts Gasmin, dumaan kami 21 araw sa Zamboanga Siege. Magkasama kami ron, araw-araw. Pinagselosan pa nga siya ng misis ko at pinagselosan din ako ng misis niya, Tita Rodi. Magkasama kami nung earthquake sa Bohol. Magkasama kami, monti kaming inanod doon sa Yolanda. Magkasama kami sa napakaraming mga operation at gawain. So malinaw sa kaisipan ko po, Madam Chair, na kung nalaman ko ito, itong issue ng koordinasyon ay hindi magiging issue. Sisiguraduhin ko, Sec Bolts, mga bata ko papasok sa alanganin. Dapat may gasolina niyang mga helicopter mo. Dapat may gasolina niyang mga armored personnel o tangke o kung ano pa. Dapat kung ano man ang mangyari, nakahanda tayo. So isa yan na malinaw na ma'am, madali maging Monday morning quarterback. Diba? The day after, lahat tayo expert. The day after, lahat tayo malinaw, etc. No? In hindsight, everybody is an expert. Kaya hindi naman ako nagmamagaling o nagmamarunong. Pero ang alam ko is, sa mga maseselan at mga komplikado at mga importanteng gawain, maayos ang koordinasyon ko kay Sec Bolts. Na, Sec Bolts, ganito, ganon. Ngayon,
Secretary Roa, siguro po hiningi, kasi mahinahon po kayo at talagang nakita namin na tinayuan ninyo ang inyong responsibilidad, maski na masakit sa inyo na hindi kayo pinahalagahan sa operasyon na ito. Kaya nga hinihingi namin sa iyo, anong kondemnasyon ang sa tingin nyong nararapat dahil nga dito sa kakulangan ng koordinasyon sa inyo? Sinong dapat managot? Ano po ang inyong irerekomenda?
well, ayoko pong pangunahan yung Board of Inquiry, pero sa akin, sa sentido common, no? Dalawa na nais kong, kung magre-recommend naman ako, doon pupunteriya sa dalawang area na yon. Una, yung koordinasyon. Koordinasyon sa taas, koordinasyon across. No? Meaning, chain of command. Anong magagawa ng PNP organization? 150,000 ang PNP. Kung hindi alam ng namumuno ng PNP, nung araw na yon na may operasyon na ganito kalaki. Una yon. Koordinasyon crosswise, ang PNP po, SAF ito, very trained ito, wala ho kaming helicopter, wala ho asset, wala ho kaming armor, wala ho kaming artillery, wala ho kaming mortar. No? So, ang tagumpay ng isang maselan at komplikado at peligrosong operation na ito ay nakasalalay din sa availability nitong mga other resources na ito na hindi namin hawak. So, definitely, coordination crosswise. No? Yung pangalawang area is yung responsibilities. Si General Napeñas ang siyang officer na siyang namumuno ng SAF. Nagre-report siya nung incumbency ni Director General Purisima nung siya yung Chief PNP. Maaari, nung mga panahon na yon, bilang Chief PNP, may kumpiyansa si Director General Purisima na mapapakilos niya yung buong puwersa ng PNP dahil siya ngayon Chief PNP. nung mga panahon na yon, bago siya nasuspinde. But clearly, siya na nga mismo nagsasabi dito na wala na siyang kapangyarihan nun. Magmula December 4. Siya mismo nagsasabi, hindi na nga siya nakakapagbigay ng order. Advice na lang. So, yung kapangyarihan na yon na pakilusin yung buong PNP, yung kapangyarihan na yon na makipag-usap sa counterpart, head of agency to head of agency, nawala na yon. Di ba? Kung maging consistent na wala na siyang papel dahil December 4 suspendido na siya, sino ngayon ang sumalo ng kapangyarihan na yon dito sa pagbabantay sa kapakanan nitong inilagay natin sa mapeligrosong misyon? So dito bumabalot ho ang aking mga konsiderasyon. Lastly, no. And this is with due respect to the officers of the armed forces, no. Tama po, wala pong koordinasyon. Walang prior coordination. Sinasabi time on target. Director na Peñas mismo inamin yan. Okay. Pero, tanong ko naman po, no? At magalang ko pong tinatanong ito. Wala ngang koordinasyon, pero saklolo na ang tinawag nito eh. SOS na ito eh. Ano ang nangyari sa alas 6 ng hapon, alas 5:48, na nakapagpaputok tayo ng 3 white phosphorus na hindi maaaring gawing alas 2 ng hapon, alas 12 tanghali, alas 10 ng umaga, alas 6 ng, sige, alas 6 na bigla, ganun, walang koordinasyon, alas 8 ng umaga. Alam ko po na merong procedure, may protocol, kung sino man ang pipindot nun na fire, kanyon yun, bomba yun. Ang area na apektado nun, hundreds of meters, no? Na kung magkamali man, mga inosente, mga friendly forces, etc. Naintindihan ko po yun. Ang nasa isip ko naman po ay merong konsepto rin na fire on my location. Sinasalakay na kami. Uubusin na kami rito. We will take our chances na you fire on our position because at least may chance na hindi kami tamaan. Pero may chance na tatamaan yung kalaban namin. Kaysa hindi kayo mag-fire, ubus kami rito. May konseptong ganun eh. You fire on my position na. World War II pa lang, hindi naman ako eksperto, hindi ako nagmamarunong, pero alam ko na merong ganong konsepto. You fire on my position because kung hindi kayo mag-fire, kung walang mangyari, ubus na rin kami rito. So I'm sorry, medyo
Hindi, Secretary Ross, yun nga ang gusto namin eh. Makita kung ano yung nasa sa loobin mo. Kasi masyado mo rin tinatago minsan. Yung, tama po, yung tanong namin dyan sa military, pareho po yung punto natin dyan, na saklolo na po ito. Pero may 3 bagay lang po. Dito sa inyong hanay mismo. Ang nakikita natin dito, grave misconduct, disobeying the chain of command, usurpation of power even. Ano po sa handbook ninyo ang sinasabing kaparusahan sa mga gumawa ng ganyan? In this case, yung 2 po. Ano pong rekomendasyon ninyo? Wala pa po ako nadidinig.
Well, ma'am, nais ko pong sagutin ang tanong nyo. Hindi ko pa nalalaman kung ano yung mga dapat na ipataw o rekomendasyon. Pero ang rekomendasyon ko po ay magsisimula doon sa mga obserbasyon ko na yon. Di ba? I mean, kung ano yung logical conclusion ng mga katanungan ko na yon, at kung wala naman ako madinig na katanggap-tanggap na sagot, ay yung rekomendasyon ko ay patungo doon sa mga konsiderasyon na nasabi ko.
Ano po yung konsiderasyon na yun?
Just to summarize, na yung koordinasyon pataas at crosswise, both sa PNP and sa AFP, National Defense. Pangalawa, kung meron man operation na pinamumunuan ng Chief PNP, nung hindi na Chief PNP si Director General Purisima, sino ngayon ang sumalo nun? Nagkaroon ng gap. Sino ngayon ang makakapagpakilos? Hindi na nga alam nung OIC, di ba? Mag, at pangatlo, doon naman po sa crosswise coordination, okay, walang koordinasyon, hindi sinunod, etc. Saklolo na ito, SOS. So kung sakaling nangyari ulit ito, and by the way, no, binibring up ko ito dahil hindi ko po gusto magkaroon ng hidwaan or split or crack or in any way, any kind of mistrust sa pagitan ng police and AFP because ang concept nga is joint operation. At may mga, tulad nung nasabi ko po kahapon, hindi po natin maiiwasan na from time to time, may mga misyon na iaatas natin sa ating mga uniformadong hanay na mapeligroso. Hindi po natin nais na magkaroon sila ng pagduda. Papasok kami rito, ano kayang rest back namin dito? Hindi po ito na nagsaserve ng warrant dito sa Pasay, sa Parañaque, o sa Metro Manila, o sa... Hindi po, no? Nasa gitna ho ito ng isang area na may mga armed force in the hundreds na hostile. So, hindi po natin nais na magkaroon ng any kind of doubt. And that is why napakahalaga po na malaman natin ito para maging klaro kung ano talaga ang maasahan.
Opo, tatapusin ko na lang po to. Alam ko po you're very prudent and that's also a virtue. But I would like to ask, for the record lang, in this situation, General Espina, kung nakita po ninyo yung mga nabanggit ko, hindi sumunod ng chain of command, misconduct, usurpation of power, kung ano man yan, ano po ang grounds doon sa inyong handbook? Dismissal ba yon? Dishonorable discharge? Yun lang naman ang tanong ko. Tapos pupunta tayo kay General Pangilinan, meron siyang idadagdag.
Kung warranted po by findings, grave misconduct is dismissible as an offense.
So what do you lose? You lose your pension? Do you lose the honorable discharge?
Dismissal from the service, yes. Kasama po yun.
So we will await your inquiry results
Yes,
because then that will be part of the recommendation that your inquiry will take
Yes,
in
ma'am.
case. Okay, General Pangilinan, very...
Yes, Your Honor. Gusto lang. For not even the fire, but not even a reinforcement. Wala pong request. Kaya nga po, ang ginawa ng inyo pong armed forces ay nagkala pa po kami ng informasyon at at the same time, ang aking pong mga ground commanders ay niready ang available forces during that time.
Okay, ma'am. Sabihin natin na tama yung sinasabi mo. Ngunit hindi ba totoo that at 7:28, the commander of the 1st Mechanized Brigade sent to you a text message again on the same subject? Do you have a copy of the text message?
Yes, Your Honor po.
And can you read the text message?
Yes, Your Honor. Ito po ang sinabi ng 1st Mechanized Brigade.
Yes.
At 7:28, Commander 1st Mech sent me an SMS. And I quote, Sir, Superintendent Mangahas updated me sa operation nila. 2 groups nila were still inside Toka engaged in sporadic fires with lawless as of now. My plan is 1. Move Mechanized Brigade with 8 armored vehicles to control and to provide supporting fires sa pin-down SAP. Second, insert Mechanized Infantry and DRC to augment the PNP at SAP extraction point and to provide supporting fires sa pin-down SAP. And 3, utilize 105 artillery if approved by COM6 to disrupt lawless firing at SAP. Pin down as of now at about 500 meters from SAP position. Request guidance, which I replied.
Did you give guidance?
Yes, sir. Here are my guidance.
Sige.
Ang sabi ko po sa kanya, go ang plan 1 and 2, 3, hold until such time we have a complete information or detailed information. Dahil ito po ang kinakailangang malaman kung tayo po ay po kinakailangan po natin.
Ilang oras kayo bago makapag-respond?
Your Honor, while we are getting the informations na dahan-dahan lamang po naming nalaman, kaya nga po tayo ay nag-reconstitute ng forces, the available forces we have during the time to provide reinforcement.
Actually, sir, share your frustration. Hindi kayo sinabihan, tapos ngayon parang kayo ang pinagbibintangan din dito. Naintindihan ko yon.
Yes, Your
Pero
Honor.
saan kayo sa perimeter? Sabi, within 4 or 5 kilometers, correct?
Yung pong 5 kilometers na sinasabi po, ayun po ang pinakamalapit naming
Kaya nga po,
company.
nandun ba kayo?
None, Your Honor.
None, okay. But the people there would have heard. Sinabi nga nila, under threat of fire talaga sila. Wala bang rekomendasyon? Tapos ito may nagsabi, pero mawawala na tayo dito yung pagsalakay nila ng 2:00 ng umaga, oras daw yun ang pagdasal din dun sa mosque. Ewan ko na. Pero, anyway, yun lang po, sa Klolo. Alam ko, naintindihan ko, hindi sinabi sa inyo. Pero, Senator Ba, may dadagdag kayo.
Yeah, Madam, this is my time already, no? Madam Chairperson, no? My 5 minutes starts now, no? Thank you. Unang-una sa lahat, I'd like to thank the chairman for having this hearing. Sa totoo lang po, napakaraming information ang nalilinaw. Marami ring misinformation ang nako-correct, no? So let me begin with asking General Napeñas and General Pangilinan. No? Kasi lumalabas po na meron po kayong mga judgment call na ginawa. Meron kayong mga judgment call na ginawa na umabot po sa kung saan tayo ngayon, no? So General Napeñas, first I'd like to clarify, yung ating pong SAF forces, they're the best of the best. Tama po.
It is not a 100% conclusion, Your Honor.
Oh, but you are the elite in the PNP.
As
Tama
far
po.
as the PNP is concerned, that is true, Your Honor.
Opo. Kasi po may report na linabas na yung pinadala natin mga baguhan. Hindi po totoo yon.
That is not true, Your Honor. The troops that we sent to Mamasapano, they are the best of SAF.
Opo. And they accomplished their mission. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. General Napeñas, yung ating pong mission, after everything that has happened, do you still, ang tingin niyo po ba, it's a valid mission and it's a well-planned out mission?
It's a valid and a very legitimate mission, not only for us, but for all the Filipino people.
Opo.
And tama po yung sinabi niyong pangalawa, Your Honor.
Tama po yung mission. Pero yung pagplano po ng mission, do you still feel that it was a well-planned out mission, considering na hindi po nakapag-coordinate sa iba pang mga ahensya, and what happened?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So General Napeñas, no, kayo po yung nagbigay ng isang judgment call na huwag sabihan ng AFP. Tama po.
Hindi po ako nagbigay ng judgment call na gano'n, Your Honor. Ang nagbigay sa akin ng statement si General Purisima at nakalagay doon sa aming operation plan. Meron po tayo doon coordination table na nakalagay doon na time on target yung pag-inform sa kanila.
So ito po yung nakasulat? Hindi lang po ito verbal?
Yes, Your Honor, nandun sa operation plan. Nakasulat.
Okay, hindi pa
Nakasulat
natin-
sa operation plan na huwag sabihin kay Rojas at Espina?
Hindi po kasama na nakasulat na hindi sabihan si OIC PNP at saka si SILG, Your Honor. It is only the
AFP.
Armed Forces of the Philippines and other units in the ground na nakalagay doon sa plano, Your Honor.
Nasabit nyo na po ba ito, General Napeñas, sa komite?
We will submit it already. I suppose that it was already received by the office of the Honorable Senator Grace po as
Okay.
required
So
yesterday.
nakasulat po na yung AFP, TOT, dun po sa plano.
Yes, Your Honor.
At binigay po sa ito ni General Purisima.
Siya po yung nag-approve ng plano na yun. Noong April pa, then yung November
I
na
see.
operation, Your Honor.
So nung siya'y, hindi pa siya suspendido noon. Okay. So throughout all of the operations po na ginawa ninyo, TOT ba lahat ng mga operation na yon or ito lang pong dulo yung TOT?
Yeah, nag-umpisa ito din sa November, Your Honor, because of what happened nga, yung April na operations, na na-compromise yung operation namin dahil po yung coordination with the 6ID and Mechanized Brigade ay meron po yun yung April 25 na operation. They are supposed to provide us yung mechanized. However, nag-move on the way yung tropa namin. Suddenly, the 6ID commander tumawag through Police Chief Superintendent De Los Reyes, who was then in front of him. Si Police Chief Superintendent De Los Reyes tumawag sa akin na hindi magbibigay ng mechanized assets na sasayo kung igo mo o hindi. Wherein nag-decide ako na i-abort yung mission dahil wala yung mechanized assets.
So kumbaga General, and nasabi niyo rin po ito kahapon, nung nakikipag-coordinate kayo sa AFP, hindi natutuloy yung OPLAN. Pero nung ngayon pong hindi kayo nag-coordinate,
doon nyo po nakuha si Marwan.
That's true, Your Honor.
So, ngayon po na nangyari na po yung nangyari, do you still stand by that lack of coordination na tama lang po na TOT yung ating AFP? Do you still stand by that, or ngayon po na nag-uusap na po tayo ngayon, may 44 po tayong mga kapatid na namatay, do you feel na dapat nakipag-coordinate na lang kayo sa AFP?
I stand with that, Your Honor, because that has been deliberated accordingly during the preparations of the plan and during the time that we are doing the mission planning, because of so many reasons that if we do coordination prior to the AFP, we will be compromising the operations again.
Okay, yun po yung masabi ho nating first judgment, no, na ngayon po pinag-uusapan po natin. Yung pangalawa po ay yung pagtulong ng AFP, no. And I'd like to ask General Pangilinan. Ngayon po, no, pinag-uusapan po natin, pakiramdam po ng ibang mga resource speakers po natin na hindi naging sapat yung tulong po ng AFP. Pagdating po sa boots on the ground, nakapagtulong naman po kayo. Tama po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ito yung sinabi niyong, I approve 1 and 2 but not number 3.
Actually, I did not say I did not approve but rather hold
Okay, pero hindi rin ho natuloy, no, yung number 3.
because there was no request after that.
Okay. So yung 1 and 2, definitely po, yung mga kapatid natin sa Army, tumulong naman po sila sa PNP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And in fact, may na-save kayo na 17 from the 84th Seaborne.
17 unharmed and 11 wounded in action, Your Honor.
So ngayon po, yung tanong na lang, bakit hindi kayo nagpaputok? Bakit hindi kayo nag-artillery? Tama po.
Nag-artillery po kami nung bandang hapon when we have already a clear picture of what was going on. But yung sinasabi po natin, bakit hindi kami nagpaputok nung umaga, it's because we do not have a clear picture, enough information that are necessary in order for us to provide artillery fire support, Your Honor.
In general, yan po that's your judgment.
Doctrinal po yan, Your Honor. Doctrinal.
Doctrinal yan. So hindi lang, you're telling us now, hindi lang yan isang judgment. Sumunod po kayo sa patakaran.
Yes, Your Honor. Isa pong doktrina na sinusunod namin when we are firing artillery fire support.
May
Your
I ask
Honor.
General Katapang if he concurs na doctrinal po yung hindi po pagputok nyo ng artillery dun sa coordinates?
Yes, Your Honor.
And General Katapang, hiningan po ba kayo ng advice, order, or kung ano man ni General Pangilinan, o siya na po mismo yung nag-decide niyan?
There's no need for me to be asked because there's a ground commander in the
Opo.
person of General Guerrero, who is his immediate
Sorry po,
commander.
si General Guerrero, hiningan po ba kayo ng advice o ng order ni General Pangilinan pagdating sa artillery fire?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, the guidance I gave when I was informed by the OIC of the Philippine National Police about the encounter of the Philippine National Police Special Force is for General Pangilinan being the division commander on the ground to provide support.
Opo. At yung, kumbaga po, sinabi nyo, provide support, and then General Pangilinan, nag-decide ka, ito yung support na ibibigay ko, pero itong isa, dahil wala pang impormasyon, hindi ko muna ibibigay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you do not regret that judgment or decision on your part. Hindi po kayo nagsisisi na hindi nyo po naibigay yung pangatlong hiling po ng ating SAF forces.
I am not, Your Honor.
Okay. General Napeñas, alam po ba nung mga SAF forces na walang coordination sa AFP?
Alam po ng mga tao natin, kasama doon sa mission planning, yung mga commanders, kaya alam nila ang coordination sa Armed Forces of the Philippines, time on target, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo po naisip na pag walang koordinasyon, that the risk will be so high na mahirap tayong ma-extract dun sa lugar? Or you consider that dun po sa pagpaplano?
Na-consider po, Your Honor, but we bank on the statement nga po ni Police Director General Purisima that he will take care of the coordination kay General Katapang.
Oh, so you're saying that you expected meron ng coordination? Or, sorry confused po ako. Did you expect that there was coordination through General Purisima? Or ang expectation po ninyo, alam lang nila ng TOT?
I cannot answer yung coordination ni General Purisima kay General Katapang, Your Honor.
Okay. General Purisima, anong klaseng coordination po yung nagawa niyo po kay General Katapang?
Your Honor, on December 19, 2014, I facilitated a meeting of Director Napeñas, General Guerrero, General Pangilinan for a coordination meeting in Camp Aguinaldo. This is to trace out the possible operation. I did not participate in
Opo,
the
opo.
in
Hindi,
the deliberations.
I'm not asking regarding your participation, pero pinag-meeting niyo po sila. Basically,
Yes.
ang sinabi po ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige.
And that is the basis for their coordination.
Okay.
Sila na po magko-coordinate.
Let
on
me
their
ask
part.
General Katapang. I'm sorry to cut you, sir, kasi nagmamadali po tayo sa oras. General Katapang, yung coordination po sa December 19, hindi po yun sapat para sa full coordination ng isang operation. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor. But, however, there was another meeting on December 23, wherein General Guerrero, General Pangilinan, General Peñas, General Magnaye were in 3rd Air Division in Zamboanga to trace out the tactical coordination needed for that operation.
Kumbaga po, General, in general, alam ho natin yung nangyayari, pero yung specific, hindi ho natin alam. Tama po? For the record.
For the record, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So palagay ko po yung dalawang judgment ng ating dalawang general dito is really put into question. General Napeñas, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. I-clarify ko lang po yon. Yung December 19 that they were referring na may meeting doon sa JHQ AP, that was yung AP anniversary. Ang coordination doon, Your Honor, is the use of precision-guided bomb.
Okay.
At nung pumunta kami doon sa Zamboanga, only to find out na wala naman palang ganun na gamit yung Air Force mismo kay General Magnaye.
Okay.
Hindi po yung operations on the ground, yung po ang gagamitin doon sa mission na yon.
Okay.
Dahil doon sa dalawa na failed mission na by boat, naisip na at na-consider na yung gagamitin na yung bomba ang gamitin doon sa target, Your Honor.
Okay. I would like to ask Secretary Rojas. No? At this point po, yung taong bayan, nakikita nila ano ba talaga yung nangyari. The two judgment, ngayon po, magda-judgment naman yung taong bayan with regard to the judgments done by our leaders no, in this operation. Kadalasan po pinag-uusapan ng hustisya. No? But sometimes pakiramdam ko po kapag humihingi ng hustisya, ang hinihingi, vengeance, no? Paghihiganti. Kayo po, nakausap niyo po yung mga pamilya. And later, I will also ask General Espina and General Napeñas. No? Ano sa tingin ninyo ang magbibigay ng hustisya para sa mga namatayan po nating Fallen 44?
Nagsisimula yung hustisya, yung katarungan sa katotohanan. Diba? Nadinig ko yung mula sa mga byuda, sa mga naulila, yung wala silang closure, hindi nila
Ano po yung magbibigay ng closure para po sa mga families po ng ating Fallen 44?
Already malaman nila kung ano talaga nangyari dito. Kasi natural sa isang pamilya, hindi naman nila alam yung detalye ng operations na inaasahan nila na pag na-trouble yung kanilang mister or anak, na ang puwersa ng pamahalaan ay naandyan na sasagip sa kanila. Di ba? So, itong mga katanungan, bakit nga hindi napatakan ng artillery or late na or kulang? Totoo nga ba na hindi nagkaroon ng coordination? Ibig sabihin, effective coordination. Iba po yung pupunta na lang ako sa office ho ninyo, Senador, at sasabihin, hindi pa ako nagla-lunch. Iba naman yung the day before, pupuntahan kita at hindi pa ako di ba?
At may plano, may papeles,
may,
at
may
lahat.
malinaw, di ba? And by the way, may allergy ako ng ganito or ganito, di ba? Yung koordinasyon na time on target, is that maybe that is applicable in certain operations. But in an operation such as this, clearly in a hostile area, surrounded by hostile forces in the thousands, all armed, paano natin makaka-expect na merong aircraft, baka naman nautusan yung aircraft to do some other thing dahil hindi nga nila alam na merong ganitong dapat na paghandaan.
Secretary.
Diba? Yung ibig sabihin ay effective coordination. So, mabalik lang ako dun sa sinabi ho ninyo, Senador, na ano yung hustisya, yung para malaman nila talaga kung ano nangyari. At pangalawa, na siguro sa mga pagbabago sa operational guidelines, sa koordinasyon o sa mga definitions, na hindi na muli mangyari ito, na hindi na muli tayo magkakaroon ng sitwasyon na parang isinubo sa isang sitwasyon na halos mababa or na tsansa ng success, di ba?
Let me be more pointed, Secretary. Ano po yung expectation ng mga families po ng SAF 44 pagdating po sa MILF?
Senator Bam,
Yes.
wind up.
Yeah, this is then I'd just like to also hear from General Espina and General Peñas on this question.
Yung ekspektasyon ng mga pamilya ay kung sino man ang mga namarel, di ba? Sa kanilang mga mahal sa buhay ay humarap sa hustisya,
Humarap sa korte.
sa proseso. Hindi ko nga ma-spelling sa totoo lang, Senador. Dahil dito sa area na ito, wala namang mga nameplate yan, wala namang, I mean, hindi mo alam kung sino yung mga, the firing is at 200, 300 meters away with, so paano mo malalaman? Sinong magtitistigo na ito si Pepe ang siyang bumaril kay Juan sa ganito? Wala kang masosok. So, but I can understand na yun ang kanilang damdamin, but nasa sa MILF siguro, kaya inaasahan natin yung report ng MILF para masabi nila on their side ano nangyari.
I'm sorry, Secretary. I've run out of time now, but I just want to get just one sentence, General Espina. Ano po yung hustisya na hinahanap ng ating kapulisan?
Doon po sa mga kamag-anak ka, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, matagal ko na ho nilagay yung sarili ko sa paan or sapatos ng mga naulila. It was also my guideline sa Board of Inquiry. Kung ako po nasa katayuan nila, gusto ko malaman ang katotohanan kung ano nangyari mula umpisa hanggang huli. Papanagutin kung sinong dapat papanagutin both internally and externally. Sa hanay namin, kung kanino mang hanay, at sa hanay lalong-lalo na ng mga pumatay. May usapin yan eh. Lagi ko nga hong ini-stress yan eh. May usapin tayo pagka nakita mong nagbabarilan tayo, magkakampi tayo, teka muna, hinto muna. Number 2 ho yan. Number 3, which is para hindi na ho nauulit ito, ano ho ba ang leksyong although hindi masyadong concerned to nung namatayan, sa amin ho, ano ba ang dapat nating gawin next time para hindi na nauulit itong ganitong bagay?
Okay, with the indulgence of the Chairman, General Peñas, very quickly po, sa mga tao po ninyo, ano po yung hinahanap po nilang hustisya?
Malaman nila yung katotohanan na nangyari, Your Honor. Magkaroon ng linaw at inaasahan din nila na matulungan sila dun sa mga pangangailangan nila dahil nawalan sila ng mahal sa buhay.
Thank you po. Siguro, Mr. Chairman, as a final point, and I will also ask these questions in the second round to our friends from the MILF. Palagay ko po, napakahalaga talaga na si Chairman Iqbal nandito. In fact, imumungkahi ko po sa inyo, kung pwede nyo, magtanong na ho kayo ngayon. Para before we usually end before 3 o'clock. Sana po may balita na kayo kung kailan sila pupunta dito. Mahalagang-mahalaga po yan. And it is not just confidence-building measures with the government. It's confidence-building measures with the public, with the Filipino people. Mahalaga po talaga na nandito sila. Mahalaga rin na ibalik yung arms, yung mga kagamitan, at mahalaga rin po, if I may go as far, na yung mga pumatay po talaga will subject themselves to a proper investigation and the right justice process with the DOJ. Napakahalaga po niyan, and I really hope that within next week nandito na po yung leadership ng MILF para lahat po talaga tayo dito nagkakaharap-harap, magkakaalaman ng katotohanan, at mas mahalaga po yung mga kailangan managot talaga. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Bam. Senator Pimentel, you're recognized, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board of Inquiry, General Magalong,
do you confirm na meron pong civilian na namatay, na-injure? Hanapan din natin ng hustisya itong mga civilian po.
Tama po kayo, Your Honor. Meron po kami nababalitaan and we're still confirming it. In fact, we have already directed our CIDG regional office to validate the information and get the identity of those.
You have no number?
Wala pa po. Sa ngayon ho, ang nalalaman po lang po namin is 4 po yung civilian namatay.
CHR, Chairperson Rosales, I read that you also went to the area, and do you confirm that there were civilian casualties?
Yes, Your Honor. There were 5, as listed down but of course, it will still have to be verified. That's true.
So let us assume that there are civilian casualties. How do we give justice to the civilian casualties? Secretary of Justice, do we have a law in place to give compensation to civilian casualties as a result of a lawful government operation? Not to and their deaths are not due to their own faults?
There is no law on that. I'm trying to recall. What we have is the Board of Claims with the DOJ, and the Board of Claims apply in case of wrongful prosecution.
I'm not expecting an accurate answer now, but can you study? Can you ask your people to study?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because we have also to consider these civilian
But of course,
casualties.
we can always apply our general law in the civil code, and then there's, there are damages done, and of course death and physical injuries.
But is there ang tanong ko, is there a government program in place where these people or the families of these victims can run to and ask for assistance? Pag-aralan po natin.
Yes.
Apa.
Yes.
And then, ang isa ko pong gustong pag-aralan ninyo, unless masagot nyo na ngayon, meron bang liability yung mga bibili ng armas na binibenta na galing po sa ating mga SAF forces?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which, ano pong liabilities po nito mga bibili
Parang-
ng mga armas na yan?
parang
Gaano po
sa
kabigat
fencing.
ang kanilang penalty?
I don't know the penalty, but we can apply always the provision on the anti-fencing law, etc. And then we have
If we need to study this, or if General Espina has an answer, can we announce this publicly? That those people who are interested in buying those firearms of our SAP people will face the full force of our criminal laws?
Sir, if you possess that firearm that doesn't belong to you, that is illegal possession of firearm. Tapos sa 10591, hindi po pwede mag-possess ng mahaba ang civilian. Kakasuhan po namin yan whenever we catch them.
So at least 2 laws are being violated, no?
Yes.
At least 2 laws, and you can still research and then add, no? So let this be a warning, no? Let this be a warning to all of those who are, gun aficionados or gun collectors or just interested in owning these guns. Na buying these firearms or even getting them for free is against the law. Now, General Espina, can you describe to us what is SAF? What is the relationship of SAF? What is the relationship of SAF to the rest of the PNP?
It is one of our specialized operating units, sir. Ang kanyang specialty, sir, or specialization are yung mga special operations, counterinsurgency, internal security operations.
Is it autonomous, semi-autonomous?
No, sir, it's not autonomous.
So lahat ng kilos ng SAF, alam dapat ng headquarters?
Yes, sir. They are directly under the Director for Operation, which is its immediate supervisor.
So for example, itong operation sa Mamasapano noong January, may gastos doon, di ba? Is the SAF autonomous as far as their budget is concerned?
No, sir.
They hold their money, they spend it, or they request for money?
They derive their funds from the command, yun, sir. They don't have an autonomous money or funds.
How was this funded, this operation?
That's the question yesterday, sir, which I think he could answer.
Police Director Peñas.
Yes, Your Honor, the The operations was funded from the regular maintenance and operating expenses of the Special Action Force. We receive a monthly maintenance maintenance and operating expenses, Your Honor.
So you did not make any special request anymore for this operation?
No, Your
to
Honor.
to give headquarters a hint that something big is going to happen? Walang
No,
ganon?
Your Honor, the funds all came from this PNP Special Action Force. And if I may clarify, Your Honor, if I may read in our police operational procedure, this is in Rule 4, Operational Procedures, Pre-Operational Clearance. No police operation shall be conducted without the approval of the Chief, Commander, Head of the concerned police unit office. A pre-operational clearance shall be filed by the team leader of the operating teams prior to the conduct of the operation and shall be approved by the concerned police unit commander. This clearance shall be submitted to the operations section, the division of the police unit or for records purposes. In this case, it was earlier mentioned already that the Special Action Force is a national support unit and I am the commander of this unit, sir.
What is the significance of that national support unit?
The Special Action Force can conduct operations inherent to its mission. Counterterrorism is an inherent mission of the unit, Your Honor.
Yeah, on your own. Is that how you interpret that? The significance of that phrase? On your own.
At a degree, yes, Your Honor. At a certain degree, Your Honor.
General Espina, because of this incident, are you now going to review this time on target concept and make it clearer or issue regulations to when this can be used and when this should not be used?
Pinakamaganda ho dito, sir, ulitin Ulitin sa lahat ng personnel namin. Meron na po kasi kaming operational procedure and guidelines dito. Like for example, if you move companies, you have to ask permission from the Director of Operations. Ito ho, ang minug dito 400 Dapat po yan kini-clear sa Director for Operations namin for purposes of coordination to everybody. He cannot just move people that much. Paano kung nagkukudeta na yan? May karapatan siya doon. Hindi ho ba, sir, na meron po kaming regulasyon doon nagpagpapaalam.
That's very clear. If you move companies, you clear it with the Director of
Yes,
Operations.
sir.
And yung 400 people, how many companies yun more or less?
Less than 4 full-sized companies, sir.
More
Ang
or
full
less?
size is 120.
So 3, at least, basically 3 plus.
10 companies, sir, ang minove, moving companies.
That kind of movement is in effect moving companies, although you were moving platoon size groups. Pero in spirit, you were by number, you were actually moving companies. Was that clear, Director Rapenes, yung protocol doon? Is that already clear?
That's clear, Your Honor. That's precisely the reason why in November, in the April and November, we had the operation plan approved by the Chief PNP himself.
Mentioning operation plan. You have a separate operation plan per operation. Tama po ba?
It's the same on the operation plan Terminator 1, Terminator 2, and Terminator 3. It's only the name that is different, but the target and locations are the same, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. This January 25 operation, under what name?
Exodus, Your Honor.
Okay, so this must have a separate operation plan.
Yes, Your Honor. It's all the target, as I've said earlier,
Yeah.
the target and the locations are all the same. The situation in the ground are also is the same.
Parang copy-paste na yon, pero it is a different volume, it is a different title, Oplan Exodus.
Nadagdagan po yung strength ng personnel, Your Honor, doon sa
Tama.
Exodus.
So iba talaga. Iba siya. It's a different plan. Even the dates, ibang dates doon eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this filed? Do you file this beforehand?
Meron po kaming file yan, Your Honor.
But only in your office, never sa command, sa general.
It's at the Special Action Force, Your Honor, for purposes of security and secrecy, considering the nature of the mission, Your Honor.
Do we already have, Mr. Chair, a copy of the operations plan?
Yes, it is on hand with the committee, Your Honor, and we will furnish the members with a copy of
And,
this.
To my knowledge, the committee chair informed me earlier that she has a copy. But as the statement yesterday of Senator Honasan, we must first discuss because this is a matter of security, and we should be very careful in having this made public because it can compromise.
Sir, I have no plan of divulging the plan. My question is, we have a
A copy, and
and is
can
it
be made available to the
also
members.
is it protocol or procedure that after the operations there's an after operations report?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we have a copy, Mr. Chairman, of the after operations report? Or did you file one, General Napeñas?
Let me ask if we could just ask Your Honor, the officer in charge of the Special Action Force, because I was immediately relieved after the incident, Your Honor.
In your understanding, upon your relief, it's no longer your responsibility, but it's still the responsibility of the unit to come up with an after operations report.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So may we ask, Mr. Chairman, can we direct the question to the proper person?
May we find out if the acting head or commander of staff is here? General Espina, would you know?
Yes, sir, he's here. No, Litalino.
No, would you know if an after operation report was submitted?
Sir.
Your Honor.
We have a copy, sir. We have a
Yes,
copy.
yes, Your Honor. We just
Okay.
submitted a set of documents this morning.
Yes, we got the copy this morning.
That's all I want to know, that we have a copy. And of course, we can access it. We will not divulge it, the contents to the public, yes. General Napeñas, General Espina, we have signed comprehensive agreements, framework agreement between the GPH and the MILF. I am assuming that the AFP is very familiar with these documents. Is the PNP also familiar with these documents? Do you have an expert within the PNP organization that you can consult as far as these documents are concerned?
Yes, sir, we have in the person of Director Ed Ingking, focal person po namin in all the in this peace process.
So at least, I mean,
Yes, sir, we
so we should also safely assume that the PNP is very familiar with the terms of these documents.
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, the General Napeñas, in the revised joint AFP-PNP operational guidelines, familiar ka po rito, there are two terms, high value target and high priority target. May kaibahan ba yun?
They are all in the same, Your Honor.
And
Yes.
Marwan would be, basta interchangeable yung dalawa.
Yes, Your Honor.
You gave 2 mission updates in Malacanang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong
And,
dates po?
that was in November 30 and January 9. And if I may clarify, Your Honor, when we went to Malacanang in those 2 occasions, I did not request that we will be the one to provide mission update, but instead, when we provided mission update to Police Director General Purisima, he was the one who brought us all the way to Malacanang to join him. Not the other way around, Your Honor.
Noong December 19, December 23, you were talking about precision-guided bomb.
December 19, coordination po, Your Honor, doon sa JHQ AFP anniversary.
Yeah. The O-plan that you had in mind there was a precision-guided bomb, O-plan.
Your Honor, if I may just consult my counsel.
Sige, please.
The precision-guided bomb, Your Honor, is something that we cannot just discuss in the open. And may I request that this was discussed in an executive session, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. I understand. No? But, so for the record, when General Purisima arranged the meeting between PNP and AFP, the names being mentioned are Napeñas, Guerrero, Pangilinan. On the part of the PNP, you were the only one who followed, who attended because of the notice from General Purisima.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi gusto ko malaman who are
However,
the other.
Your Honor, I would like to clarify also that I cannot remember if Police Senior Superintendent Mendez was able to catch up, but he's supposed to join us, but I cannot remember if he was able to catch up on time, Your Honor.
But I want to know the names of the police officers who followed the instructions of the suspended PNP chief. Para maybe you can ask them why they still followed the instructions from the suspended PNP chief. Anyway, last question na lang, Mr. Chairman, to address to the AFP. Don't we have a quick reaction force always in place, even for extraction?
Your Honors, during the time that we were aware that there was already an ongoing firefight between the SAF and the lawless element in the area, kaya nga po nagkaroon ng 3 recommendation yung brigade commander. And yung pong naipadala nating tropa doon na 6 armored vehicles, a section of Division Recon Company, a team of EOD, yun lamang po ang available force natin during the time. Dahil po ang tropa natin ay nakakalat sa iba't ibang area. Hindi naman po lahat ng division ay nakafocus lang dito sa lugar na ito. We cover 4 provinces. 4 provinces ng buong division. So during that time, yun lang po ang available forces that we can muster. So immediately po is nag-reinforce tayo. At pwede po ba ako magbigay ng paglilinaw kanina? Baka ma-misinterpret po ako doon sa kung pinagsisisihan ko yung desisyon na hindi magpaputok. Gusto ko lang pong linawin na kaya hindi po yun pinaputok dahil kulang po ang informasyon during the time. And kung siguro po ako ay nagpaputok, baka mas marami po tayong pagsisisihan sa mga sandaling ito.
And how was General Katapang? I read a report quoting you that you mobilized for extraction of the people. What was did you have a plan how to do it in spite of the ongoing firefight?
Sir, can I answer because I was the commander in the area? Yun nga po ang ginawa nating pagpaplano. So, ang ginawa po ng brigade commander doon sa area was to call the attention of the leadership of the SAF to join him in his headquarters to plan out the extraction. In fact, it was the brigade commander who asked them to come to the brigade headquarters to plan out for the extraction because we do not know their plan, we do not know their locations, we do not know their targets. So yun po ang mga information na kinakailangan naming gawin o kailangan naming makuha in order for us to provide the necessary reinforcement. At yun po ang kulang during the time.
Well, from the answer, General Pangilinan, you also tapped your regular people, so that means you don't have a quick reaction force even for extraction.
Wala po, dahil hindi
wala
naman po
talaga.
kami nakapagplano ng extraction dahil
That's
hindi nga po namin alam yung kanilang plano. Siguro po, kung may coordination, probably I could have mustered more troops, I could have requested for aerial support kung nalaman ko lamang earlier yung kanilang plano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all of our
Thank you,
resource persons.
Senator Pimentel. Senator Cayetano, you're recognized, sir. You may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, before I use my time, I didn't want to interrupt Chairman Po and the Senate President a while ago, but I was the one who brought up about the MILF presence. So may I make this very short manifestation. No? Sir President, I believe in the biblical principle that whatever we sow, we will reap. Kung ano ating itatanim, yan ang ating anihin. Assalamualaikum sa ating mga kapatid na Muslim. And I was told by my friends na mga Muslim na they share the same principle. No? If we plant respect, justice, trust, baka makakuha tayo ng peace. So we are here today because ang gusto natin anihin nga peace. No? But with the letter that we received, Mr. President, I want to point out 2 things. Number 1, the chairman of the MILF negotiating panel keeps saying until fully completed, no? Fully completed yung peace agreement. So may I ask Secretary Deles to communicate with them and ask, does that mean hanggang hindi natin sila binibigyan? Kasi sa BBL, bibigyan sila ng isang Supreme Court Justice, 2 Justice sa CA. Sa bawat cabinet position, meron high-level policy-making technical. Sa COMELEC, sa COA, bukod sa meron silang sarili, meron daw silang isang member. And then they will get 75-25% sharing sa BBL plus another 25% for 10 years sa kanila. So does that mean until that is fully completed, they will not appear or cooperate with Congress, or they will continue to be a revolutionary force? Kasi hindi yan ang understanding namin. Understanding namin, I'll make the manifestation, ma'am, then give it to you. No? Secondly, ma'am, and this is for all of us, I take offense of them not being here kasi tactical move sa kanila to eh. Pinababayaan nila na yung militar at pulis at politiko natin ay magturuan at itong investigasyon para magmukhang kaya namatay yung 44 dahil sa atin. No? Dahil sa militar o pulis o sa atin. Of course, there was contributory yung mga pinag-uusapan natin ngayon. Pero kung hindi nila kinupkup si Marwan at kung hindi sila lumaban sa 44, hindi patay ang 44 ngayon. So that is why I cannot accept that tuloy-tuloy tong hearing na to, tapos sila, they will take their time and then attend later. Diba? Kaya hindi sila napag-uusapan dito dahil wala sila dito. Lastly, Mr. Chair, and again to Secretary Deles, and with your indulgence, ma'am, no? The MILF is now going into areas outside the ARM. They are going into areas even not included, no, sa ARM ngayon, as for their so-called promotion and consultation sa BBL. Pag sila walang consultation, death penalty. Babarilin at papatayin nila yung katulad ng SAF. Pero sila po ay hindi nagko-coordinate sa mga mayors at barangay captains, no? I can confirm that they're doing this in Zamboanga, and I heard that they're doing it in other places, no? Check Jensan, check Davao, etc. In places na close sila sa mayor, they may be coordinating. Can the ADJAG please look into this and also have some coordinating mechanism? Kasi kung may mangyari dyan, nagkainitan, nagkabatuhan, dahil tempers are high there, eh, no? Tapos ang sisisihin na naman ang gobyerno. Sasabihin anti-Muslim. We're not anti-Muslim here. Ang MILF does not represent all of our Muslim brothers and sisters, no? So, Mr. Chair, that is my manifestation, and I will not go to my questions.
You may
with your
proceed,
permission.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I join the Senate President and Senator Recto, who said kanina, na bilib kami at we salute the police and the armed forces. But what we're questioning here is some of the judgment calls of some of the commanders, no? But may I ask Secretary Deles or Dr. Ferrer, Dr. Ferrer, I thank you for your statements that are very circumspect and respectful since this started. But we are in opposite sides of some philosophies or views, no? But at the beginning of the hearing, you said that na-break kasi yung ceasefire, eh. So may I have a categorical answer, if you may, at this point in time? Who broke the ceasefire?
That's a matter for the investigation to verify, but as now, who made the first shot, we cannot really say.
No, but you already made the categorical statement that the ceasefire was broken.
That was the effect, sir.
Well, if they went in for a law enforcement operation, that is not the breaking of the ceasefire.
No,
If
not-
the MILF shot back, then they broke the ceasefire. It is clear from the facts, from all of the reports, that the house of Marwan was not in the MILF camp. It was 500 meters away. So the law enforcers going in is not a violation of the ceasefire, hindi po ba?
That's true, sir. It's a very legitimate operation to undertake that law enforcement operation. I think from the reconstruction of the events, either by the AFP or the PNP, we will note that the engagement between the government and the government staff and the MILF is in another village, in another barangay, which was not the site of the actual raid that was conducted by the 84th
Okay,
DC.
so,
And that
I will take it, ma'am, that what you meant is that the effect is that parang may break ngayon, so you're trying to repair or trying to see kung meron ngang, kung someone broke the ceasefire or if you will decide na wala, no? But anyway, ma'am, is it true that one of the commanders, no, who engaged is Commander Tundok?
That is not in accordance with the facts that we have. In fact, it was Commander Wahid Tundok, together with Commander Ustads Zakaria Goma, who assisted the ceasefire committee to enter the area and break the fighting.
May I ask the AFP and the PNP, do you have the same information? In the news reports and early reports, sabi nila yung Commander Tundok, General Napeñas?
General
Sorry,
Galvez,
General
sir.
Galvez.
Sir, Chairman, Your Honors, I'm the chairman of the CCH, and based on our facts and our dealings with the joint ceasefire crisis team that we have organized, Wahid Tundok and Sakaya Goma was met by the IMT and our team at exactly 11:45 at the house of Sakaya Goma and Kuloy.
The question was kung sila ho ba'y nakabakbakan o hindi. Your answer is no.
No, sir.
So sino po?
Sir, your answer is no because you met them at 11 o'clock.
They were met by the joint ceasefire
Yes,
crisis
but
team.
sir, the fighting started at 5 o'clock. He could have been in the fighting or ordered his men and then met you at 11 o'clock. So the real answer is you do not know. Correct, sir?
General Galvez, sir, can you respond to the question
As
of
to your
Senator Guevara?
information, as at this point in time, hindi. But you cannot be sure that he was not part of the forces at 5 o'clock because it was his men who met them, hindi po ba? It was his command.
Sir, Wahid Tundok is the base commander of 118. The unit that has been engaged by 55th SAC is 105th.
Sino po yung head ng 105th?
Sakaria Goma po, sir.
How about, sir, those who engaged the other staff members?
The other SAP member on 84th, we believe that they were engaged by the BIFF.
So none of the men of Commander Tundok engaged?
I believe on the list that has been given to us officially by the MLF, all of the casualties, the 18 dead and 14 wounded, belongs to 105th.
Yes, that's from the MILF, but not from the military or from the police side.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. May I ask the military and the police and the PNP, do you have any information if Commander Tundok or any of his men engaged?
General Pangilinan, sir?
On the part of 6th Infantry Division, we did not receive any information that Tundok was with the encounter.
Sino po ang nasa encounter sa impormasyon ninyo?
Per on the information that we gathered, it came from the one of base command of the MILF.
Again,
Your
headed
Honors.
by?
Based on our their hierarchy, it is Ustad Sakaria Goma. Your
Goma?
Honor. Yes,
So-
Your Honor.
So you mean ganun po karami ang tao ni Commander Goma na napaligiran niya yung buong 300 na SAF plus your reinforcements at saka yung ibang lugar. So siya at saka yung BIFF lang. Kasi sa presentation na binigay niyo, wala kayong pinakita na lumampas ng 200 yung tao. Panay 100 plus, 100 plus. So kung yung BIFF at saka yung 105th nagsama, 200 lang yon. Pero sabi niyo, napakalaking heavy fire at ano na sila.
Your Honor, hindi po sa amin ang galing na ganun kalakas yung nakalaban ng PNP SAF because they were the ones who engaged.
Sir, sabi niyo, ni-reinforce niyo, sinabi ni General Katapang. Ni-reinforce niyo at sinabi ba't niyo hindi pinasok? Sabi niyo sa kapal na ng putukan, even with the armored personnel carrier, hindi mapasok.
Yes,
Diba?
Your Honor.
So
Malakas
that doesn't jive with what we're saying that it's only 200 men. And then there were different SAF positions. So are we protecting the MILF by saying that it's only the 105th?
No, Your Honor. Wala naman po sigurong conflict doon sa lakas ng putukan. If you will try to imagine yung sabay-sabay na putok ng 200, if it's 200, napakalas na po ng putukan niya.
Sir, 200 sa 3 different locations, di ba? Tapos kayo, 400 kayo sa isang location lang. Yung 300 nila na natira na SAF at saka yung isa pang grupo.
Your Honor, wala pong 400 na...
Yung 300 na SAF na naiwan.
Ay, sa SAP po yun, hindi po...
Yes, pero sinabi ni General Katapang kahapon na ni-reinforce nila. And then they tried to go in, kaya lang nga masyadong makapal ang putukan. So you mean kung sabay pumutok yung mga 300 plus versus kung ano man yung 200 minus yung nandun sa kabila, hindi mas malakas ang putok ninyo?
Ang pumasok po na nauna doon sa area ay ang aming pong DRC, which is a section only.
Yeah. Anyway,
Supported.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Sige, I understand. Baka we're talking about other things, but I will go back to why Commander Tundok is very important, no? But let me go straight, sir, because of the limit time kay General kay COS natin, no, Chief of Staff Katapang. Sir, I'm sorry, I have to ask these hard questions. As I said, no, I'm a fan of the AFP. But yesterday, masyado akong natamaan dun sa statements nyo. So I have to ask you this direct question. Did the AFP, through your command, sacrifice the 44 in order to save the peace process?
No, Your Honor.
No, categorically no.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then please explain to me why in your interviews and your answer to Senator Estrada, you said the order is only to extricate, but do not engage the MILF because we do not want to endanger the peace process.
Yes, Your Honor, that's my statement.
So you sacrificed the 44.
No, Your Honor, because by that time, the CCH or cessation of hostilities were already inside the area.
Yes, but by that time, the MILF was still shooting at the 44. Buhay pa yung marami doon, di ba, at that time?
Yes, Your Honor, but
So at that time na sinabi nyo, you had two missions. Contrary yung dalawa. Save the peace process or save the 44. Ang sinabi mo, makipagsuntukan kayo pero itali nyo kamay nyo sa likod nyo. Because you told them not to engage MILF. How can they get out the 44 and the rest who were there if they cannot engage the MILF?
the instruction was to extricate them. And if
How can you extricate without engaging them? Pinuputukan sila, nakabaksak na sila.
Yes, Your Honor, there was a firefight among our soldiers and the MILF.
No, your command was not to engage them.
But when we were fired upon, we have to fire back. Your
Then why
Honor.
didn't you give that order from the start? Why didn't you give the order na kung kailangan makipagbakbakan kayo? Why did you have to say do not engage them?
It was the ground commander, sir, who was
No, when I
there.
say you, sir, I'm talking to the officers who made that. You gave the same answer when we talked about the air. You said, kaya nyo hindi pinalipad yung mga helicopters, baka akala kasi ng MI na lumulusob kayo. So what? Your men are there and they're dying, and you're thinking kung anong iisipin ng MILF.
No, Your Honor, we were there to fight it out with the MLF.
Sir,
That's
that wasn't what you said in your interviews, and that's not what you said here yesterday. Ano po yung mapa na pinakita nyo kahapon? Hindi ba aerial? Hindi
Yes,
ba
Your
aerial
Honor.
ang pinakita? Di
Yes,
ba
Your
ang SAF aerial din ang pinakita? Bakit po hindi ground ang pinakita nyong mapa?
We have a ground map.
Yes,
Your
but
Honor.
why did you not show us the ground? Hindi ba because sa ground, hindi mo makikita basta-basta? Sa haba, sa ilang kilometro. But when in your air, kita mo. How many fighter helicopters do you have now in the AFP?
We do not have fighter planes, Your Honor.
Fighter helicopters.
Helicopter, sir, we only have a utility helicopter, not a fighter
Yung
helicopter.
inamin nyo na dalawa, nandun sa Zamboanga kasama ni Presidente.
I did not mention about that.
The
Your
AFP admitted that. Nakita ko pa yung litrato, di ba? Was that the is that the M15? I do not know the name. Wala kayong helicopters? Na combat helicopters?
Honor. We have a combat helicopter,
Oh,
sir.
yun na may ibig sabihin. Let's not get stuck with the terms. Oh, how many combat helicopters do you have?
At that time, we have 2 MG.
No, how many have you in the Philippines?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, but maybe about 6 to 8.
6 to 8. How many were in Mindanao?
I think there's about 4 in
Oh,
Mindanao,
isn't
Your
it true, sir? Pag pinalipad mo sa aba, makikita mo kagad saan yung labanan? Even without engaging, you just go higher. Hindi ba totoo? Makikita nyo?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
O, ba't hindi kayo nagpalipad ng helicopter?
Your Honor, there was no request for helicopters.
So, pag sumisigaw ako ng saklolo, nalulunod ako, kailangan ko pa sabihin sa iyo kung salbabida, vapor, or kung paano mo ako sasaklolohin. Pag sinabi ng pin down ang men and SOS na, kailangan pa sabihin sa iyo specifically kung ano ang kailangan na tulong. Nung na-cut off na sila, dahil hindi na sila makapagsalita para sa sarili nila, hindi kayo makapag-usap operationally. You know, ako, I'm a fan of these things. I'm no expert, but I read all of this. I watch all of the movies that. Halimbawa sa US Army, they have a contingency for every single event. Did you have a contingency for that?
We did not have any contingency because there was no coordination, Your Honor.
Yes. In the American president asked them that. Sabi, General, why do you have a contingency for this? Sabi niya, sir, we prepare a contingency for everything. So what if there was no coordination? Nandun na eh. So halimbawa po, yung cellphone na putol. Did you call CIDG to get the last coordinates kung saan yung cellphone?
Actually, Your Honor, there was already coordination on the ground between Colonel General Pangilinan and General Napeña.
Yes, sir. You can answer for your men. I'm not raising my voice against you. This is against the commanders, no? Did they get the location, exact location of the men using their cell phones? Did you, General
Yes.
Pangilinan? Did you call CIDG? Did you get the exact location?
I was given the location, the grid coordinate.
Yes, and then you keep saying, wala ka kasing info, kulang ka ng info, at naputol yung cellphone. Do you know na pwede mong kunin yung coordination through the cell phone companies if you call the CIDG?
Your
Do you-
Honors,
Sir, can you answer directly my question? Do you know that or hindi?
no, Your Honor.
Oh, why, General Katapang, how come the military doesn't know that?
Because, Your Honor, we do not use cell phone during operation. We use military communications.
Why,
during
doesn't the
operation.
Abu Sayyaf use cell phones? Hindi ba nung hinuli, nung tumulong yung US sa cellphone nung gumawa ng Abu Sayyaf? Oh, tumulong sa cell companies, malaman kung sino, nasan sila? You do not use cell phones in your operations. Pero yung target nyo, you can use cell phones. Hindi ba? Alam mo, pag nawala cellphone mo ngayon, General, I can call CIDG, and in 10 minutes, sasabihin ko na saan ka. So nagkakamatayan yung mga nandun, wala man lang pala may alam sa inyo na pwedeng kunin yung location ng cellphone nila. Wala rin nagpalipad ng helicopter. And for the last 2 days, all I've been hearing here is sisihan dahil walang coordination.
Your Honor, indeed, we really wanted to extricate them. In fact, there was, you can see that our forces moved, and there were 3 options that were given, and the armor assets and the men on the ground. But unfortunately,
I have 30 seconds to wrap up, General. So I'm sorry, no? My raising of voice is not against you personally. I'm frustrated with all of this. But let me reiterate. Ang ultimate na may kasalanan dito, MILF. So, Mr. Chair, may I just ask to show this, no? Secretary Deles or Dr. Ferrer, do we negotiate with terrorists? Is it government policy to negotiate with terrorists?
Your Honor, as far as we know, the MILF is not listed
No.
in any terrorist list either by the
Ma'am,
U.S.
that is not
or
yet
the
my question. That is my follow-up question. My first question, do we negotiate with terrorists? What is the government policy?
Government policy is to negotiate with the armed groups who are fighting the government.
Ma'am,
And in this
please
case,
answer my question simply.
I don't think
I
the
will go, I
government
will
has
go
a
to that.
policy
All
to
governments
negotiate with
around the world, policy is not to negotiate with terrorists. If the peace panel doesn't know that, we're in trouble.
Sir, the MILF with whom we are
Ma'am, I'm
negotiating.
not asking about the MILF or any group yet.
But we are not negotiating with terrorists.
Ma'am, I'm
sir.
not asking who you're negotiating with. I'm trying to find out the frame of mind of the peace negotiators. I want to know if the government briefed you on the policies of the Republic of the Philippines. So my question, and may I ask the chairman to direct them to answer, is simple. What is the policy of the Republic of the Philippines? Do we negotiate with terrorists?
I am not aware of any such
Okay, so
policy.
may I put it on record that we are in trouble because the peace negotiators do not even know that we cannot negotiate with terrorists. Madam Secretary, would you confirm that we do not negotiate with terrorists?
That's correct.
Yes, absolutely not.
Okay.
We don't negotiate with
So may I ask
terrorists.
the follow-up question to Secretary Deles or Dr. Ferrer? Do we negotiate with the MILF?
Your Honor.
Do we
that's public
negotiate with the MNLF?
Yes, we had the implementation.
Yes. How about with the Abu Sayyaf group?
No, Your Honor.
How about with the Jemaah Islamiyah?
No, Your Honor.
How about with the Al-Qaeda?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me wrap up this with just showing this now. Can we go to the next slides? Terrorism in Southeast Asia, implications for South Asia. While the MILF, go to the next slide, please. Sige pa. Next slide. Start with the terrorism in Southeast Asia, no? MLF denies links with Al-Qaeda but has admitted receiving foreign visitors at its bases in Western Mindanao, Philippines. Intelligence says MILF links with Al-Qaeda dated back to the 1980s when MILF sent an estimated 1,000 fighters to Afghanistan. As early as 1993, Al-Qaeda may have sent the Afghan Arab Ramzi Youssef, who has organized car bombing in the World Trade Center in the in February that year to the Philippines to teach the Abu Sayyaf terrorists the use of sophisticated high explosives. In January 1995, Filipino intelligence officers have actually been the first to break up Al-Qaeda operation in Southeast Asia. This was the grandiose plan of masterminding Ramzi Youssef to destroy 11 American jumbo jets all at the same time using tiny nitroglycerin bombs or crash them into high-value targets in America like the CIA building complex. He planned also to assassinate Pope John Paul II during his visit to Manila. In 1995, Al-Qaeda apparently running the training camp inside MILF's camp, Abu Bakar, in Maguindanao. During the 1996 to 1998, over 1,000 Indonesia Mujahideen are said to have trained in Camp Abu Bakar. I will fast forward, no, because of the time. Can you go to the next? In February 2002, intelligence agencies of both Philippines and Spain have reported independently of an Al-Qaeda training camp in Indonesia. Al-Qaeda MILF interaction led to 400 to 600 Indonesians trained in 1996 to 2001 within MILF. They referred to the Indonesians as the Indonesian Islamic Liberation Front. Fast forward again. Stanford University profile on the MILF. The International Islamic Organization, IIRO, led by Osama bin Laden's brother-in-law, Mohammed Jamal Khalifa, was used as a financial channel for the MILF in order to procure arms and other equipment. In addition to the IRO, Al-Qaeda and Jemaah Islamiyah also donated funds to the Philippine terror group. Number 4, hypocrisies, lies, and truth sa Rappler, which confirms many of this. By mid-1990s, the MILF allowed Al-Qaeda and its affiliates to groups to train, set up camps in the Philippines that cemented the relationship between the Afghanistan. Aside from JN Al-Qaeda, there were others. Iran's Hezbollah used the same network as Al-Qaeda to funnel money, create front organizations, and recruit people. Institute of Defense and Strategic Studies, ito po sa Singapore. May nahuli po sa Singapore na in 2001, Jemaah Islamiyah. They all admitted receiving training at Al-Qaeda camps in Afghanistan and in the 3 camps, Camp Vietnam, Camp Palestine, and Camp Hudaybiyah. In the MILF's Abu Bakar complex in Mindanao, Al-Qaeda organized and funded training camps on central Indonesian island. And lastly, borders, terrorism, insurgency in South Asia. Beginning 1996, members of the Al-Qaeda-linked Jemaah Islamiyah established training camps in MILF territories. One such facility, Camp Hudaybiyah, was established by Nasir bin Abbas, who would go on to head G. Mastiki 3. Several hundred JI operatives received training from MILF and from succession of Al-Qaeda trainers, including Omar Al-Farouk, who at the time of his arrest, 2003, was the top Al-Qaeda operative in the region. And lastly, the roots of piracy in Southeast Asia. Ito po yung nag-guide ng mga ships, no? I'll shortcut it. They said, Mr. Chairman, that some of the pirate groups in the Philippines are affiliated with the MILF. What is my point here? My point here is we're talking peace to them, but halatang halata na yung si Marwan ay prinotektahan nila. General Katapang, I saw the presentation of General De Leon yesterday. Ang naka-underline yung 24-hour notice eh. But yung line on top of it, that except when it is a high-value target, meaning hindi kailangan. But people are failing to mention, sir, in the PNP, Secretary Roa, sir, nakalagay po doon na obligasyon ng MILF na huwag papasukin sa territory nila ang terorista at kriminal at kung meron, tulungan tayong hulihin. So more than whether we coordinated with each other and more than if we coordinated with the MILF, the bigger question for this hearing, why is the MILF territories becoming the haven for terrorism here in Asia? So let me stop there, Mr. Chair, but I'd like to get a answer from them, whether in writing or in the future hearings, because this will be in the heart of the decision whether to have a BBL or not.
Thank you so much for your well-crafted and supported questions, Senator Cayetano. We will now proceed with the
Your
next.
Honor, can we just say a few words, please?
Yes,
Because certain
Secretary.
assertions were made.
Absolutely, go.
With regard the actual situation between where Marwan was found and the MILF, I think that is subject to investigation, and I understand that when an executive meeting is held, much more on that may be much more enlightenment on that may be given by the MILF, but certainly that is a matter that still requires exactly looking at the ground. With regard what was presented, I think everyone will know that Camp Abu Bakar, which is the camp that was mainly mentioned as having been the place where these things happened and was the haven, that Camp Abu Bakar has been in government hands since 2000. After the capture of Camp Abu Bakar. And that when peace talks were resumed in 2003, this was a very explicit demand, the disavowal of terrorism. So what had happened before that is subject to records and documentation, but before talks were resumed in 2003, this was a clear demand which was monitored by the Philippine government, by our intelligence, as well as international agencies. The policy decision of government to negotiate with the MILF since 2003 has always been accompanied by dependable, rigorous Philippine intelligence. And certainly this will not be allowed. And every time terrorist acts may have been seen as possibly being associated with them, certainly this has always been raised. And the continuation of peace talks with the MILF has always been fully coordinated with our intelligence units. And what the reality is also is that we have come to this point of a comprehensive agreement where the MILF agreed to go through a legal legislative process, fully understanding what that means. And I think you will see the statements that have been made by the MILF of the full respect for the Congress in its legislative prerogative. And that there would be a transformation, and all of those actions are happening now. That includes the decommissioning being put into place where there are targeted actions that you will see within the next month, as well as the preparation of the MILF to fully transform, which will include the building of a political party. The ceasefire has been holding no single skirmish in the last 3 years because of the ceasefire mechanisms, and compare that also with what has happened in the past, even in the attacks that were made in 2000, where bodies could not be extricated. The whole story, the documentation could not be done for days, and now in 24 hours, you had the statistics on the ground. And you have the MILF now say, yes, they are coming. They are facing the Senate. They are just asking for a little bit more time, and certainly we fully respect the Senate in saying it needs to be sooner, it needs to be now. But they have said they will come. They have not said they will not come. They have also been coming to the Senate and Congress with respect deliberations on the Bangsamoro Basic Law through the BTC, the Bangsamoro Transition Commission, which is the body that they had that drafted that law. So, Your Honors, I just need to put these things on the ground. There is a history. Every armed group in the world that has fought long and hard have had flirtations, you can say, with terrorist groups. But the reality is, since 2003, closely monitored by our intelligence forces, there is no evidence that there are institutional links, and I think our own CCCH will verify that there have been many occasions of cooperation where they helped in the interdiction of lawless and terrorist elements that were found within your communities.
Madam Chair,
Thank you,
just a
Your Honor.
manifestation, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Cayetano.
Just because kung sa susunod round, but I won't ask questions, but just as a manifestation rejoinder. Number one, Marwan Ma'am has been with them for the last 4 years. 2006 pa lang, associated na siya kay Umbra Cato. Pero every time na ang SAF mag-coordinate, kahit sa iba, nakakawala siya. Okay? Ang bahay niya ay 500 meters lang dun sa commander ng MILF. So let that speak for itself. No? Pangalawa po, yung sinabi po, wala na yung Camp Abubakar. Yes. Pero yung links po at saka yung kay Marwan, 60 po ang naturuan niya at in and out pa rin ang iba't ibang mga grupo. Ang BIFF at MILF po, wala pa akong nakakausap. Baka mamaya kung may second round, tatanungin ko sa mga militar at pulis. Pero on the ground, yung SAF, yung mga pamilya, yung kanilang mga classmates, mga retired, ang Taguig ay home of the military and police. Wala po pang ni isa nagsabi sa akin na ang BIFF at MILF ay magkaiba. Lahat sila sinasabi, iba lang commander pero sila din. And sabi nila, that's why it explains that the ceasefire is holding. Because ang style ng MILF, ang BIFF ang paatakihin. That's why in 2008, 2012, 2013, may skirmishes at may mga raid. Pero hindi daw MI yun, BI. Eh ang si Umbra Cato, nandun din lang ang base niya eh. Eh siya ay fugitive from justice, bakit hindi sinusuko ng MILF? Bakit hindi natin sinusugod si Umbra Cato? So I admire Secretary Deles, your want for peace. But MILF has to want it also. They have to give up also their being revolutionary. Pero pinapatay nila ang mga polis at saka mga militar natin, tapos sasabihin nila, we want peace. So anyway, Madam Chair, I'll stop there, and I welcome this debate anywhere and anytime. But I will stand pat that right now, no, the reason we are here and the reason why we are mourning is because of the MILF and how they cuddle terrorists.
Your Honor, may I just suggest an executive session with the CCCH to provide more light exactly on the relationship between the MILF and the so-called terrorists.
Ma'am, I object to that. Why can't the public know what the relationship is of the BIFF and MILF?
Madam Chair, point of order. Senator Cayetano merely made a manifestation not asking for any answers from Secretary Deles. And besides, I don't think the MILF is here to speak, and I don't think it is right, and I will not sit down and listen to it. For the GRP panel to be the one to speak for and in behalf of the MILF on this issue. Let them speak up and defend themselves when they come here. And they are coming here, ma'am.
No,
But,
Your Honor,
forgive me, ma'am.
Your Honor, I spoke not on behalf of the MILF. I spoke on behalf of the peace process.
I know, ma'am.
A policy that has been adopted by government, and I am just saying that that policy was done fully informed by our full intelligence
When I say
capacity.
speaking in behalf of them, ma'am, you were talking about what they will do, what they have done. Let them say that, ma'am. That is all, Madam Chair, and maybe proceed to the other.
Thank you,
interpreters.
Senator Escudero. and
Because,
Chairman.
ma'am, we have to be able to realize also how much they want it. We see that you really want it, but we want to hear it straight from them. Sir, from the MILF, you have some additional comments.
If I may be allowed, Madam Chair, Your Honors, to make some manifestations. I don't know. I am not intending to respond to the. I have high respect to Senator Cayetano po and to all the members of the Senate, but I just, on my personal responsibility, personal obligation, and
Sir, you're making this personal comment. You mean this has nothing to do with any official recommendation by the MILF?
no, it's my response as a manifestation that to respond to the presentation.
So it's an
or,
official response, as you claim. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you po, Madam Chair, Your Honors. Una po, hindi po kami terrorists ang MILF. We have been fighting terrorism in all forms through the peace process. Yung mga allegations po ng Maria Ressa has been responded to. There has been manifestations, the declarations of the MILF for that matter. At na-clarify naman po ito sa lahat ng concerns. Well transmitted yung mga response ng MILF ng leadership ng MILF, ni Chairman Salamat no, ni Chairman Murad, to the may masulat po sa US government through the USIP, US Institute of Peace, and subsequently po kay President Obama, denouncing all these allegations and all these accusations and cuddling imputations against the MILF. At iyan we translated po into actual actions in the peace process po, Your Honors. Ang dami-dami po kaming ginawa, kasama po ang police, kasama po ang AFP, ang dami po namin ginawang verifications, and even we provided all the spaces and cooperations to do, to allow the peace process to undertake its course to address this situation po, ng allegation po sa amin. At marami po kaming sa level po ng CCCH na we have been doing all of this sa mga proseso po ng peace process. Pangalawa po, Your
Sir,
Honor,
pwede ba kaming bigyan ng kopya ng mga operasyon na natugis ninyo kung sino man yung mga terorista na binigay ninyong impormasyon sa pulis?
Opo, Your Honor,
Hihingi po
Madam
tayo,
Chair.
and if you want it as a confidential report, we will assess that, sir.
Opo, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
And if I can just continue last point po. Wala na po kaming kaugnayan sa BIFF. Sumaparate na po sila. Hindi po sila naniniwala sa peace process. At kami po ay committed po sa peace process. We will not sacrifice the 17 years, more than 17 years. Naghirap po ang tao namin, ma'am. All my life, pinanganak po ako, martial law. Ayoko pong mawala itong opportunity. And I respect and I have commended the President in the two statements that he had. Hindi po tama na ngayong point na ito ay mawala pa itong opportunity ng peace. And we will act accordingly, we will respond accordingly, and we thank so much Secretary Deles and Professor Ferrer for keeping the faith in the peace process. Maraming salamat po, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, I will not respond anymore, but with your permission, I'll just issue a challenge. Sige po, i-prove nyo. Kasi lahat po ng militar at police on the ground, sinasabi, pareho lang BIFF, MILF. But sir, I also have great respect for you and I appreciate you being here. So ito na lang challenge. I-surrender nyo sa amin si Umbracato at ipakita nyo kung ano ginawa nyo sa mga police at militar na pumasok sa area nyo, gawin nyo rin sa BIFF. Katabi nyo lang ang kampo ng BIFF, hindi nyo ginagalaw eh. Pero pag militar o police ang pumasok, pinapatay. So, prove me wrong. And I will be man enough here to say that I was wrong, that MILF has turned it back on terrorism. Pero habang kinakandong nyo ang mga katulad ni Marwan, ni Usman, and ngayon si Umbracato, you know, as the chairman said, I will stop by quoting Chairman Grace po. Action speaks louder than words. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Now we will proceed with our next senator who will ask her questions. Senator Villar will waive her time, and we will now proceed to Senator Pia Cayetano.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, may I make a manifestation which will not be counted on my time, as everyone has been doing, just to make that clear? I will proceed and not react to that. Madam Chair, colleagues, good afternoon to everyone. We all note that all the top military and PNP officials are here, and I recognize and I honor you for coming here voluntarily. So are the members of the cabinet, and we thank you for candidly answering questions for more than 5 hours yesterday, and I suppose going on 5 hours also today. And yet, sadly, we do not have Chairman Iqbal. No, I'm familiar with the letter that he has sent, and yet I must express my dismay that it required the chairperson of this committee to point out that this is an official proceeding of the Republic, that invitation have been sent, and we did not even get a courtesy of a response as to what was the answer of the Central Committee until the chair had asked, how come we don't have a response? So we did get a response today, and that basically tells us that Chair Iqbal will come at a later time. And again, we also thank him for that. But again, I also express my concern that this is also an official proceeding. We have timelines. We cannot go by MILF's timelines. This is the Republic of the Philippines, not the Republic of MILF. So the timelines are set by this committee. And that is why I feel that for MILF chair to come when they deem it convenient for them is already a disrespect for this committee. Having said that, I also would like to express my concern on the request for a executive session. These members of the armed forces and of the PNP and of the cabinet have come here voluntarily, have basically shown the whole world our faults, our shortcomings, have been criticized in public. Personal yan sa kanila dahil these are titles, these are rankings that they have worked for, and they allowed themselves to be criticized, to be questioned by non-military personnel such as me, for which I thank you for. And yet their counterpart, the MILF, will be questioned in private. Parang hindi ho tama yun. Hindi ho tama na lahat ng tanong, lahat ng pagsisisi, nababali natin. Dahil sila po ay nagbigay galang sa ating committee. Hindi ho tama yun. So yun ho ang aking nais iparating sa committee na to, na iparating din ng ating peace panel that it is not fair. This is not fair playing ground even now. It was not fair on the field, and it is not fair now. This is not how we proceed. So I feel very strongly about that, Madam Chair, and I hope the committee will take that into consideration when they review the request of Chair Iqbal for an executive session. On that note, I would also like to put on record that I have followed with dismay and frustration the response of MILF on the return of the firearms and the personal belongings. It has taken 15 days, more than 2 weeks. Nalibing na po ang ating SAF 44. Siguro po nalibing na rin ang mga MILF na nadamay at ang mga civilian para lang sagutin na ibabalik ang government property. 15 days! This is who we are negotiating with. I was part of the group that went to Spain para pag-aralan ang autonomous region nila doon para bigyan suporta ang BBL. Pero a delay, sabi nga nila, justice delayed is justice denied. How can we proceed this way? 15 days to confirm that they will return official property, 15 days to honor the dead by returning the cell phone, which is the only thing that a mother or a wife can look at. Wallets, pictures. I have so much respect for those who have spent their time on this peace process, but also respect what has happened today. What has happened in the last 15 days. We're basically saying that none of these things matter except the signing of the BBL. That is the message that many of us hear, that many of those in the public hear. And that is not the right message. Yes, peace should be pursued at all costs. But what will the process be? So let me now proceed with my questions, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think most people know, but let me put it on record, that I have absolutely no military training. I have never been in combat. And I don't feel I have the right to ask you any technical questions. But I am a female senator elected by the public, so I will ask questions that mothers, that wives would want to hear. So let me direct everyone's attention to the AFP report, wherein there was a timeline. And I read, these are based on my notes already, no? At 5:42 a.m., Director Napeñas called and asked if they can be provided if they can be provided with assistance. There's many other things happen between 5 a.m. Let me jump to 11 o'clock, 11:08 in the morning. And the text message was, the pinned down SAF group is just 1.2 kilometers away from Highway Mamasapano, and the nearest SAF team is 700 meters from the highway. In other words, 500 meters na lang ang layo nila dun sa nangangailangan ng tulong. I do not understand as a civilian why between 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. and then let me now jump to 5:30 p.m., which is the next text message that says there is now movement in the area of conflict. So there's 500 meters, and all that time, wala tayong magawa. I know that is technical, but somebody has got to explain this in non-technical terms so that mothers and wives, parents will understand bakit hindi nasaklolohan. May I direct the question from someone in PNP and then someone from the armed forces, and perhaps Secretary Rojas, because it was his response earlier today that also helped give me a better understanding. In fact, to make it simple, I'll ask my next question and then just answer it together. Yesterday, paulit-ulit kong naririnig yung time on target. First time ko marinig kay Secretary Rojas yung fire on location. Meron palang order na ganun. And so I asked my seatmate here, Senator Honasan, a graduate of PMA, to help me understand who gives that fire on position ba? O whatever it is, somebody please clarify. Understand who gives that order or request na, sige na, bombahin nyo na kami, baka nga meron sa aming mabuhay, baka halos lahat kami mabuhay, kesa sa wala. Who gives that order? And my seatmate here, who was the baron of his class, humbly tells me, I'm not the expert, Pia. But he understands it better than I, and he said that that should all be in the operational plan. Hindi na to dapat pinag-iisipan pag nandun na. So help us understand. I also submit that there is the Board of Inquiry that said earlier that they are simply presenting the facts and the analysis will come later. I respect that, but just help us understand for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senator Cayetano. On the fire on my position, there was no order, from what I understand, there was no order that was given, but it is a concept that is accepted and discussed, no? That in crucial, dire, desperate situations, ground commanders have been known to ask for fire support, whether by air or artillery, on their own position, because they are at risk of being overrun. And by being overrun, they will either all be killed, and so the concept is, paputokan nyo na kami, kasi at least kung naka-foxhole kami or nakahukay kami ng kung ano, ay baka may chance na ma-save kami kaysa ma-overrun. I did not go to PMA, I don't know. But I know that that concept does exist, and rightfully so, that request will be made by the ground commander who is at risk of being overrun. Because in effect, it's almost like asking for an experimental drug sa cancer, di ba? Bigyan nyo na ako ng experimental drug kasi kung hindi nyo naman ako ibibigyan itong gamot na ito, mamamatay na rin lang ako sa cancer eh. Diba? So ibigay nyo na sa akin. Parang ganun yun eh. So the only person that can make that decision is the person concerned. No? So it would seem to me that the person who can ask for that is the commander on the ground that is at risk of being overrun, which would be the in this case the 55th. Again, no, hindi ko po, you know, in hindsight everybody's expert. Di ba? Hindi ako nagmamarunong dito, no? Parang yung Monday morning, everything that happened on Sunday, parang anlinaw-linaw. But at that time, we don't know. The only reason I brought that up is because nung nagkaroon na ng grid coordinate, tanggap ko na merong doktrina, yung AFP, na it's not just important to say where you are, it's also important to say nasaan ang kalaban. It's also important to say ano ang layo, no? Because may mga distances yan, no? Ganun pa man, kung ganun ka-desperate yung situation at hindi ko alam kung ano yung communication na nangyayari between the command posts of the SAF and the command post of the AFP, between the commander of the 55th and his command post. Hindi natin alam yung ano yung mga komunikasyon nun. But it would seem to me that could have been a possibility. Wala na silang, excuse me lang, let me just check my facts. No? At the time. Okay. As I said po, Madam Chair, everything is clearer after the fact, no? The survivor of the 55th, si P.O. Lalan. Yung ranko is PO2 Lalan, said na naubusan sila ng bala. But know that we only know that after he was recovered na. Diba? Hindi naman natin, yung madali magsabi, wala na silang bala, kaya better na patakan na sila ng artillery. But we only know that from PO2 Lala now na nagre-recount siya na naubusan sila ng bala. No? So, yun lang ang point that I wanted to bring up at that time. No? For example, had there been communication, although that's not established, I want to be very clear. No? Maingat po ako rito because nakasalalay po rito yung tiwala ng ating uniformadong hanay sa isa't isa. Diba? So we have to be very, very careful. No? So had we known at that time na merong ang ganong komunikasyon, wala na kaming bala, naubusan na kami ng bala, at that time, then judgments could be made na, diba? But wala namang ganong komunikasyon. The fact that naubusan sila ng bala, we only know now.
Comment, no? Both of us are civilians.
Yes, ma'am.
So tayo, hindi natin alam kung kailan maubusan. Pero I would think these people here have an idea. If you've been firing for 12 hours, I think you have an idea of how much ammunition these people have. I can't make that judgment. I'm assuming that somebody there should know, even if you don't get that call na wala na kaming bala, they would know na there's been non-stop gunshots for 6 hours. It's now the 12th hour. Wala na siguro. I'm just saying, no? And that's why I said I'd like to hear from Secretary Rojas, who like me is a layman, and explains it in ways that I can understand better and the people in general. Pero marinig din natin dun sa technical and then try natin i-interpret in a non-technical manner.
Kaya nga ma'am, ang talagang mahalaga na yung testimony ng bawat isa na kinukuha ng CIDG at saka yung text record, mga record ng text at mga komunikasyon ay makuha para malaman talaga what did they know. No, it's clear that as of 6:06 something in the morning, the grid coordinate was already given. Now, is that sufficient to fire the artillery or not? I don't know. The AFP has a protocol. The question would be, an interesting question would be, what did they know to allow them to fire the 3 white phosphorus rounds at 16:30? And how is that so different from 0600 in the morning versus 18:30 ng hapon? 18:30 ba? Or 15?
Yes, 18:30.
5:45? Sorry, 17:45. No? Nung 17:45, nakapagpatak sila ng 3 white phosphorus. So what were the conditions that allowed them to do that that was different from the morning portion, di ba?
I can only surmise that patay na mga bata natin, tirahin na natin kasi baka may mabuhay pa, and by then it's too late. As I said, I can only surmise because I don't have the technical expertise and I wasn't there.
That's why, ma'am, again, even after the Senate hearings, we will be going through this so that in fact we can really improve and refine. Ano ba ang protocols na I think that General Pangilinan was raising his hand, Madam Chair.
Yes, well, as I said earlier, I wanted to hear from PNP and AFP, so maybe, I don't know if General Katapang or Pangilinan would be in a better position because he's on the ground, so whoever can give us a more clarity.
Okay, go ahead, General Pangilinan.
Madam Chair and Your Honor, malaki po ang pagkakaiba yung sitwasyon nung umaga at saka nung hapon. Nung umaga po is wala kaming clear picture, kulang pa kami sa informasyon ng location ng ating friendly forces, yung location ng kalaban, yung location ng mga civilian, ng mga community, kung anong klaseng lugar. Nung hapon, meron na po tayong kumpletong informasyon kasi is nakagather na tayo ng information. Ulitin ko lang po yung sinabi ko kahapon.
Sandali lang, sir. Pwede lang para lang mas maliwanag para sa akin, ano? Yung SAF ba na nandoon, familiar sila sa territory such that kaya nilang mag-relay ng specific na information? Kasi that was one of the issues na hindi daw ganun ka-familiar ang SAF na yan dun sa territory. So, can you comment on that?
Hindi ko po masasagot yan dahil sila po yung nag-conduct ng operation. But as far as communication is concerned between the SAF that is being engaged and the command group where I am staying, wala po kaming contact.
Let me go now then to General Napeñas, no? Did they have enough training in the area to really be able to give those coordinates? Or
Yes, ma'am. If I may, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, they have the familiarity of the area because we have reconnaissance personnel who have been moving in that area before because that has been already done as early as November 29, then the next one was December 13, and then January 25. As to the statement that Jar Pangilinan was saying that they don't have the location, if I may, as early as 6:22 that they were saying that the SAF troopers, they forwarded already the location. At 7:53 in the morning, I sent a text message to General Talino. Ito po yung contents ng text message. Kasi during that time, si Police Chief Superintendent Talino was already with the brigade commander of the Mechanized Brigade, 7:53 in the morning. Noli, location of SAP troops, grid coordinates 68006, 65717, and 68234, 6506, 65056. Nasa paligid ng first grid coordinate mga kalaban and tuloy pa rin heavy firefight. Baka pwede hinging artillery support. The response of Police Chief Superintendent Talino to me and that morning, Sir, as of now, nega daw muna artillery at baka may mga civilian at mga bata. Nag-commit ng 6 armor at about 50 infantry. I sent a text message also to the brigade commander at 8:39. Hiner, that's the brigade commander of the Mechanized Brigade, ma'am, Your Honor. Hiner, good AM. Ito location, marami kalaban. GC 688663, request and direct fire. Wala mga civilian doon kanina pa. Our personnel who are deployed in the field, who participated in the operations, they have the geographical positioning system, a minimum of 3 per unit. That's why if they were saying that they cannot pinpoint with accuracy their location, I beg to disagree, Your Honor, because they have been provided already the grid coordinates and the locations of the enemy, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can we bring the can you continue and kindly respond to that because there are two separate messages that that were sent with specific details?
Yes, Your Honor. Kaya nga po, pinapaliwanag ko, kulang po yung data. Alam niyo po ba na nalaman namin na may 84th sack pala nung hapon na? Hindi po namin alam na may 84th sack. Yung 84th sack nga po is nalaman namin nung hapon na after we gather all the information. In fact, we do not even know na 55th sack yung naengkwentro. We do not even know na may 46 sack pala. Meron palang 45th sack. And we do not know the locations of those friendly forces. So napakahirap po na mag-decide ka na magpa-fire ka ng artillery, this is a bomb, and you do not know kung saan po yung specific na target. Kaya po nabanggit ko kanina na kung pinagsisihan ko ba yung judgment call that time, hindi po. Kasi baka po kung nagpaputok tayo nung mga oras na yon, mas marami po tayong casualties o baka mas malaki po ang problema na kinakaharap po natin ngayon. Yun po ang gusto kong ipaabot sa atin. Dahil sa kakulangan ng informasyon na hawak namin during the time, but babalik na naman po ako sa sinasabi ko, if we have a coordination prior to the conduct of their operations, we could have prepared better and we could have provided them the support that they needed. Hindi po namin kasi nakita yung kanilang concept of operations. Hindi po namin alam yung kanilang dinaanan. Only, nung ma-present na lang po dito ng CIDG, na nalaman namin, o probably kayo din po ay nalaman ninyo, yung pagkakataon na yun, nitong nag-present na lang. And during the time ng enkwentro, wala po tayong picture na ganon. At napakahirap po na mag-imagine ng area of operations.
Madam Chair, I have been given a slip that says my time is up. I think this discussion has not ended because if I was your boss, I would simply say to you, mag-usap kayo. And it's as simple as that. I mean, I can ask you so many more questions, but it's just very clear that you didn't communicate the way you should have. My last set of questions, I will no longer ask because my time is up, but I just want to put it on record that it is for Mr. Ladyasan, the MILF CCCH. I'll ask it in the next round, but it's basically to shed light because you're the only one who has come here to provide information on your end. No? And I'll ask at the next round of questions. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the resource persons.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, Secretary.
Just one sentence po relative to the statement of Senator Cayetano na mag-usap sila. Precisely, yan po ang guidance ng Pangulo eh. Di ba? Kasi you cannot every minute, you cannot eh. Kaya dapat ang guidance ng Pangulo, sino man yung kaharap niya, is yung koordinasyon. Siguraduhin yung koordinasyon. So I just want to point that out, that the observation of Senator Cayetano is precisely that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Thank you for your insight, Senator Cayetano. Actually, a lot of it also is common sense and what women actually feel, and sometimes we're drowned by all these technicalities. I would like to remind also the senators present here today that we have a representative from the local government. What really happened in the barangay. Perhaps you might have forgotten that we have Mayor Datu Benzar, who's present here today. If you have any questions about the proper, what really happened, when did they start noticing our forces coming in,
Madam Chair,
the composition of that
maybe you can
area.
just ask if our colleagues will allow to just let him narrate what he knows. I think, I mean, we would all have that concern, whether you do it now or later, but I would love to just hear his narration.
I think
Madam
the
Chair.
next to ask the question is Senator Lauren, if she will allow that.
I have my questions. May I proceed? Yes.
Yes, go ahead. Yes,
that,
yes,
that
ma'am.
could be part of it.
Oh, okay.
Yes. It's my
All-
time.
All right, but
Yeah.
we will just request the mayor to bear in mind already, if you can tell us the composition. Ano po yung composition dun sa area ninyo? Totoo po ba na dito yung BIFF, na malapit lang yung MILF, na dito sa gitna nagtatago itong sila Marwan, kaya hindi masabi. So, yun po yung maaaring tanungin. Go ahead, Senator Legarya. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. It is very clear that this fact-finding mission of the Senate and all the others is meant not to put blame on anyone because nobody wanted this to happen. Not the MILF, definitely not the peace panel, not the SAF and their family, not the PNP, not the military, no one. And so that is the premise of my questions, which I will ask of the PNP, the SAF, and the AFP, and those present here today. My first question is, who is the sponsor or the author of this Intel project? And where did the funding for the COPLAN come from? Maliwanag po na meron tayong chain of command, hindi ba? Bilang MNSA, yan ay MNSA 101, hindi ba ho? Sa AFP or sa PNP. And this chain of command is the only mechanism available that ensures that any given mission is accomplished regardless of its results and makes everyone along the chain accountable and responsible for their actions or their inactions. Kaya ang simpleng tanong po ng isang estudyante ng National Security at graduate ng MNSA ay, dahil ang chain of command ang bloodline ng ating organisasyon, PNP man or AFP, sino po ang author or sponsor ng IP na ito? At alam natin ang Intel project ay marami pong COPLAN, di ba ho? Minsan isa, minsan 100. Ang tanong ko po, sino ang author o sponsor ng IP? Ilan po ang COPLAN? At ito ba'y sinunod? Maari pong malaman mula kay Ginoong Napeñas at kung sino pang gusto pong sumagot. Thank you.
Your Honor, the intelligence project, as you were saying, is not within the scope of the Special Action Force. We are just the tactical unit who did the operation, and we did the mission planning, and we did the operations, Your Honor.
Maliwanag na kayo po ang nagpatupad ng tactical planning on the ground. Base po sa anong Intel project?
Base po doon sa Intel packet na ibinigay ng intelligence group, Your Honor.
Intel group pa ng PNP SAF or Intel group po ng ibang organisasyon?
Intelligence group po ng PNP, hindi po under ng SAF yung intelligence group na yun.
Can you kindly clarify to us what this operation was called and who is the author of this project?
As I've said, Your Honor, I am not a privy of the intelligence project that was made. It is the operations, the tactical operations that we are the ones primarily involved in. We did the mission planning for that. The intelligence group of the Philippine National Police is a national support unit co-level with the Special Action Force, Your Honor.
Definitely, the SAF was operating on the IP project of the intelligence of the PNP. Clear. And you were doing tactical operations on the ground. Sino po, base sa inyong kaalaman, ang head ng operations ng Intel project na ito?
Si Police Senior Superintendent Fernando Mendez po, Your Honor, siya po yung Director for Intelligence Group ng Philippine National Police.
Ulitin ko po yung aking tanong. Siya po ang head ng intelligence group, siya po ang author ng intelligence project, kayo po ay tactical on the ground. Sino po ang inyong sinasagutan on top of you na pagpapatupad po ng Intel project na ito?
Your Honor, the Intel project, as I've said, we are not in a way involved in the intelligence project. We are just merely the one who did the tactical operations, Your Honor. But we did base our planning on the intelligence packet provided by the intelligence group.
Okay, I'll simplify. Who are you answerable to? Kanino po kayo sumasagot? Who were you answerable to?
To the OIC, to the immediate superior, which is the Chief PNP or the OIC PNP, Your Honor.
Who is, name him please.
Police Deputy Director General Espina, Your Honor.
Can you please answer this question, whether the AFP or the PNP? There was an Intel project called SALMS, PSALMS, with a specific COPLAN stalker focusing on Marwan. Can you kindly confirm or deny this? if it was an AFP project or a PNP project. You also named about the Coplan Exodus, was his PNP, and Wolverine, which has been in the papers. Among Coplan, Exodus, Wolverine, and Psalms, I know that Psalms is an AFP project, which is the Intel project and which is the Coplan. And which of these actually evolved from one the other that you operational and tactically did on the ground, General Napeñas?
Let me clarify, Your Honor. The Oplan Exodus, it's an operation plan, which is totally different to case operation plan. The operation plan will
That's
bring...
right. Can you name us which is the case operation plan and which is the operational tactical plan on the ground and which is the Intel project and which you were referring to? Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm not aware of the Coplan Psalms. What I'm aware is the Operation Plan Wolverine, which was executed in April 25 of 2014, and the Exodus, which was executed on January 25, 2015, Your Honor. As to the Coplan Psalm, I don't have any idea of that, Your Honor.
Familiar po kayo sa Wolverine at saka sa Exodus?
Yes, Your Honor.
Po ang author ng Wolverine at ng Exodus?
The Operation Plan Wolverine was approved by Police Director General Purisima when he was then the Chief Philippine National Police in the early part of April. This was presented in an executive session in the presence of the President, the Secretary of the Interior and Local Government, the Chief PNP, Police Chief Superintendent Noel de los Reyes, who was then the Regional Director of ARMM, and myself.
And after he was suspended, who took over?
Police Deputy Director General Leonardo Espina, Your Honor.
Therefore, he would be responsible for this operation.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I therefore know from the AFP if you're familiar with the Intel project called Psalms or a specific Coplan called Stalker? It does not exist, then tell me so.
Your Honor, we have a list of intelligence projects that included this, but may we request that we be given an opportunity to provide an answer in an executive session, as we believe that the requested information has security implications.
I respect that, General Katapang. I just wanted to confirm if indeed there was an IP Psalms and a Coplan Stalker. And again, can you answer it here whether these evolved later on into Exodus and into Wolverine?
Your Honor, what we know is the intelligence project Psalm and Stalker, Your Honor.
That is all you know, and you were not at all involved with Exodus, which is PNP, and with Wolverine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, General Katapang. General Napeñas, maliwanag din po sa anumang operasyon ay meron po tayong threat assessment on the ground, operational plan. Ito ba ho ay ginawa po ninyo bilang head po ng tactical operation na ito?
Yes, Your Honor. Yung doon sa threat situation na sinasabi po ninyo, Your Honor, una po na i-discuss dito is yung target mismo. Yung identification niya, yung capability niya, yung armas niya, at saka yung kasamahan niya doon sa exact location ng target. Ang susunod po dito, Your Honor, is yung people analysis, yung other threat groups na nasa paligid niya. Kailangan po malaman natin kasi dadaanan po namin yung paligid niya, yung dadaanan papasok. Ang next na titignan is yung location din ng friendly forces na maaring tutulong po sa atin. Ang titignan din natin is yung terrain, kung saan pwedeng dumaan, saan yung obstacles, at saka saan yung mga hindi pwedeng daanan, at saka yung tuyo na lugar na pwedeng daanan, or kung ano man na klaseng sasakyan ang pwedeng gamitin, kung pwedeng sakyan or boat or by foot. Meron din tinatawag yung pag-aaral, yung weather, kasi tinitignan po natin yung sa gabi, yung maliwanag, umuulan, or yung tuyon-tuyo. We call this yung intelligence preparation in the battlefield, Your Honor. At ito ay pinag-aaralan mabuti ng masusi para sa ganon, mabigyan natin ng sapat na kaalaman yung magkakandak ng operation na siyang maglalakad at dadaanan niya lahat ito at saka kung anong klaseng tao, anong klaseng threat ang kanyang haharapin pag nandun na siya sa area, Your Honor.
Thank you. And all of these were communicated clearly to the staff who were assigned to this operation.
Yes, Your Honor, the officers who were involved in the operations, they were involved in the mission planning, as we call it. And all these things were considered and were presented to them first and considered in the mission planning, Your Honor.
What was your provision for a safe exit, General Napeñas?
We have Your Honor, if I may consult my counsel.
Yes, may I know your provision for safe exit and the contingency plan? Considering that you say you did a threat assessment on the ground.
Your Honor, may I request that that matter be taken not in an open situation because we will be revealing a lot of information with regards to the area and we'll be revealing how we do operations and that would become known to the other threat groups in the area.
Well, sir, excuse me, do you still have an active operation there? Is that why you are asking for an executive session?
Yes, Your Honor, Abdul Basit Usman is still in the area.
Ma'am,
Okay.
whether there is an active operation or there is no active
that's okay.
information is already information that we are divulging. So the official
I
response is
respect
we have
that.
no comment.
Okay.
I respect that, and
All right.
therefore, yes, with the commitment of the AFP regarding the IP and the COP plan earlier mentioned, as well as its information, yes, Madam Chair, thank you. It's clear that there was a safe exit plan. Fine, we will know that later. Sa iyong pangbungang salaysay, General Napeña, sinabi po ninyo na ang Pangulo ay diniin sa inyo na mag-coordinate po sa AFP. It is in your transcript here, I am reading it, you said the President said to coordinate with the AFP, and in fact that was said in his press statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you follow the President?
When we leave the premises of the building, Your Honor, Police Director General Purisima was left behind. And we left, and when he gets out, he said to me that, ako nang bahala kay General Katapang. Because that was also known to him when we were discussing with the President that the President mentioned about the coordination.
That
Your
was
Honor.
on January 9.
Yes, Your Honor.
General Purisimo, did you say that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo na po ang bahala kay General Katapang.
To inform him of the operations in case it will be launched, Your Honor. That was my intention.
Ano po ang literal na ibig sabihin na kayo na po ang bahala kay General Katapang?
Pagka siya maglalans ng operation, Your Honor, sasabihin ko po kay General Katapang.
Dadaan po sa inyo yung impormasyon.
Ako po magsasabi sa kanya, Your Honor, just in case I will be informed on that time, sir.
Were you in active service at that time? Were you already suspended?
I was already suspended, Your Honor.
As a matter of that suspension, still information had to be coursed through you from the SAF head to the AFP chief. Is that how it is?
No, Your Honor.
So why did it turn out to be that way?
It was just in the form of an advice, Your Honor, that I will just advise General Katapang when the operations will be launched.
General Napeñas, the President, the Commander-in-Chief, told you, ordered you, advised you to coordinate with the AFP. Instead, you followed a suspended PNP chief. Is that accurate?
I did not follow the order of the Chief Philippine National Police. That was the guidance of the President. However, I relayed that to Police Director General Purisima because me as Staff Commander cannot go directly to the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
The President said to coordinate with the AFP. Instead, you coordinated with the suspended PNP chief.
If I may correct, ma'am, the statement of the President is yung coordination, ayusin ninyo, it was not stated explicitly with the President kung kanino yung magko-coordinate po, ma'am. Nandiyan po sa akin.
I read it in your statement, and the President said it in his press statement. sabi po ninyo, can I have the copy of the President's speech which is quoted by you, paki-coordinate ng ayos sa AFP. Yun pong aking pagkakaintindi. Sinabi po nyo sa salaysay.
Ang nakalagay po doon sa aking affidavit po, ma'am, the President cited about coordination is
With AFP.
concern about coordination.
AFP, sir.
If I may refer to my affidavit po, ma'am, na aking pinirmahan.
I may be mistaken. That is what I understood. That is what I read. His Excellency cited about the coordination with the AFP that he earlier stated in his press statement.
Yes, Your Honor. It is written in my affidavit. He cited concerns about the coordination with the AFP in the number of personnel to participate in the operation. The President...
Last sentence, page 10.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, I confirm it. I stand corrected, Your Honor, I confirm it.
And therefore, I will ask the question again. Why did you not follow the Commander-in-Chief and instead followed the advice in quotation marks of a suspended PNP chief?
What I stated here therein, Your Honor, it's not specific that I should be coordinating directly with General Katapang. But as far as the operation plan is concerned, the coordination at the level of the ground from the 6th Infantry Division to the Mechanized Brigade, it will be time on target, Your Honor.
Matalino po kayong tao, ako po'y hanga sa inyong pinag-aralan at sa inyong karanasan. Pangulo po ang inyong kausap. Sino pong susundin nyo? Ang Pangulo o ang suspendidong PNP Chief? Hindi po kailangan sabihin ni Pangulo, ito, sa ganitong oras, time on target, etc., si Katapang ganito. It was an order, an instruction.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po ang ibig sabihin ng yes, Your Honor?
We follow the President, Your Honor.
And in this occasion, you did not coordinate with the AFP per advice of the President, and therefore, you did not follow his instructions?
The coordination by myself was done at the ground level at the 6th Infantry Division, Your Honor. That would be that the troops are already on the ground, time on target, Your Honor.
This was January 9, before you launched the tactical operations. And therefore, my question is, simple lang po, bakit po nyo mamarapating sundin ang suspendidong hepe kaysa sa Pangulo? I'm sorry, thank you for the 1-minute advice. I was also granted by Senator Villar with the 5 minutes, which she did not take. Thank you for that. Yes.
If I may answer, ma'am. When the President gave me the instructions about the coordination with the AP, we were 4 together inside the building. Later, when we went out, Police Director General Purisima was left with the President. It was when Police Director General Purisima told me that ako na ang bahala kay General Katapang. I could only say that I do not know what happened between the President and Police Director General Purisima, but the fact that they were left together alone, I have that inclination that Police Director Purisima saying to me na ako nang bahala kay General Katapang, there must be some whatever reason na ibinigay niya sa akin. Kaya sinunod ko po yun. At yung coordination naman po doon sa 6th Infantry Division at saka yun sa Mechanized Brigade, yun po yung time on target as stated in the operation plan, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Sinabi po ninyo na ang SAF binigay po yung kamay o yung finger ni Marwan sa FBI agents. Bakit po hindi sa ating NBI o sa ating mga Philippine law authorities o enforcement authorities? Bakit FBI? Pangalawang tanong, yung 300 na na-train ni Marwan, ay nandyan pa. It was apparently, in my impression, a suicide mission to get Marwan, which was a target, and Usman still there. But what about the 300 who are still floating around in the area?
Your Honor, yung tungkol po yung daliri ni Marwan na napunta doon sa FBI, may I request, Your Honor, that we could take that up not in an open or in executive session because of some security implication, Your Honor.
Kung bakit nyo binigay sa FBI at hindi sa NBI o sa SILG o sa PNP chief o etc. Hindi nyo masagot kung bakit sa Amerikano or sa FBI at hindi sa NBI.
Your Honor, we will be ready to reveal why we did that one in an executive session, Your Honor.
I respect that. Huling katanungan po, dahil 1 minuto na lang po. General Katapang, kayo po ay binabatikos ang AFP sa kakulangan ng inyong pagresponde sa takdang panahon. Ang gusto ko lang po malaman, di ba po sa pagresponde ay kailangan kompleto ang inyong impormasyon at meron kayong lokasyon ng kalaban or location of the enemy? Di ba ho, dapat meron kayong location ng friendly forces, alam nyo kung saan ang mga tropa ninyo. Hindi pa ho, dapat meron presence ng isang forward observer o advance party para alam ang terrain bago kayo sasabak sa laban. At ang tanong ko po ay, kayo ba'y hiningan ng reinforcement o tulong sa unang 618 o extrication pa lang ng mga naapektuhan? It's very clear, ibang-iba po yung pag-extricate, ibang-iba po yung reinforcement dahil kami nakukulong at binabakbak dito.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, una sa lahat, hindi po coordination yung tinext nila sa amin. Hindi po coordination yon. It's just an information na papasok sila sa lugar at wala silang utos na be prepared to reinforce us. So, lahat po ito ay hindi na pagplanuhan ng maigi. Kaya nung nagsimula na po silang humingi ng mga reinforcement, napapabakbak na po sila, Your Honor.
Ibig nyo sabihin ay humingi sila ng tulong pagkatapos sila humingi ng pag-extricate. Ang unang hiningin tulong, extricate. Ang humingi ng tulong, reinforcement, dahil nababakbak sila ay much later, kaya much later din kayo nagresponde na mag-reinforce. Ganun ba ho?
Your Honor, if I may allow General Ed Pangilinan to
In short, my simple question is, was the first text or request or communication FYI only? And was the next communication extrication? And was the next at what time was already reinforcement or asking for help? That is important because it's a world of a difference between FYI and tulungan nyo kami at hindi kayo dumating. Yun ang gusto pong iklaro sa inyong communication ng kanilang tao on the ground at sa AFP kay General Pangilinan.
Major Pangilinan po. Your Honor, can I answer? Yung pong kauna-unahang text message ko po na na-receive at about the encounter was 618, but it is but just an information that they are being encountered. Ang sumunod po is as we go on, exchange of information sa aking ground commander, ang brigade commander sa ground ay nagsabi na mag-report sa kanya yung operations officer ng SAF for him to know what is going on dahil kulang-kulang nga po yung informasyon. Now, 7:28 po. 7:28, nun lamang sila nakatapos ng pag-uusap at nag-text nga po sa akin ang aking brigade commander na nagbigay ng 3 rekomendasyon. At yung pong mga rekomendasyon na yon ay naisagawa except for na number 3 dahil nga po yung nasasabi. Yung number 3 po ay the utilization of 105 artillery Ang sabi ko po ay hold dahil kulang ang impormasyon. But the number 1 and the number 2, yung pong pagsuporta ng ating Division Recon Company at ang ating pong armored vehicles ay naisakatuparan as naka-move sila ng 8:30 at nakarating po sila sa encounter area ng 9:20. Ang gusto ko na rin po siguro, total nabanggit na rin po yung 300 kanina, from the time that they have been encountered, siguro po ang isang magandang tanong, ano ang ginagawa ng other 300 that were part of that operations? Because kami po ay nagbigay ng suporta sa kanila nang galing sa ibang lugar, and yet we were able to provide available troops during the time to provide the reinforcement needed, Your Honor.
So it's very clear that the appeal for help or enforcement came much later after the FYI text at 6. So it's wrong for those who try to iba yung usapan, yung pagkaintindi, no? Baka hindi lang naintindihan. Hindi ka agad humingi ng apila, ng tulong, at hindi kayo tumulong. FYI, nandito kami. Hindi nyo alam yung lokasyon ng friendly, ng etc. Wala. Dahil you were completely out of it because it is not a stalker operation. Hindi Copland stalker to. Nag-evolve into a PNP and only their intelligence knows about it. Kaya hindi nyo alam until much later.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was there anyone who told you to stand down o wag kayo tumulong o wag kayo magdala ng reinforcement?
No, Your Honor. There was no such order,
But
Your
was there someone above you, General Pangilinan or General Katapang, to say, tumulong kayo?
Yes,
So,
Your Honor.
Someone who said not to help, was there anyone above you who said to send reinforcement?
Actually, ma'am, from the very beginning that I learned of the engagement, I immediately instructed my ground commander to be prepared, monitor and be prepared to provide reinforcement. That's the reason why after the meeting of the brigade commander and the operations officer and the deputy director of SAF, noon lang man po nakapagplano ng reinforcement. But during that time, even such notice, nakapag-provide po tayo ng 1 section of Recon Company and 6 armored vehicle and 1 EOD team that immediately proceeded doon po sa encounter site to assist and to provide reinforcement doon po sa SAP na naengkwentro po, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Madam
Okay.
Chair. May I just remind the 3 pending matters for our executive session which are very important for this. I thank you for that.
Okay.
Maraming salamat. I think General Katapang will answer a final answer.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for asking us those questions because indeed, we were just informed 05:30, but there was no request for reinforcement. But we were just informed that they were conducting operations.
That's what I wanted to understand and communicate this clearly. There's miscommunication. Kaya po kayo binabati kasi hindi po maliwanag ang pagpaliwanag. Iba yung FYI, iba yung request for extricate, iba yung request for enforcement na apila na kami nakukulong at kami binabagbag. Ibang-iba yun. Kaya ipaliwanag ng ayos para hindi kayo mabatikos, para maintindihan yung mga galaw. Sige po. Thank you.
Senator Angara, your question.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating mga kasama sa gobyerno at sa ating kapatid na Muslim. Assalamualaikum. I'd like to, at the outset, Madam Chair, papasalamat tayo sa kapulisan at sa kasundaluhan sa kanilang sakripisyo dito sa mga nangyaring events. Ang klaro po sa atin, Madam Chair, after listening for 2 days, is that merong distrust o kulang ng pagtitiwala between yung ibang services natin, between the armed forces, between the SAF, and between the PNP, no? Kaya nagsolo yung SAF. And this resulted in a mission, a successful mission. Nakuha nga si Marwan. Pero dahil nga sa kawalan ng tiwala, ito yung naging sanhi ng kawalan ng koordinasyon at naging sanhi din ng kawalan ng buhay ng ating mga SAF. So ang tanong ko po, dahil alam po natin si Usman, nandyan dyan pa po, si Basit Usman, at malamang marami pa pong nasa order of battle, high profile targets, ika nga, na hahabulin pa ng ating mga kapulisan at kasandaluhan. So ano po yung remedyo po natin dito going forward? Dito sa distrust between. Kasi ang klaro po sa akin, Madam Chair, is that we are asking the police, which is a civilian operation, to perform anti-insurgency operations or paramilitary operations. And yet they don't seem equipped for it. So what can the Senate do? What can the government do to ensure mas konti ang mamamatay sa darating na panahon sa ating mga batang pulis, batang sundalo? Because obviously the SAF does not, although its men are very well trained as shown by the protracted battle with the numbers, wala silang air. Humingi po sila ng saklolo sa US para sa helicopter. Humingi po tayo ng saklolo sa Army para sa air at artillery support. Tapos, ang tanong ko po kay General Napeñas, totoo bang nawalan ho tayo ng bala sa bandang hapon ho?
Yes, Your Honor, that is the account of the survivor, si PO2 Christopher Lalan.
So sa 55th ho yun, sa 55th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just sa ilan po yung bala na dala po natin sa between the two battalions, between the 55th and the 84th ho?
Ang basic load po namin ay 360 rounds, but for these operations, they carry as much as they can at saka yung kung ano ang available nila na bala, dinala po nila lahat, Your Honor.
Parang nakakaawa po yung sundalo na gustong lumaban pero wala na pong kakayahan dahil sa kawalan ng gamit. So, I think that should be one aim of the committee, Madam Chair. Tingnan yung kakulangan sa kagamitan ng ating nabanggit din po ni Director Napeñas na wala po tayong precision-guided weapons. Director Espina is raising his hand, Madam Chair.
Sir, hindi naman ho may just clarify that, sir. Hindi naman ho, sir, nagkulang ng bala. Kasi yun lang ho talaga nadadala na sundalo ng yung mga yung basic load. Kasi other than that, sir, magkakaroon na talaga kayo ng fatigue factor noon. Hindi nyo na kayang dalhin yun. Ang mas importante po, sir, dito yung fire discipline. 55th SAC, naubusan, sir, ng bala in half a day. Yung 84th Seaborne Company, sir, meron pang, yun yung main effort. Ang reserba nila, sir, good for 1 day. Kahit pa makipagbakbakan ng 1 day or 2 days. It is because of fire discipline. Pagka malapit lang, doon ang titira. Pero pagka walang target, hindi nag-i-strive. Kaya it's a matter of training. Both companies have had different training, sir.
Salamat, Director Espina. Pero yung point na lang natin is that examine po natin, Madam Chair, yung kakulangan ng gamit natin because we're asking the SAF and the PNP to perform operations which are not really their essential functions, di ba? Mabuti yan nung panahon ni President Marcos kasi may PC which performed both civilian and military operations. Pero ngayon, pinaghati na po natin and with reason, no? Pero it is not the first anti-insurgency mission that the SAF will encounter. The BIFF, the Abu Sayyaf, they're not the only anti-insurgency groups we have in the country. We have other anti-insurgency groups all over. So palagay ko, we have to fully equip our men going forward, Madam Chair. Ang tanong ko po kay Director Napeñas din ho, meron ho bang, kasi wala po to din sa narration of facts ng AFP at PNP, meron ho bang 3 a.m. checkpoint ng 45th IB nung bumabiyahe po ang mga SAF from Pinsandawan to Canalipaw?
Your Honor, I have to check on that. I have no information regarding that at the moment.
Kay General Katapang, meron ho bang 3 a.m. checkpoint ng 45th IB?
Your Honor, I refer you to the division commander.
Si Major Pangilinan ho?
He was the officer on the ground.
Major or General ho?
Opo, Your Honor. I-check ko lang po yung eksakto.
Major General, pasensya na ho.
Ay, bibigay ko po sa inyo eksakto. Tatanungin ko lang po yung commander on the ground. If
Sa akin lang ho kasi pagka may 400 na kapulisan na dumaan sa isang checkpoint, parang hindi ba alert point na yan na dapat parang sa AFP parang uy, ano yan? Ano bang operation yan, di ba? At kung hindi nyo alam, dapat pinaalam sa inyo nung nag-checkpoint, hindi ho ba?
Yes, Your Honor. At sa tingin ko rin naman po, hindi ganun karami yung dumaan dahil kung ganun po karami, ma-alert na po ang buong community kung saan man sila dadaan.
Baka nauna yung 12 ho dahil ang balita is nauna yung led by the SAF head, si Train, di ba? Baka
hindi ko-
12 lang ho yun.
Hindi ko po masabi categorically dahil wala po akong information.
Pengi na lang hong impormasyon
But I
tungkol
can
ho doon.
give you soon, sir, regarding that information.
Tanong naman po kay Director Napeñas, ano ho yung plano dun sa 319 SAF na nakastasyon ho dun sa Maharlika Highway? Ano ho ang direksyon po sa kanila? Standby lang ho ba sila or aantayin po nila yung 84th Seaboard at saka yung 55th?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Yung 84th, may kanya-kanya siyang area na nandun sa target. Yung 55th, malapit siya doon sa 84th, yung seaborne. Then yung 45th, there should occupy a certain grid coordinate or a certain location. Then yung 43rd, yung 42nd and 41st. Yun po yung dadaanan na pabalik ng 84th at saka yung 55th pag nag-withdraw na sila, yung exit plan. Yung 43rd, siya yung nag-handle ng security, yung Maharlika Highway na sinasabi po ninyo, Your Honor. So, ang klaro dito is yung 45th, 42nd, at saka yung 41st, nasa looban sila to serve as a containment and blocking and security pag nag-withdraw na yung 84th at saka yung 55th, Your Honor.
Salamat ho. Tanong naman ho sa inyo, Director Napeñas, yung mga pulis po na nakastasyon sa MILF areas or mga danger zones ho, sa ARM for example, meron ho ba silang hazard pay o added compensation to dun sa banta o sa danger na hinaharap po nila?
We receive a hazard pay that's 240 monthly. Then we receive combat pay 1,020 for every 3 months, every quarter, Your Honor.
Hindi tinatanggap ng mga pulis yun sa Metro Manila, for example, o kaya sa Cebu, o kaya sa Lawag.
Yung combat pay po, Your Honor, that is only given to those yung tactical units, yung maneuver units ng Philippine National Police. Hindi po natatanggap yan ng mga regular police stations except yung mga nasa critical areas na tumatanggap din po sila. Yung taga Metro Manila or dito sa Laguna, I believe dahil hindi hazardous area yon, wala po sila ng combat pay na yon, Your Honor.
How about yung sa kasundaluhan, General Katapang? May extra compensation ho ba yung mga sundalo dyan sa mga conflict areas?
Ang combat pay po namin, Your Honor, is 240 pesos.
A day?
Per month po.
Per month?
Per month po.
Bawat sundalo ho?
Opo. Doon sa kung na-assign sa field. Pero yung GHQ po, nandito sa headquarters, wala po silang combat.
So sa field, kahit saan ho yun? Whether it's Muslim Mindanao, whether it's... basta sa field siya?
Opo.
Kahit sa Aurora po?
Yes, Your Honor.
May 240 yun?
Opo. Yes, Your Honor.
Salamat ho. Ang tanong ko po, bakit hindi alam nung AFP, parang doon sa report nung narration of events, na yung 84th Seaborne ay naka-engage pa? Hindi na bigay sa inyo yung impormasyon na inyo?
No, Your Honor po. In fact,
So, akala nyo tapos na po yung putukan nung may ceasefire between the 55th at saka sa pumasok na po yung AJAG?
yes, Your Honor.
Ang tanong ko po, huling tanong na lang ho, Madam Chair, is, bakit iba po yung estimates nung presentations ng AFP at saka ng PNP dun sa armed forces, ang armed groups ng whether BIFF, MILF, dun sa estimates po ng PNP kahapon, halos 2,000 po ang estimate ng forces. Doon naman sa AFP, parang 650 ang estimate ho. What accounts, that's quite a large discrepancy ho, halos times 3 po yun.
Your Honor, I'm Lieutenant General Guerrero, the Commander of Western Mindanao Command. We base our reports on the enemy strength on the regular periodic status report, which we used to call order of battle. That is now being done regularly when we account for the enemy strength. And that is our basis for that particular area only. Now, if we're talking about the entire enemy strength that runs into thousands. But we are just talking about the scene of incident, and that is about
Yung-
650, Your Honor.
Yung barangay Tucanalipaw.
Including the
area.
vicinity of those affected areas, sir.
Okay. Sige, oh. Kay Director Napeñas, last question, Madam Chair. Sino ho nag-draft ng Oplan Exodus?
Yung operation plan na Oplan Exodus, Your Honor, it's a product of a mission planning done by the Mission Planning Group composed of the Director, Special Action Force, Deputy Director, the Chief Directorial Staff, the Operations Officer of Special Action Force, the Intelligence Officer of Special Action Force, the Battalion Commander of the Rapid Deployment Battalion, which has under his command the 84th Company, the Seaborn, the Battalion Commander of the 3rd Special Action Battalion, and 2 intelligence officers, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as a last statement, I would address it to the representative of the MILF, si Ginoong Ladyasan. Magandang gesture ho yung pag-surrender ng firearms. I think we need more trust and confidence building mechanisms, Madam Chair, going forward. Sana ma-communicate po yan sa MILF na dito sa nangyaring insidente, nawawala ho yung tiwala at saka yung kumpiyansa ng publiko. So I think there need to be more what they are, siguro pag-usapan natin going forward. We can discuss it sa BBL hearings. Pero kailangan ho, very urgently needed to salvage the peace ho. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Angara, for setting the example of sticking to your time allotment. No, General Espina.
Ma'am, may I request something, ma'am, on the matter of AFP-PNP relationship? May I please request that kung sakasakali man pong merong hindi pagkakaintindihan or yung with this setting, could it be construed or limited dun sa maaring nangyari lang sa situation o yung mga personalities, individuals involved? Kasi ma'am, sa katotohanan lang po, honestly, very truthfully, the relationship of the whole armed forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police nationwide is very vibrant, very close. Baka lang ho merong hindi pagkakaintindihan on the ground in this particular case. Wag po sanang, if I may request your honors, for the benefit of the public, hindi po nag-aanong AFP-PNP eh. Ito lang pong particular case, baka hindi ho lang nagkaintindihan. That's my request, Your Honor.
Thank you for setting that for the record. I think Senator Honasan would like to comment on that, or are you going to go ahead with the questions of Senator Revilla and his manifestation?
Madam Chair, maraming salamat po. Actually, Madam Chair, inatasan po ninyo ako na basahin ang isang statement galing kay kagalang-galang na Senador Ramon Bong Revilla sa
Sige
paintulot po ninyo.
Opo, hindi naman po ito makakabawas sa oras ninyo.
Opo.
Sa inyo po. Go ahead.
Ito po ay galing kay Senador Bong Revilla. Babasahin ko po. Ang inyo pong lingkod ay buong pusong nakikiramay sa mga naulila ng ating mga pinakabagong bayani na nag-alay ng kanilang mga buhay para maisakatuparan ang napakahalagang misyon na in-neutralize ang isang kilalang terorista. Kung hindi na isakatuparan ang misyong ito, siguro ay mas marami pang buhay ang sisirain ni Marwan kung nanatili pa siyang buhay. Hindi matutumbasan ng salita ang aking pagsaludo at paghanga sa inyong katapangan sa walang pag-aalinlangang paglingkuran ang ating bayan. Kung nasaan man kayo ngayon, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Hinding-hindi namin kayo malilimutan. Wala po tayong ibang nais ngayon, kundi higit pang bigyang katarungan ang kanilang naging sakripisyo. Kapayapaan, higit sa lahat, ang nais nating makamtan. Kapayapaan na base sa katotohanan na may kaakibat na katarungan sapagkat kailanman hindi maaring magkaroon ng tunay na kapayapaan kung walang hustisya. Tungo sa hangaring ito, nais nating mangibabaw ang katotohanan at mula doon ay matunto nating pare-pareho ang mga paraan para mas mapabuti pa ang ating mga prosesong pangkapayapaan. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
If you would like to ask just maybe one question from Ms. Page, because I think most of the questions that he listed were already asked.
Yes, Madam Chair, I went briefly over the questions, and I think most of them have been asked.
Then we shall proceed now with our questions with the other senators. The next is Senator Trillanes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before I start my my line of questioning, just a short manifestation because I believe every senator has availed of that privilege. Well, just in defense of the armed forces. In defense of the armed forces, I think particularly the 6ID under General Pangilinan, everybody, or at least during the line of questioning earlier, parang ang biniblame was parang nagdili-dali ang 6ID dun sa artillery fire. And ang sinasabi ni General Pangilinan, nag-stick siya sa protocol dun sa doctrine ng artillery fire support. And ang advice ko ngayon, General Pangilinan, is you continue to stick to that at let not this hearing na parang biniblame yung yung army change that doctrine. Dahil alam nyo kung sakali lang na nagpaputo kayo ng artillery without the necessary information at yun ang pumatay dun sa mga SAF troopers natin, palagay ko yun yung hearing natin ngayon. Bakit nyo ginawa yun? Bakit nyo pinaputok na kulang yung information? Mas mahirap yon. Or worse, kung may napatakan na mga civilian communities doon. Alam nyo yung artillery, hindi po yan exact na science. Marami mga factors dyan. May mga radius na the killing radius na may affect both the hostile and the friendly forces. Mas mahirap na investigasyon yon at on the spot yung army for breaking the basic doctrines of the use of artillery. So yun po sana, no? Kasi marami naman sa atin dito hindi familiar dun sa mga doktrina na yon, kaya parang iniisip na parang ano lang ito parang 911. Tawag ka rito, dapat nandirito na. Putukan nyo to, andirito yung grid coordinates. It's not that simple. At yun yung hindi ma-articulate ng ating mga army officers because precisely it's very complex at tayo, mga simple lang tayo mag-isip para tayong mainipin. So ganun yung nakikita kong sitwasyon dito. So General Pangilinan, you stick to what you're supposed to do, the doctrines. At dito naman, based dun sa timeline na nakita natin na binigay ng armed forces and including the SAF, it's not as if the armed forces sat on the information. They did something based on the information that was given to them, tapos pinapunta doon sa SAF to coordinate. At nag-coordinate naman sila. Tapos hindi rin totoo, lumalabas yung mga akusasyon sa SAF na yung 300 daw na tropa ay hindi nagresponde. Dahil based dun sa binigay na timeline, ay together with the 6ID Army troopers, magkasama pati yung SAF. So yung mga early speculations at disinformation ay proven to be not true. Ano? So, yan yung mga kailangan at least born out of this investigation ay lumiliwanag. At now, Madam Chair, I can now proceed. Secretary Gasmin, I remember back in 2012, we had a similar incident about the Albarca, which around 15 SF troopers died in the similar fashion. And born out of that investigation, meron tayong sinabi, sir, di ba? Yung tungkol dun sa inter-service rivalry, yung score culture. Ito naman ang kailangan gamutin na sakit ng armed forces and the operating units in the PNP. Yung drive natin na makascore, minsan na di-disregard itong mga importanteng issues like coordination or yung mismong home team concept. After that incident, inassure ni Secretary Gasmin na nag-set ng bagong SOP ang AFP na wala ng operating unit na gagalaw na hindi alam ng operational commander. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. From that incident, may nangyari pa ba na ganitong situation na may gumalaw na operating unit na hindi alam ng area commander, sir?
Well, sa nalalaman ko, ito pa lang ang naging hindi pagkakaintindihan, but all the rest nagkakaroon na ng coordination.
As far as the AFP units are concerned, wala nangyari from that time, sir?
Wala hong problema.
So, yun yung sinasabi ko kay General Espina kahapon. Kung nangyari ngayon yan, may mag-ooperate ulit, meron na bang SOP in place na walang gagalaw na operating unit pagka hindi na impormahan yung area commander? General Espina, sir?
Yes, sir. Meron naman po.
Okay.
Tapos everything also, sir, is very situational. Pagkakailangan, di gumalaw. Yes, sir.
So, in that sense, kung may hindi na mangyari yan, effective today precisely because of that SOP sa PNP, and there is already an SOP in the AFP. Sir?
Yes, sir.
So, yun ang importante dito kasi dahil in our process of finger pointing, baka na-overlook pa natin itong mga importanteng ito na baka mangyari. If not today, tomorrow. Because wala pang SOPs in place. So, I'm glad na nakikita natin yan. Now, I will now proceed to the CCCH and ADJAG. Apparently, the request for ceasefire from both camps came in during the early hours of the 25th. Ang nangyari dito is it took them at least 6 hours bago na-effect yung ceasefire. So ang tanong dito is ano ba ang ginawa ng CCCH and ADJAG to make sure na kunyari magkaroon ulit ng enkwentro, hindi ganun katagal yung ceasefire mechanisms natin. So, can I hear from the ADJAG and CCCH?
Yes, Your Honor. Ako po si Brigadier General Orense at ako po ang chairman ng GPH Ad Hoc Joint Action Group ng ADJAG. Ang ADJAG po ay naatasan, binuo bilang isang peace mechanism upang mag-disseminate, mag-coordinate at mag-monitor po ng information between and among the armed forces of the Philippines, Philippine National Police, and the Bangsamoro Islamic Armed Forces of the MILF regarding the possible apprehension of criminal and syndicate groups within MILF areas or communities. Kung sa simpleng paliwanag po regarding sa paggalaw ng law enforcement po dito ng involve ang AJAG, kung mamarapatin po sana ninyo, meron po kami 5 slide para ma-present lang po yung level of coordination. Ang AJAG po kasi is basically more on law enforcement po, Your Honor. And pagkatapos yung aming pong trabaho, i-monitor din po namin yung conduct ng law enforcement operation hanggang sa tuloy-tuloy po na matapos yung operation until such time makabuo po kami ng report regarding this matter. Kung meron pong mga aberya, lalo po yung nangyari doon sa Mamasapano nung linggo po, 25, at nagkaroon po ng banggaan o enkwentro between MILF forces and the PNP SAP. Yan po ang toka na po yan ng CCCH. Is now the CCCH ang papasok sapagkat sila po ang pipigil o mahihinto po ang enkwentro between government forces and the MILF, Your Honor.
So in short, General Orense, yung sa inyo, yung AJAG is for any joint operation or joint action. But once there is already an encounter, it's already within the mandate of the CCCH, sir?
You're right po, Your Honor. Kasi kung maganda po yung operation, tuloy-tuloy, nakamonitor po ang CCCH at saka ang AJAG. Subalit kung mangyayari po yung nangyari nung linggo, doon po papasok ang CCCH upang mapigilan ng mas matindi pa pong enkwentro. So, kung mamarapatin po ninyo, ipakita lang po namin dito yung simpleng level of coordination. So, ang una pong level natin na coordination is between the law enforcement operation regarding the AFP and the PNP. So, yung po mga plano ay gagawin, magko-coordinate po sila upang magkaroon ng masabi po natin na joint operation sa level ng AFP and PNP. And this is to be conducted again within the chain of command. After that, pag nabuo na po nila yung plano, i-coordinate na po nila sa amin, sa AJAG, to the AJAG chairman. Meron po kaming AJAG core group kung saan doon po nila i-coordinate yung conduct ng operation. Ito po yung coordination po nito is usually po ito po ay nakasulat. Formal letter po ito para tuloy-tuloy po hanggang sa documentation. Thereafter po, ang gagawin naman po namin sa core group, gagawa rin po kami ng letter of coordination informing the MILF that we are going to conduct an operation in a particular area targeting this particular personality and groups and also involving and also putting therein yung units to be involved. And also we also have to assure them that the conduct of the operation will be in line with the international humanitarian law, the conduct of rules of engagement, and that no collateral damages should be incurred. Yung pong MILF chairman, ang gagawin po niya, uutusan niya po yung team site niya dun sa area, which is also an MILF member, the team site leader, to assess kung ano yung sitwasyon on the ground, Your Honor. And at the same time, he also informs the Central Committee para meron pong coordination on what's happening on the ground at kung ano po yung pwedeng, ano po ay yung magiging aksyon ng Central Committee, whether if there's really a need for MILF forces on the ground to be relocated just in case na pumasok po yung ating tropa. So within, the coordination will be conducted more or less 24 hours. So they will convey to us that there will be no impediments on the operation and we will now inform sir yung ating law enforcement agencies to conduct now the operation. So yan ang level niyan.
Thank you very much, General Orense. But ito ba na practice na natin ito, sir, sa sa ground? Nag-work na ba ito?
Yes, sir. In fact, sir, we have here the examples of successful coordinated law enforcement operations. So I think there are 4 cases. So the first bullet is first slide indicates about that between the 27 January and 01 February 2014, law enforcement operations were conducted by combined PNP 6ID and Joint Task Force Central in Barangay Ganta Sharif, Saidona, Mustapa, wherein a major camp of the BIFF of the containing Jemaah Islamiyah elements was actually pulled. They were able to neutralize it, and the MILF pulled up from the area to pave the way for the successful operation. And it was conducted 72, or the coordination was made 72 hours prior to this said operation, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, General Rense. So at least meron tayong mekanismo for any joint operation. So, but as far as the AP is concerned, yan yung ginagawa. Pero as correctly pointed out also by General Peñas, may exemptions dun sa joint communique eh. At yun na nga ang ginawa. Kaya hindi dumaan dun sa ADJAG. At for that situation, that particular situation, yung CCCH ang nagkaroon ng mandate. So, can I ask the CCCH representative, ano na yung ginawa nating reforma or adjustments dun sa mga mekanismo to make sure na yung call for ceasefire would be much faster than yung 6 hours na na-experience natin the last time? General Galvez, sir?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, if we will improve the mechanism of ceasefire, we will be recommending to the honorable body that the PNP, at least the RDO or a rank of general, should be included on the ADJAG and on the CCCH. As of this moment, the one that they represented to us is only Police Senior Inspector, and I believe he is not anymore active on the CCCH. If ever, if the DRDO or maybe the DRDA of the regional pro-arm, as a member of our ADJAG and CCH, it should have been a better reactions that we had. Our reactions was based on the information that we got. The lag time that we get the information is more than 2.5 hours after the firefight. And I believe if there is already a firefight, it's very hard to stop it. My experience in Basilan, we had an encounter at 2 o'clock. We stopped it at 7 o'clock in the evening. 2 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the evening. When the firefight is ongoing, it's very hard to stop, especially if the other has the advantage and already had a major casualty. You cannot stop it at this moment. That's why the ADJAG is very important, so that there should be a preventive engagement between the two forces.
Well, I understand, General Galvez, but as pointed out by General Napeñas, they're working on the assumption that the MILF knew about the presence of Marwan in their area. So that's why they didn't avail of the mechanism of the ADJAG. But, well, andun na po yan. Ang kinakuha lang natin dito is Secretary Marojas, can we appoint a general officer from the PNP to the CCCH para mas mabilis yung coordination dun sa PNP? Sir?
We will comply po.
Okay. Thank you very much. And yun lang naman, let's continue to try to improve the mechanisms. I understand totally mahirap mag-break nung in the heat of battle. But we should continue to try and look for ways to make sure that the duration would be shortened para the sooner magkaroon ng ceasefire, the better for both sides. Yes, General Orense.
Your Honor, meron lang po akong ika-clarify regarding yung sinasabi po nila na exemption as as in the para 6, I think, of the implementing guideline. Yung exception po na yun, sir, is that is ang normal po is the coordination should be made at least 24 hours. But we are on the understanding, pareho po kami ni Attorney Dataya ng understanding and interpretation that the exemption in itself is basically the less than 24 hours. Yun ang naging exemption nun, Your Honor. So, sana po malinawan po tayo doon.
I know we should be wrapping up at this time, but Senator Escudero will not be in on Thursday for our succeeding hearing. He will be a new man by the time he comes back here on Monday, so we will give him the floor and extend a little bit. And congratulations ahead of time.
I don't know if I should thank you, Madam Chair. Nais ko lang po sana tahiin. Konting pasensya na lang po. Yung ilang mga binanggit ng ating resource persons. For General Purisima, sir, sabi nyo nung January 9, kayo na ang bahala kay General Katapang. Ano pong ginawa nyo kaugnay ng pahayag na yun? When did you inform General Katapang, if you did?
I informed General Katapang, Your Honor, on January 25.
At what time, sir?
At about 5:51 in the morning, Your Honor.
General Katapang, you confirm that, sir?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I confirm that I was texted by General Purisima.
At that time? And
At
you
that
immediately contacted General Pangilinan?
I relayed it to General Guerrero.
Guerrero. Now, second, sir, you mentioned earlier walang nag-request ng artillery support, if I remember correctly. But at 7:28, based on your presentation, the commander of the 1st Mechanized Brigade made such... Now, dun ho magkakaiba. Recommendation at request. Ano po bang pagkakaiba nun?
Yung pong, sabi ko nga, nagbigay po siya ng tatlong plano.
Recommendations.
Tatlong recommendation. So one is...
Yes, sir. You've
Yes,
been...
sir. And the third nga po is, ang sabi ko is hold. Meantime, that we do not have the complete picture. So kaya po hold is...
Sir, I understand that, sir. Forgive me, sir. I don't want to waste that much time of the committee. You said hold. But there is such a request. There was such a recommendation at 7:28 a.m. na gumamit ng artillery support.
Yes, Your Honor. There was a request.
Yes. Now, you said doctrinal yon, kaya hindi nyo ginawa. Does that mean that the brigade commander of the 1st Mechanized Division did not know of the doctrine? Because why would he recommend using it if it violated doctrines of the AFP? I don't understand that part, sir.
He knew of that, but ang paggamit po ng artillery, lalo na sa mga ganitong operations, rest upon the division commander.
I agree, sir. So you follow doctrine. So are you implying that your brigade commander did not when he made that recommendation or when he asked for it?
I asked if he has a complete information. At ang sabi po niya, yun lamang grid coordinate ang kanyang nalalaman. So kaya nga po sabi ko is hold for the meantime at kuhanin natin lahat ng mga information na nararapat so that we could have a clear picture of what is going on the ground, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Again, ilang pagdatahilan po. General Peñas, sabi niyo po kanina walang tulong ang partisipasyon ng Amerika. Tama po ba yan?
Tumulong po sila doon sa medical evacuation, Your
Hindi
Honor.
po. Sa pagpaplano, sa pag-implement, sa ibang bagay maliban sa pag-save doon sa ating troopers.
Wala po, Your Honor.
Hindi kayo nag-usap tungkol dito bago nun?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Sir, your men respect you and I don't think you will dishonor them by not telling us the complete truth because right after nakuha niyo si Marwan, immediately lumabas sa balita, pinadala niyo yung finger sa FBI. Ni hindi kayo nag-usap, ni walang koordinasyon, ni hindi nila alam na pupunta ho kayo doon, wala pong ganun?
Your Honor, if I may consult my counsel, Your
Please,
Honor.
sir.
Your Honor, that's the same question raised earlier, wherein we requested that this be taken in the executive
We will
session.
ask that again, sir. Second, sir, in your operational plan, did you assume that given that we had peace talks with the MILF na hindi sila makikialam at hindi kayo lalabanan? Was that an assumption that you made when you were planning this mission?
No, Your Honor, we prepared that the MILF and the BIFF may intervene in the operation, Your Honor.
Third, sir, may CAFGO po ba na katulong kayo dahil ang nabibilang lang palagi na napatay ay SAF? Meron po ba kayong kasamang CAFGO o kahit na sinong civilian sa pag-guide sa inyo sa area?
Wala pong CAPGO, Your Honor. Meron dalawa na civilian na ginamit.
Dalawang civilian guides.
Yes, Your Honor.
Guide lang po, balit tao po ng SAF yun. Hindi sila police, hindi sila intel, civilian lang talaga.
Civilian lang po, Your Honor. Hindi CAPGO, hindi police na iba. Civilian lang po, Your Honor.
Did they survive, sir?
Yung isa po nag-survive, Your Honor. Yung isa namatay.
Thank you very much, sir. For General Espina, sir, I've been hearing of the chain of command in the PNP. I know that's a military concept, but I'd like to ask, there is a similar concept with the PNP, right?
Yes, sir.
Does that include the Secretary of Interior and Local Government?
Chain of... Hanggang sa Chief PNP po talaga yung sa PNP lang.
Kaya
Pero, we are supervised by NAPOLCOM, which is chaired by the SILG.
I know that, sir. That's under the law. That's one of the things you might have to look at. My question is, kasama po ba ang Secretary of Interior and Local Government sa chain of command?
As far as I know it, sir, it's only until me and then down. Sa PNP, sir.
Sa PNP nga po?
Apo.
Because the Secretary of Interior and Local Government is the chairman of the NAPOLCOM.
Yes, sir.
And he exercises supervision through the commission
Yes,
as
sir.
chair.
Opo.
So insofar as chain of command is concerned, kung may alam man kayo, hindi nyo kailangang sabihin kay Secretary Rojas, would that be the current situation under the law? Is that accurate, sir?
Kung sakaling nalaman ko po itong operation,
Hindi po. Yung chain of command, obligado po ba kayo na sabihin kay Secretary Rojas o call nyo na lang kung sasabihin nyo o hindi, but you're not obliged given that he's not part of the chain of command?
yeah, it's more on call, sir. Lalo na pagka-importante.
Because the President said that you can launch the operation without his permission because that's part of your mandate.
Yes, sir.
And the Secretary is his alter ego. So,
Yes, sir.
again, to reiterate, in the chain of command within the Philippine National Police, the Secretary of the DLG is not part of that so-called chain of command.
Yes, sir.
So if there was any violation of the chain of command, it was because you were not informed. Not so much that Secretary Rojas was not informed.
Yes, sir.
That would be an accurate statement, sir.
Yes, sir.
One more question for you, General Espina. Is it true that the PNP requested for Harris radios over 2 years ago, but that was not provided? I ask this question because there are issues on interoperability that might have been addressed 2 years ago had this been done. Sir?
Sir, I was informed that it is included in the enhancement capability program of the SAF. Can I refer it to...
General Napeña, sir, 2 years ago ba nag-request na po ng gantong
That is
equipment?
true, Your Honor. We received a few units from the procurement of the Philippine National Police. We received also a few units from the U.S. Special Forces through the what we call the Rewards for Justice program. However, there are still pending procurement of the Harris radio, Your Honor.
So hindi pa po nakaka-procure?
Meron na po na-procure, Your Honor, na hindi sapat na ginagamit na ngayon ng ating PNP Special Action Force, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. One final point. Pasensya na po, Secretary De Lima, hindi ko lang po mapakawalan kanina yung ilang mga nabanggit nyo tulad ni Senator Drilon. You said nothing prevents the state from filing cases against the MILF. I remember you saying that.
Yes, Your Honor.
But there is also no law that says that government should not file cases against them. Would that be a fair statement too?
Yes, that's fair.
Now, the President in his oath of office said he shall execute the law. It does not make any exceptions na kapag may peace talks, kapag may confidence building tayo, na hindi na tayo magsasampa ng kaso. Would that be a fair statement too?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, ma'am, in relation to this particular issue, you said a while ago that there are two schools of thought.
Yes.
May I know which school of thought the government will follow and adopt?
Well, it has to be that which
acts in a manner that it's the law enforcer, that is the enforcer of the laws of the state.
So which one will you do, ma'am? You said you will not prosecute because there are ongoing peace talks and you want to build confidence. On the other hand, you said the law is the law. So which one will government do, ma'am?
I have never said that we will not prosecute. Is the determination of the liability or criminal liability later. But in the meantime, we can always investigate, which we're doing now, and we can always prosecute if it's warranted, and we can always bring it to court if it's warranted.
When you
Now-
say warranted, ma'am, supported by the evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not decided by any political consideration.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct, because political considerations can be at play at certain stage of the case or at certain stage of the peace process. And you would note, for example, in the BBL, we have the transitional agreements, and there is mention there about possible amnesty, but that would be later. We're
That
not
would be
yet
later,
at
ma'am.
that stage.
Precisely
so
my
at this
point, ma'am.
point, there is no amnesty. There are no immunity guarantees, as I read it. It's only applicable to the peace negotiators, so it's limited in scope. And therefore, since there is none of those, then we have to really just strictly apply the law and, of course, the Constitution.
Thank you, ma'am, for clarifying that because I got a different impression a while ago. So just to clarify the matter even further. So if the evidence warrants that cases for murder, for example, be filed against certain members of the MILF, if the evidence warrants it, that the state will do so and will proceed accordingly.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nang walang makakapigil kahit na ho sila Secretary Deles because it's affecting, for example, the ongoing peace talks.
Totoo po yun. Tama po yun. We just have to really enforce the law. Now, any other considerations arising from the peace process, that is another matter. There is a proper time for that. There is a proper level for that.
So at this point in time, after investigation, if the evidence warrants it, you will?
Certainly, Your Honor.
No qualms, no reservations, no delays.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that clarification. One last point, Madam Chair, for Secretary Deles. Ma'am, binanggit po kanina ni General Orense, if I'm not mistaken, yung definition niya ng except for operations against high priority targets. Pero may nakalagay doon, magbibigay po ng listahan ang government panel. Did you submit such a list to the MILF already?
Under when Justice Leonen was still the panel
Yes, ma'am?
chair, it was given. The list was made by, I understand, the Intel.
Was Marwan in that list?
Yes, Your Honor.
Usman in that list?
I believe so, although I never really, we didn't keep a copy. It was a secure copy that was given. I mean, OPAP did not have it. It was given to, by then Chair Leonen, by the National Security Advisor.
Is Kato in that list?
It was not, Kato at that time was not yet.
Have you submitted an updated list, ma'am?
I don't think so because, I think with Kato, it's public. It's already a public fact that he is being.
But if you don't submit him in the list, ma'am, de pag nag-stepping on the line na naman at di na naman nag-coordinate yung PNP natin, pwede na naman silang barilin. I think the list should be updated.
I will check your honor and,
Please, ma'am.
and the exact status of that.
And one last point, ma'am. Do you share the view of General Orense that the paragraph 6 of the joint communique of May 6, 2002,
Yes.
except high-value targets?
Except for high-value targets, the 24-hour rule, at least 24 hours holds for all except for high-value targets. So that list said that for that list, you did not need 24 hours. It could be as small a time as 1 hour or even less, depending now on the play on the ground.
Can it be TOT?
I don't think that's prior. It's prior information.
Ma'am, it is-
Prior coordination, Your Honor. But it could be just before you went in. That could be.
Ma'am, it's not...
What the panel conveyed, and this is what is contained, and the understanding here, is that there would have to be prior information given. This is not permission that could go less than 24 hours depending now on the judgment of the people actually doing the operation. But prior, it could mean very
That's
short
not
time.
clear in the joint communique. It says, except for high-value targets, they must be informed not less than 24 hours.
It's in the operational. It's in the operational practice, Your Honor, the CCCH.
But what if, ma'am, as
And it's in
General
the
Napeña says, tuwing sinasabihan nila o nagko-coordinate sila, nawawala. From their perspective, and you are representing government, ma'am, meaning you're representing them, us.
Yes,
Sabi ng
yes.
PNP, SAF, tuwing nagsasabi sila,
Yes,
nawawala.
Yes, Your Honor, that should have been settled within the GPH AJAG, and that is why the request had always been for a high-level PNP to be appointed, and that was not in fact given. No, but you know, this is a discussion. It is an internal to GPH between AFP and PNP. If there were any such concern, it should have been discussed on that level, Your Honor.
It should have been discussed, but apparently it was not.
Well, we take the integrity of the body, which is a joint body. It happens that AFP put very high level officials there. The PNP has not. So if the concern of PNP was not properly communicated to that body, what OPAP monitors is what is the formal procedure within that internal body, Your Honor.
One last point, ma'am.
That is why the request that was made, and I understand now that the compliance will be given because we will have evidence of many letters that we had given asking for the appointment of such a high-level official.
I am
these
for the
bodies.
peace process, ma'am, and I understand how difficult your situation can be. However, it would also be nice, to say the least, and it would make us all feel good if these were being aired as a matter of course and policy on the part of government. And halimbawa, si General Napeña, si General Espina, nagrereklamo na inape, hinubaran, binaril, pinatay yung kanilang mga tauhan.
Your Honor, I assure you that we have raised that in the highest possible terms with the MILF leadership as soon as this had happened.
But also in the public too, ma'am.
Sir,
for them,
we have raised that at every interview that it was asked. We have said that that had been communicated and that what I understood was it was being taken seriously and that there would be an appropriate response. I could understand that the one that I was talking to could not make me any promises at that particular time, but certainly, Your Honor, I assure you, and I have said this repeatedly in public, that we are also after exacting accountabilities.
ma'am, just to explain one point. Tama na ho sana nung kanina, wag na lang yung... But I also understand how difficult his situation may be. He can say that, ma'am. He can say that I'm in a difficult situation. But on the part of government, I'm part of government, I would like to feel, very much like the PNP and the AFP, that let them, they can, ma'am, malalaki na sila. I mean, they've been waging this battle and war with us for the longest time, and they have been very good at negotiating terms with the government panel. So, no need to do that. We just want to see someone actually na taking our side without, in the same breath too, saying that, but I understand them. Ma'am, they can defend themselves, I assure you. And when they come here, and as you assured, they will come here, I believe they can explain their side well enough. Yun lang po yung sa akin, ma'am. I mean,
Yes,
just a suggestion.
I am sorry if in the projection we have shown less of the firmness with which we have dealt with them, Your Honor.
Actually,
And
ma'am,
certainly, if they do not appear here, and certainly if they do not comply with all of the agreements and all of the pledges, I will assure you that the panel and the OPAP will make all of this felt. We will come across on this one, Your Honors.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate that last statement of yours. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Well, Senator Soto will
Madam
just
Chair.
add something very quickly.
Thank you.
The question.
With your indulgence, Madam Chair, just before you adjourn, there are three nagging points. First, Police Director Napeñas, you kept on referring to a window, January 23 to 26 window, sabi mo. um, you to execute the project, ano? Bakit do may window? Bakit hindi 27 to 30? Bakit 23 to 26?
Marami pong consideration dun sa window na yun, sir. First is yung illumination, yung buwan, kasama po yun. Then yung situation on the ground, because there are sometimes that there are movement of MILF or armed groups along the route na dadaanan. Minsan,
Yung 23 to 26, wala. Supposed to be.
Hindi, yung 23 nga po, sir, doon nga sana yung insertion, pero mayroong activity ng MILF during that night, kaya hindi natuloy. That's why nagkaroon ng window na yan, sir. Kung clear yan, pwede, sir, i-go any time of those dates.
Siguro, sir, wag na natin i-detalye nga kung bakit kung window, kung meron tayong mga techniques na inaayos dyan. I know you're very
Okay.
forthcoming.
Let me move on to something else na nabanggit na si kanina. No? I understand the point of the chair. Narinig ko to pangalawang beses na naubusan ng bala. Totoo ba naubusan sila ng bala?
Yes, sir. Based on the accounts of the survivor, PO2 Christopher
Bakit
Lalan.
naubusan ng bala? Ganong karaming bala dala ng isa?
The basic load ng ating kapulisan po, sir, is 360 rounds. But in this operation, I know for a fact that they carry as much as they can. Nakakargahin, na kaya nila kasi hindi rin pwede na sobra-sobra yung karga, hindi na rin makalakad ng maayos, Your Honor.
I asked that question because I know the chairman of the Committee on Finance is listening. Ano?
Yes, sir.
Importante yun. Ngayon, yung original time ninyo, isa na lang, ito na lang. Yung original time ninyo was 2:30 ang target time, hindi ba?
Yes, sir. Yun yung 2:30 doon sa drop-off point, Your Honor.
Correct. The drop-off point.
Yung-
Jump-off point, bale.
Drop-off point, Your
Drop-off
Honor.
point na
Pero
tawag
yun
niya.
po yung 2:30, yung main body. Yung nauuna, yung assault force, ang kanilang dating doon, Your Honor, is 23:30.
Yun ang target ninyong time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, kasi 4 o'clock may sala, no? Now, hindi kayo dumating on time. Hindi sila dumating on time, ano?
Yes, Your
Tama ba?
Honor. Yung
Alas
assault
4.
force, alas 4:15
dumating
na
doon sa point.
dating. Yung
Bakit tinuloy pa rin nung delayed kayo ng 2 hours and a half?
3 o'clock, before 3 o'clock, Your Honor, nandoon na sila sa kabilang river, which is only approximately less than 500 meters already, about 300 meters. Nung tumawid sila, natagalan, nakatawid sila mga magfo-4, before
Kasi
4.
I understand the perfect kung 2:30
Yes.
talaga, no?
It's a
Ngayon, at kung nakatawid sila lahat, nabanggit mo yung nakatawid, baka mabuting malaman ng informasyon namin dito, kumpleto kung tama yung nakarating sa akin. 4 na po silang tumatawid eh. 40.
38, the exact number, Your Honor.
Pero 13 lang ang nakatawid.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi ba? Ganun ang nangyari. Tama ba yung report
Yes,
mo?
Your Honor.
So 13 lang ang nakatawid.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit?
Dahil malapad yung ilog at malakas yung agos, according to the assault force commander. And we have what we call yung parabang point na hindi na niya kayang i-abort, Your Honor, kasi it's so close already to the target. Aborting it, ganun din, magiging
Correct.
dangerous na rin siya pagbalik, ganun pa rin yung pagkuha na yung target.
Okay,
Your
my
Honor.
point is, we salute these gallant men. Delayed na yung oras, hirap na hirap yung pagtawid, 13 lang ang nakatawid, pero itinuloy yung mission. And the mission was accomplished.
Yes, Your Honor, because the assault force commander is considering the time. He's running out of time. That's why even with only 13, he went on to go for the primary target, which is Marwan, Your Honor.
All right. With that, Madam Chair, we'll reserve some other time. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank all of our resource persons here today. Thank you so much for your time and for your patience. I know it's not easy sitting there and waiting for your turn, especially some of you are under very stressful situations. I would like to thank the Senate Subcommittee, the Senate Blue Ribbon Subcommittee for giving way to their hearing on Thursday because of the time constraint also of our resource persons so that we can hold our next hearing on Thursday. I would have wanted to excuse you, but there's been a request also from Senator Miriam to please ask you to come back here on Thursday. The same cabinet secretaries. And if you can just maybe specify a time that would be more workable also. Since I think it will just be her who will be asking the questions, everybody had their chance. Yes, Secretary Mar.
Ma'am, obviously we will comply. We are also called to the House. Previously, we have been called to the House tomorrow into Thursday. So could we ask interparliamentarily, kayo naman, para hindi kami ang pupunta kami sa House o pupunta kami rito, baka as among the majority leaders of the two
Okay.
chambers, we can...
Okay, we will coordinate and we will let you know if we will, what the schedule will be on Thursday. But as it stands today, we're scheduled for Thursday. We will have some resource persons and we hope that we will now be honored with the presence of the MILF official representative. So everybody here present today, if you can please come back again on Thursday. So with that, the
Madam
meeting...
Chair, just an administrative matter.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I read in one of the newspapers that there were 2 MILF informants that led to Marwan. I don't know if that is accurate because it did not quote any of the officials. If it is true, then we would like them to invite them even if we, under the strictest security protocols and in the executive session. Because if it is true, then they will be the key to the involvement of the MILF and everything. No? So maybe just ask the proper officials, or maybe so that they don't say it in public, whoever knows can tell the chairperson later on. One, is it true? Is there such 2 persons? Number 2, if there is, they can communicate how the committee can get their testimony. They don't have to answer now in open session, just so that if it is true, then we can protect their identity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're going to be having an executive session. We will just tell you on the day itself when we have it. But the topics that could not be discussed here today and of the last time will be discussed at that time. Secretary Rojas?
Ma'am, after discussing with Sec Lai and Sec Volts, on behalf of the security sector, may we have a pre-meeting before that executive session so that we can bring whatever is the information that is necessary, being mindful of the security and operational consequences or implications of this information. So we would be happy to receive from the chair exactly what it is. It may involve bringing in people who are actually on the ground and who actually are at risk. And so we have to be, in short, we would like to have some sort of coordination so that we can bring the appropriate people and at the same time ensure their safety and their security, Madam Chair.
Perhaps, Secretary Mar, we can give you already some of the discussions that we had before you leave today. And then during that executive session, if we need more time to be able to bring several other witnesses, then we can have another one. I don't think we'll have enough time anyway to tackle everything in one executive session. But I will talk to you briefly now if you have time. But before I suspend the hearing, let me acknowledge that the documents that you requested from the PNP has already been submitted. And we would like to thank you for your submissions. And some of them are confidential documents, but it is in safe hands. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair, may I ask the committee to hear the testimony of the mayor of Mamasapano, which I think we were supposed to, and we're already in our second line of questioning.
May we ask the mayor?
Not now, but
yes. May we ask the mayor if he will be free to be back here on Thursday, or do you have to go back to Mamasapano?
Actually, ma'am, kailangan po bumalik dahil may mga previous.
Meron ka ba? Sige, a minute suspension. Well, the majority leaders here and the committee rules with the minority leader. Mayor, pwede po, mag-uumpisa po tayo ulit kung pwede kayong magbigay ng inyo. And the others, no, we might as well keep you here because there might be some reference. Mayor, magsalaysay lang po kayo kung ano ba yung itsura ng inyong probinsya, ano bang mga importante doon, at kung may mga tanong pa po kami. Salamat po.
Magandang hapon po. Madam Chair, Honorables, itong event po, last January 25, nalaman na lang po namin ng mga around 5 to 6 a.m. in the morning, nung tumawag po ang kapitan ng Barangay Tukan Nalipaw, nang makarinig po sila ng mga putok. So, after that, tinry po niyang i-identify kung anong groups or kung sino-sino itong naglalaban. So, around 7, if I'm not mistaken, around 7 a.m. in the morning, dumating po sa bahay, dahil Sunday po, wala pong opisina. Dumating po sa bahay ko, sa Mamasapano din po, ang representative ng police and also AFP, around 7 in the morning po ito.
Sunday or Monday?
Sunday po, ng umaga.
Sunday.
Opo.
So, nag-umpisa na yung labanan nun?
Opo, nalaman po kasi namin around 5 a.m.
So, hindi ba ninyo napansin, Mayor, kayo doon, na medyo dumadami na yung pumupunta doon sa lugar ninyo nung mas maaga?
Well, wala po kasing, nalaman po kasi namin na yung ginamit na vehicles ng SAF is wala pong nakalagay na any identification na SAF sila.
Sige. Go ahead, sorry for the interruption. So, pumunta yung PNP sa inyo?
Opo, around 7 a.m. in the morning po. So, that's the time na nalaman po ng local government na may ongoing operation ang SAF sa area. So, if I'm not mistaken po, nagkausap po kami ni Tox Upam, representative po ng MILF CCCH, at nagtatanong kung ano pong updates. So, sabi ko po, until now, hindi pa po natin malaman. Kasi even yung kapitan po ng barangay, nakatakbo dahil nga po dun sa ongoing po na encounter sa area niya. So, we tried po na ma-facilitate or mapahinto itong putok, itong encounter. Ang problema lang po, wala pong nakakapasok na any civilian or even yung mga local officials natin dun sa area dahil nga po sa sobrang lakas nga po nung putok from 7 a.m. in the morning up to mga 1:30 po ng tanghali.
Mayor, sinabi niyo sinubukan yung tigil. Paano?
Well, dahil nga po majority naman po dun sa area is magkakamag-anak.
So, meron kayong tinawagan o tinext na itigil niyo yan?
No po, yung kapitan po, inubliga ko siya na lumapit. Ang problema, hindi po talaga pwedeng lumapit dahil napakalakas ng putok sa loob. Natatakot po silang baka tamaan sila ng stray bullets.
Sige po. Tapos.
Then, around 1:30 or 2 in the afternoon po, dumating sa bahay ang CCCH, MLF, and the CCCH GPH para po magpasama sa local government officials and yung sa mga barangay po na pumasok sa area. Then around 3, nag-update po sila na ceasefire na po on that 3 p.m. ng hapon po. Then around 5:30, nag-start na po kaming mag-extricate ng mga katawan. Nagpaalam po kami both sa PNP and AFP na kung po pwede, wag na po silang sumama, baka po lalong makagulo or baka po lalong hindi makuha itong mga katawan.
Teka, may tanong lang po ako, no? Sabi niyo magkakamag-anak, alam ko maliit ang komunidad niyo, magkakakilala kayo. Si Marwan ba, nalaman ninyong nandun at kung saan siya doon?
Well, para po kasi sa kalaman po ng lahat, itong area kung saan po nila nakuha si Marwan ay napakalayo po sa mga talagang community. Masyado pong isolated yung area kung saan po nila nakuha si Marwan. Wala pong residenteng nakakalapit po doon.
Pero Mayor, yun po ay nasa inyong teritoryo.
Well, opo.
So, alam mo yung sinasabi nila BIFF, MILF, tapos Marwan, somewhere there. Totoo ba yon na medyo malapit siya dun sa teritoryo nga nila? Kayo magpapatunay niyan?
Well, hindi ko po kasi nakita, ma'am, kumbaga yung positioning ng MLF and BIFF kasi hindi po talaga alam ng local government kung saan po nakalagay yung kampo or even yung sinasabi nilang declared community ng MILF.
Pero yung mga kaibigan ninyo doon o kaya kamag-anak ninyo, walang nagkukwento sa inyo?
Wala po, dahil nga po tulad po ng sinabi ko, yung area po kung saan po nila nakuha si Marwan isolated po. napakalayo po sa, kumbaga po sa kabiasnan, napakalayo po talaga.
So paano ngayon po yun? Nung kinuha niyo yung mga katawan, sabi niyo ceasefire na nung puntong yun, ano? Nakipagtulungan naman sila.
Well,
Hindi na
ang,
kayo takot pumasok doon sa puntong yon. Pumasok ba yung military at yung pulis? Kasi di ba kakabakbakan lang nila eh, tapos biglang papasok doon. Paano yung sitwasyon? Paki-describe po.
ang kasama po pumasok ng local government unit is CCCH Government Panel and CCCH MILF together with IMT, mga Amerikano, Malaysian, Indonesian, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali. Yun po ang kasama ng local government na pumasok doon sa area. Kung saan po natin nakuha yung 35 bodies.
Pero wala naman...
Norwegian ho yun, hindi ho yun Amerikano.
Pero alam mo bang kung may pinapatanong si Senator Tito Soto kung alam mo bang nandun si Marwan the whole time na nandun kayong mayor?
Wala po, wala po.
Hindi, wala man lang bulong sa inyo?
Wala po.
Walang suspetsya po sa inyo?
Wala po.
So may mga nangyayari dun sa maliit ninyong komunidad na talagang hindi sa kaalaman ninyo.
Well, Madam Chair, itong mga terorista po kasi na to, wala po kasi silang permanenteng lugar. So, every time na nalalaman ng government forces or security forces kung saan sila, tumatakbo sila. So, palipat-lipat po sila ng lugar.
Pero di ba may mga safe passage? Ibig sabihin, meron silang clearly marked territories in certain areas, di ba? Kasi alam nga natin, at saka yung MILF, hindi naman considered terrorists. At least they don't consider themselves terrorists. So alam ninyo yung teritoryo ng MILF po doon.
Opo.
Alam naman ninyo.
Opo.
So pag kayo nagkakampanya para magiging mayor, pumapasok naman po kayo doon.
Well, para po sa kalaman po ng lahat, hindi sa pamilya namin, hindi totally lahat ng MILF, kasundo po kami. So, hindi po lahat ng area ng MILF, pwede po naming pasukin.
Pero bilang mayor po, sino pong may control sa kapayapaan doon? Ibig sabihin, no? Kasi nag-uusap tayo government panel. Pag kinausap pa ng gobyerno ng MILF, masasabi natin na malaki na ang kabawasan sa kaguluhan doon sa Mindanao.
Well, opo. Ito nga po ang ginagawa po nating paraan together with CCCH, AFP, and also MILF po, ay kumbaga po, nagkakaroon tayong mga pag-uusap para mapanatili yung peace and order sa area. So, yun po yung mga moves na initial na ginagawa po ng local government together with the security forces po.
O sige, ito na lang po, kung ano po yung mga tulong ninyo no, para matunton yung mga gumawa niyan. Local government kayo, siguro mag-coordinate kayo sa PNP kaagad. Tapos ito po, kung ano pong matutulong sa inyong komunidad. Sapagkat kahit papano marami din pong naghihirap dyan, bilang mayor, kayo po ang kanilang kinatawan, ipaalam po ninyo kasi the best way also to fight insurgency is to have security among the residents in the area if we can offer them assistance. So, kung may idadagdag pa po kayo. Sige, go ahead.
Sorry, with the permission of the chairman, colleagues. Mayor, isolated yung lugar pero may mga kampo ang BIFF at MILF doon, di ba?
Hindi po siguro kampo, kundi community.
Community.
Yes.
So saan mas malapit yung bahay ni Marwan? Sa MI, sa BI?
Well, based po doon sa kung saan po yung tinuturo nila, ang layo po kasi ng bahay ng certain commander is ng MILF is around 500 meters.
So tama yung sinasabi ni General Napeñas kanina na malapit sa bahay ng commander ng MI.
Opo. Tapos yung sa BIFF po, same with ang situation po kasi nila parang katulad din po nila Marwan na walang specific location. Madalas umaalis sila dahil nga po hinahabol po sila ng mga sundalo.
At alam ko yung history ng pamilya nyo no, na minsan kalaban yung MI. Yung BI ba at MI naglalaban?
Hindi ko, wala po akong record.
Sa pagiging, gano'ng katagal ka ng mayor, sir?
This is my second term.
Second term. Sa buong term mo, may enkwentro na ba ang BI at MI?
Ang naalala ko po, nung pinapasurrender po ata si Umbrakato, that's the time na nagkaroon ata ng encounter between BIFF and MILF.
Oh, pero bukod doon, hanggang ngayon, no, pareho silang may community doon. Hindi sila nag-uupakan, di ba?
Mukhang wala po.
Okay, thank you.
Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just 30 seconds. Dahil nabanggit po niya may Amerikano but he was corrected by someone. So I just wanted to clarify kung Sigurado kang Amerikano ba yon o dayuhan lang na puti?
Norwegian po, sabi po ni Secretary Velas.
Ano pong basihan nyo na sinabi nyong Amerikano?
Puti po at saka matangkad.
Sigurado ba kayo o dahil lang kinorek po kayo ni Secretary Velas o baka may impormasyon kayo may Amerikanong kasama?
Sigurado po na Norwegian, ma'am.
Okay, Mayor, baka naputol ko po sa laysay niyo, may dadagdag pa kayo.
Well, on around 5:30 po ng hapon nung Sunday, January 25, that's the time na nag-start po tayo mag-extract. Together with the local officials, nagpaalam po nga tayo sa PNP and the AFP para po ma-start na yung pagkuha ng katawan. Then around 7, dahil nga po masyado na mabigat itong mga katawan, saka po sila nakalabas. Nakakuha po tayo ng 5 katawan. Then tinurn over po natin sa PNP SAF po, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, yung sa labas na SAF. Then on the next day po, Monday, January 26, that's the continuation po nung extraction natin. So, sunod-sunod na po. Nakakuha po tayo ng 14 around 9 a.m. kung hindi pa ako nagkakamali. Then 15 on 11:30 ata po. Then on 1:30 isa. And on 5:30 isa po. So, that's total of 36 if I'm not mistaken.
Meron pa po kayong dadagdag, Mayor, bago po tayo mag-suspend ngayon?
Well, gusto po lang nun namin magpasalamat, especially po sa regional government. Dahil right after nung incident, agad-agad po silang tumulong. So, although yung sa iba rin po, yung especially sa kay Ma'am Eta, pumunta rin po para ipakita na yung area ay parang back to normal na po siya.
Mayor, teka muna. Doon sa perimeter area, doon sa karsada na may nakaabang na mga military at staff habang nagbabakbakan sa loob, nandun po kayo nung nangyayari yon?
Andun po ako sa center po natin, sa munisipyo po ako. Then inuutusan na lang po natin yung mga barangay officials and local
Kasi sinabi
local
nila hindi
employees.
po makasalakay ang mga pulis kasi under threat of artillery fire, no? Gusto ko lang malaman kung nagsubok silang magbarilan doon sa labas o talagang nag-stand down yung ating mga tropa doon.
Well, based po doon sa sinabi po ng barangay kapitan ng Tukan na Lipaw, yung along the highway po, yung sinasabi po nating Midsayap Makarod, both, kumbaga, yung area po kung saan ng AFP and the SAF, then yung saan po yung sinasabi nilang grupo ng MILF, talagang nagkasagupa po doon.
So meron, sa
Meron
inyong
po.
pagkakaalam, meron.
Yun po ang sabi ng kapitan, ma'am.
Kapitan. Okay, Senator Pia, sorry.
Salamat po. Mayor, konting tanong lang. Yung mga nakatira po dun sa bayan nyo, kaya nyo ma-identify kung sino po ang MILF doon at sino ang BI?
Hindi po.
Hindi nyo alam?
Hindi po.
Ganun ba? Hindi ho
Dahil-
Sige po.
Kasi ma'am, mahirap pong i-identify. Unang-una ma'am, pag may programa pong gobyerno, lumalabas po sila. I mean, sumasali po sila sa any programs ng government. So, siguro, pag may gera po silang gustong salihan, bigla po sila nawawala.
Sige, tatanong ni Senator TG, ano daw ibig sabihin ng program? Anong klaseng program?
Kung meron po tayong mga like feeding programs or any programs po na pinoprovide po ng government.
Siguro we could ask, just to expedite this, we can ask the those involved in the peace process, no, on this identification system, working with the LGUs. I would have thought na hindi na issue yun eh. So I'm a little bit surprised, no, na hindi kilala. But to follow up nun, yung barangay captain nyo, kasama nyo ho ba? Yung barangay captain barangay captain dun sa lugar kung saan na yung actual combat na nangyayari.
Wala po dahil naiwan po siya sa barangay dahil marami po masyadong bisita na dumarating. So, kailangan pong may mag-assist doon sa bisita.
Sige po, siya kaya kilala niya ho doon kung sino mga MI doon?
Most probably ma'am, baka kilala
Kasi
po.
pakitanong na rin ho, tapos sulatan nyo na lang kami. Dahil baka hindi ho kayo babalik sa Webes eh. Pero hindi pa ho ako, konting follow-up pa doon. Isalaysay nyo lang ng konti sa amin kung ano yung nangyari between 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Nasabi nyo nga, mga iba-ibang grupo, nagmo-monitor. And i-describe nyo lang ho sa katulad kong layman na hindi ho nakarating sa lugar nyon. Ang alam namin, open space yon, kaya ho nasa sniper daw yung mga SAF, hindi ho makapasok. I-describe nyo naman ho sa amin para maintindihan namin, mas maintindihan namin.
Well, yung sinasabi po natin kung saan po natin nakuha yung mga katawan ng SAF, meron pong pagitan ng parang kanal. River actually siya, ma'am. Siguro mga around 80 meters. Ang tatawirin mo bago ka abot dun sa isang islet naman. Then, right after that, meron na namang isang ilog para tumawid na naman sa kabilang islet. Then, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, isa pang ilog bago po marating yung bahay ni Marwan. So, kaya po sinasabi po natin na masyado pong isolated yung area kung saan po nakita si Marwan. Unang-una po, wala pong kalapit na mga civilian doon sa kung saan po siya nagre-reside.
Siguro in the next hearings, whether kay Mayor, baka kung kaya niyo mag-drawing para maintindihan namin, pero later na iwan niyo na lang yung drawing sa serious ho, kasi hindi ko gusto ko sanang ma-visualize then we'll ask na lang those from PNP or SAF to validate that, kasi I just want to understand it better. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Mayor, maiksing mga katanungan lang po. Mayor, bago pa nangyari ang insidenteng ito po, may reporting system ba kayo? Pag may bagong muka, may nagpapakuha ng pagkain, may bagong nagsasaka dun sa isolated na area ang sinasabi ninyo, nire-report po ba sa inyo ito ng mga sakop ninyo, yung mga constituents ninyo?
Yun nga po, dahil nga po malayo, wala pong nakaka-report ng mga bagong movements within that area, ma'am. Sir.
Okay. Nung mangyari ang insidenteng ito, tinatanong ko po ito, Mayor, dahil kinukumpleto natin ngayon yung mga pangyayari. No? Magre-report yung AFP, magre-report yung PNP. Ang kulang na piraso dun sa kabuuhang report ay yung report galing sa DILG, yung report galing sa barangay, yung report galing sa inyo, at yung po ay papunta sa provincial, papunta sa regional, at siyempre, papunta sa national. At idadagdag ko na lang po, ito po ba ay napapalob sa isang sistema kung saan may written reports?
Well,
para hindi natin makalimutan yung mga detalye.
Opo, may written report na po kami. Nasubmit na po namin kay Regional Governor Hataman po.
Maraming salamat, Mayor. Madam Chair, we raised this question and I would like to share this also with Secretary Mar, no? That this will form a basis so that we can compare the verbal testimony of the Mayor and the reports for consistency, veracity, and accuracy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will coordinate with Governor Hataman to obtain said reports.
Madam Chair, just before we let the Mayor go, Mayor, factual lang, no? During the whole day, may nakita ka bang drones sa air?
May lumilipad po na aeroplanong puti.
Puti. So may
Yes.
drones.
Hindi po natin masabi kung
Kung
drone
drone.
or kung ano.
Tapos ano siya? Dumaan lang? Paikot-ikot?
Paikot-ikot po.
Paikot-ikot. Okay. Number 2, nung kinukuha nyo na yung mga cadaver, no? Ang kausap nyo, MI, BI, pareho?
Well, together po sa CCCH, MILF, and CCCH, GPH, sila po ang naging kausap po namin. So, nagpasama po kami doon mismo sa loob.
Tapos sila ang kumausap?
Opo.
Okay. Third question, bakit nung kinuha yung mga katawan, wala na yung kanilang mga barrel, cellphone, etc.?
We don't know po, hindi po namin alam.
So, ibig sabihin, bago nyo kinuha yung katawan, yung BI at MI, nalapitan na tanong.
Most probably po. Dahil wala na pong gamit nung kinuha po namin.
Lastly, nakita mo ba yung iba?
Opo.
So, sabi kasi ng mga kamag-anak, putol-putol mga kamay paa. Is that accurate?
Hindi ko po masabi, pero based po dun sa sinabi po ni 6ID Commander, most probably sa tama ng bala. Kaya nabali siguro yung kamay.
But hindi yun ang sinabi ng kamag-anak na pumunta sa autopsy. Sabi nila yung sinabi ng nag-autopsy, ang putok sa ulo ay short range. So kung malayo ang putukan nila, hindi gano'n, so at least yung sa ulo. Tapos yung sa paa at saka sa sinabi hacked off. So, but anyway, I'll pursue this kasi I'm just taking advantage na kung eyewitness ka, but I'll request General Espina later on to update on that on us. But you may or may not answer here, or should I ask the question in executive session to the DLG, DND, and to the Katapang? No, were there drones in the area during the maybe I'll start with General Napeñas. General, kasama ba sa operation nyo na meron drones na
I'm not
mag-guide?
aware doon sa drone, Your Honor, because I am at the...
Did you request the US government for drones? To,
No, sir, no, sir. Malayo po yung lugar ko, nandoon ako sa
Sige,
tactical command
with
post
the
doon sa
permission of
Saripagua.
the chair, I will ask it in executive session, but we're asking for a very frank and honest answer to all of this. I'm not prepared to say whether it was legal or not, whether it's part of any agreement, and whether it was just monitoring. But we'd like to know in the Senate whether or not this operation was being monitored by drones. No?
Okay, Senator Lauren, very quickly, you wanted to raise
Yes,
an
10
issue.
seconds. Kay Mayor lang po. Si Marwan ba ay narinig na ninyo o na-sighting ninyo dati pa ho?
Well, narinig ko po yung pangalan nila last June 10 nung nagkaroon po ng operation. June 10, 2014 po, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali. Nung nagkaroon po ng operation ng AFP sa Barangay Linantangan, Sharif Saiduna Mustafa, katabing munisipyo po ng Mamasapano.
At si Usman at yung 300 nilang trinay na bombers, ay alam ba nyo maski sino, maski saan sila sa inyong lugar? At
Hindi,
tutulong ba kayo sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno at otoridad para hanapin sila?
hindi po namin alam yung regarding dun sa mga cells nila. Pero definitely tutulong po kami. Unang-una, biktima rin po ang pamilya namin ni Basit Usman. Tulad nga po ng sinabi ni Presidente dun sa unang statement niya, even yung lolo ko na si Governor Andal Ampaton Sr. ay tinarget din po ni Basit Usman.
You're familiar that they've been training 300 bombers.
Hindi po.
Yun lang yun, nalaman po yun.
Nung dito na lang po sa
Okay.
Senate hearing.
Thank you. Mayor.
Yun lamang po, marami tayong pinag-usapan ngayong araw. Medyo nagkaroon tayo ng konting sagutan sa panig ng AFP, ng PNP, pero wag natin kalilimutan na mas nakararami talaga nagmamahal sa ating sa ating bansa. Kaya lang pag meron pong threat sa ating seguridad, dapat lahat tayo talaga ay magkakakampi at isang tabi kung ano man yung rivalries. Pero generally po, maayos naman ang relasyon. Yun din ang nagpapasalamat ako kay General Espina na sinabi niya yan. Yun lang nga paminsan-minsan, parang sa isang pamilya, merong magkakapatid na may konting kompetisyon. Pero pagdating sa kung sino man ang nagbabanta sa seguridad ng pamilya, dapat lahat tayo ay magkakasundo. So yun lamang po at magkita tayo muli sa Thursday. This session is now suspended.